Greetings, chess fans. We're coming to you live from the heart of Biel, Switzerland, a vibrant bilingual city nestled between the Jura Mountains and the shores of Lake Biel. Known for its unique blend of German and French culture, Biel provides the perfect backdrop for one of the most unique and prestigious chess events in the world. Since 1968, the Biel Chess Festival has been a landmark in the international chess calendar, known for its tradition, innovation, and world-class competition. I'm Grandmaster Arthur Nations, joined by Angelika Volkova, and throughout the next 2 weeks, we'll be your host for the Biel Chess Festival. Angelika, it's great to be back.
It's absolutely amazing to be back here in Biel, especially alongside you, Arthur. We're going to have an exciting day today because the Biel Chess Festival is starting, and it's actually a very unique format. There is not a single tournament like this in the whole world. We have all times control. We have also Chess960, which is going to happen today. I'm looking forward to it. Are you, Arturs?
Absolutely. So I got to confess, Angelica, Biel Chess Festival for many years has been my absolute favorite tournament, also as a chess fan, not only the commentator, because it features something that no other tournament does, which is a triathlon. And here in Biel Chess Festival, we have two of them, the Masters and Challengers Triathlon round-robin tournament invited by very strong grandmasters who are going to fight it out in three disciplines: rapid, classical, and blitz. But today, Angelica, we are going to have something special for you because it's going to be Chess960.
Yeah, absolutely. Chess960 is going to be played in 5 round-robin tournaments. So we have challengers and masters. 6 players altogether will battle it out in 5 rounds of rapid chess. Time control is going to be 15 minutes plus 5 seconds bonus per each move. And there is a very special thing. After 5 rounds, there is going to be an opportunity for challengers to challenge the masters. So every challenger, starting from the first place till the last, is going to pick 2 masters who he is going to face in the round number 6 and 7. And actually these points are going to count into the overall rankings. And these standings of the Chess960 are super important, since at the end of the tournament, at the end of the triathlon, they are going to serve as a tiebreaker for everyone. So it's very important for every player to play well today.
Absolutely, and I think also for all the grandmasters who have arrived here in Biel, this is like a very nice warm-up for the triathlon, which officially starts tomorrow. So here you can see this is the stage. Once again, we're back in Biel Congress Center, the second floor. By the way, in case you are here in Switzerland, you can come and join us here. It's free, the admission. There's no tickets, obviously, here. And we can already see the players seated, getting ready for the start of the game. I believe they already have chosen the particular position because, once again, what is Chess960, or the so-called Fischer random chess or freestyle chess? Angelica, there's so many names for this chess variant lately. It means there might be theoretically possible 960 positions to start with, which means there's no opening prep.
Yeah, and for some of the players who are probably the masters of the opening prep, it could be something as a disadvantage, we can say. And for the other players, it might be more for an advantage, since you come to the board, you get a fresh position, and you have to find your way, find your strategy, depending on how position is. Actually, I have to ask you, Arturs, have you had experience of playing Chess960 online or over the board, and how was it for you?
I have played only online. I have never played it over the board, but this is definitely becoming quite tradition. And with the popularity of freestyle chess, naturally, there's all kinds of world-class tournaments being organized right now. And Biel Chess Festival has been, so to speak, I think, pioneer of the event, because the Chess960 tournament has been part of the festival already for several years. It's going to be fun, but to be honest, I'm not really an expert when it comes to Chess960, Angelica, so I think we're going to see a lot of action today. What about you? Any experience?
Yeah, I actually played some pretty much casual tournament, Chess960. We used to have such a tradition in our club, which I'm playing for in Germany, Schachfreunde Daiso, Chess Friends Daiso as a translation. We had such a tradition to play it on the Christmas Eve, almost a Christmas Eve, but it was like Christmas tournament. And there was an opportunity to play all the top grandmasters which are playing in our club. So it was really exciting for all the chess amateurs and fans and club players, so to say, to face top grandmasters over the board. And yeah, it was really exciting, especially in the times when still Vincent Keimer was playing in that for that club. And we see actually players already getting seated. We see Saleh Salem with white pieces against Radoslav Wojtaszek. Saleh Salem won last year as challengers, and he earned his tickets into masters in such a way. And Radoslav, actually, Arturs, he has not played in Biel for 5 years, but last time he played, he won it in 2020.
Yeah, and we don't actually have a reigning champion here of the last 3 years editions because Lim Lei unfortunately could not come to this year's edition, although originally he was planning to do it. But we do have a reigning champion, so it's going to be really interesting to follow. As you can see, the players are really in good spirits. They're waiting to start the games. And yeah, there you see they're rearranging the pieces. They are getting the position selected. And there once again, we're back on the big screen. By the way, this big, huge playing venue is going to feature, of course, not only the round-robin tournaments of Grandmasters tournament, I mean, 2 round-robin tournaments, but also open tournaments, which are about to start later. And there you see, there, viewers, this is the starting position. I don't really have the number, which one from the 960 positions it is, but it looks something unique, fresh, probably have never seen before.
Yeah, I see that there are like bishops standing close to each other on b8 or b1, c1, and there is a knights on d1 and e1, so all the light pieces are standing together, while we have queen on h1 or h8, which is very interesting position to start with, because sometimes in Chess960 you can get some positions similar to the classical chess as we know it, but in this case it looks pretty wild, I would say, and that's why we see players already, Frederick Swane on the right against Volodar Murzin on the left, already focusing and trying to find their plan, their strategy for the next few moves, since every move counts, and it's possible even to lose a game in 2 or 3 moves in Chess960. It is possible.
Yeah, let's maybe also very quickly check what are the pairings for this round, because the games are not yet starting. So we have 6 invited players, both in Masters and Challengers. So in the Masters tournament, it's Wojciech against Frederick Swane, but okay, sorry, I'm getting a word. It's not ready yet. So let's just focus on the game, and I believe the game is about to start.
Yeah, the games are about to start. We see the first move of Volodar is already on the board. We'll see it in a moment. And yeah, we're also getting the positions ready for ourselves. And we see actually in the Masters tournament, Aravind, he's actually second seeded, is playing against Fedoseev, who is the first seeded, so it's going to be definitely a huge matchup. So immediately coming into tournament, 2 top seeds are facing each other, and it's going to be Chess960. Who do you think is going to be a favorite here, Arturs? Because recently I think Volodymyr had more experience in Chess960.
I mean, Vladimir Fedoseev definitely has a lot of experience in Chess960, so he has shown some very remarkable results in this chess variant. So I would rank his chances really, really high. But I think we also don't really know a lot about Aravind Chittambaram, because he's been rising to the top rapidly, especially in the last year or so. Last year, I think it was the last year, French Team Chess Championships, he broke 2700 ELO barrier, then very quickly ranked 2750. Now he has lost a couple of rating points, but I think that's definitely going to be a game between 2 triathlon favorites. And d4, d5, we have it on the board, but this is not Queen's Gambit declined, it's something else.
Yeah, definitely something else, since usually on the b1 there is a knight. Here we have a bishop. So what Aravind is doing, he's playing c3, opening the way for the bishop later to play. And I think one of the biggest questions in Chess960 actually, where do you want to castle, in which side, or actually do you want to castle at all? But in this particular positions, I don't expect much of long castling. What do you think, Arturs?
Right, indeed. I think most of the time when players are playing Chess960, there's 2 kinds of approaches, Angelika. So you try either to get a normal position as quickly as possible, or you try to trick your opponent, get some unusual position, and show that you are navigating in these complex positions as good as you can. So at the moment, obviously, there's no opening prep, I think, for most of the players, and we could see, Angelika, that the players spent the first minutes trying to delve in the position, try to understand what might be the continuations, because there's definitely many, many opportunities here. And for the moment, this particular game between Aravind and Fedoseev, both players have decided to activate the bishops first. You see white played d4, c3, white is activating the bishop on c1 and b1, and black essentially is mirroring here, doing the same with the bishops. And now the question is, what white's going to do next?
Yeah, that's a big question. Meanwhile, we can actually check what are the pairings for the first round of the Chess 960. We have in Masters, Aravind, as we've seen, facing Vladimir Fedoseev, and we have Saleh Salem with white pieces against Radoslav Wojtaszek, as well as Volodar Murzing with white pieces against Frederick Swane. And who is playing in the challengers?
So Daniel Darda, the top Belgian grandmaster, is facing the Chinese grandmaster Makun. Then David Navarra is playing against Nicolas Theodorou, and Aram Jacobian is facing Renat Jumabayev, winner of the last year's MTO Open tournament.
Yeah, absolutely incredible participants we have from this year. As Arthurs, you mentioned, we don't have the reigning champion to defend his title, but we have another champion as a substitution away because Radoslav is a winner and he didn't have a chance to defend his title because usually that's the case, yeah, because usually you win an edition, you come back next year and you try to defend your title, but it didn't happen unfortunately for him. But this time maybe it's possible, although there are so many young and very strong and dangerous players in the field, so it's going to be really tough, definitely, but he has huge experience. By the way, he was also part of the Gukesh team for the World Championship match, which also could bring him some opening knowledge, but in case of the Chess 960, it doesn't work. And we see f4 on the board.
Yeah, and also I think, Angelika, that Chess 960 mostly is about some pattern recognition. So this is something I have noticed in this chess variant, that the players like to bring the bishops in the game as quickly as possible. Also, a very popular trend is to use the side pawn pushes, like very early, h4, h5, a4, a5, to get some information here. But here the young Indian has played something which resembles the Stonewall position from the Dutch defense, because I think I'm not really sure if he's going to get to play something like e4, but the idea of this move f4, even though visually it looks a bit ugly because it's weakening the e4 square, what he's doing, he's stopping Black's idea to play e5, which of course brings the question, why didn't he play e4 himself? But then again, I mean, for these players, the positions are fresh, so you have to improvise it basically starting on move 1.
And it's actually a good thing in this position that the bishop is already on b1. So you don't have to bring the bishop from f1 to d3. So it's kind of already an advantage. And we see that Fedoseev didn't go for f5 in the same manner. Now finally he deviates, playing g6. Is his idea actually to bring bishop to f5 and try to trade that good bishop from b1?
Yeah, it's definitely something that is a familiar pattern from the Stonewall position. So maybe bishop f5 immediately, and I think, Angelika, you're definitely onto something here, because let's say if white will take on f5, black can play g takes on f5, and even though if black doubles the pawns, he controls the e4 square, makes white's docks with bishop on c1 look pretty ugly, and also opens up the g file for the rook on g8. So here, after g6, knight f2 here is played by Chithambaram, and I think he's thinking about this idea to play e4, potentially getting to some sort of a Marazzi-bound position. I can't believe it, Angelika. We're following Chess 960 here. We're getting Marazzi-bound structure.
Yeah, incredible, absolutely. And actually on the bishop f5 move, I think e4 is going to be a reply. And actually after take on e4, there could be even g4 move. Ooh. And then take on e4. I don't know if it's going to work, but probably looks weakening on the king's side. But if you manage to castle long at some moment, maybe not so much.
You know, if I would speak about my own approach, if I would be playing Chess 960, I would probably try to get to this normal position as quickly as possible. Because why this is such a popular approach? Because this is when you could use your knowledge, your patterns, etc. But I think also when you're playing at this high level, you want to use your opportunities at the very beginning, because you're playing against a very strong opponent who it's very difficult to beat under normal circumstances. So that's why here I think Aravind is trying to complicate matters as early as possible. So this move f4 basically delivers a signal, I'm here to fight, and I want to get unusual position. By the way, Fedoseev immediately played knight e6. For him, the plan, Angelika, is pretty clear. He wants to control the e4 and f5 weaknesses.
Yeah, and square on d6 for a knight is an ideal square in many openings, and this is what the knight is also doing. It's controlling so many squares. Of course, what we can say that the knight on d8 is not such a great piece, and there is, for now, no clear way to get it out. But yeah, for now, again, position is still far from normal one, but there are still these ideas which players can use trying to go back to the usual kind of setup they get used in the classical chess. By the way, looking at the time, looks like everything is pretty even. Players are spending time pretty well in this position, and I think it's also very important because players understand any mistake in the opening can cost the game. We have seen so many games finished after the opening, basically, because there was some big blunder. And actually, when I played myself, I just recalled, I remember that after 2 moves, my opponent attacked my central pawn, and I just couldn't defend it. And I was shocked. How is it possible that I cannot defend my central pawn? It was, I believe, on e4 or d4. And so that's why Chess960 is pretty dangerous.
And here we have the bird's eye view, by the way. As you can see, there's a lot of action happening in all the 6 games in both tournaments. Immediately, I see there's something really crazy happening on the top middle board, Salem Saleh against Radoslav Wojtaszek. But it looks like the Emirati Grandmaster has sacrificed a pawn for some activity. Looks really interesting. And also, I see some really weird stuff happening in Daniel Darda's game against Pakun, because White has the pawn on g5, Black has the pawn on g4. I'm talking about the lower left corner here. This is one of the Challengers Tournaments games. And also, when we're looking at Aram Hakobian on the lower right corner, he's playing against Renat Jumabayev. He has played this h4, h5 very quickly, and the black pawn already stands on g5. Angelika, we have so many interesting opportunities here to choose from. Which are you going to take?
Let's maybe go to Daniel Darda against Makun, because it looks like the position is getting crazy with all those pawns standing on both on g5 and g4. And actually, queens just went off the board. And even though it kind of simplifies the position, it doesn't simplify the problems for both of the sides. How to continue the development with the pieces standing awkwardly. Rook h1, check. Oh.
Whoa. Okay. You know what I'm going to do, Angelika? I'm going to roll back a bit. You know, I just want to understand how it's possible to get to this position without any analysis, because it's going to take us 1 hour to understand what's going on in this position. So the game opened up with g4, the grab. The grab. Yeah, it looks really nice. Grab is met by the Karakan according to normal standards. Now this is some sort of an English opening, followed by e5. The engine immediately says e5 is a mistake. If you say so, there's Stockfish. Knight c3, knight e6, e3. Now, it does resemble to some English opening here. Black played g5 immediately. So what I really like about this position here, Angelika, that both players are immediately trying to be very creative after the opening, followed by h4 and h5.
We have a meeting of the pawns on the h4, h5, g4, g5, and now everything was hanging. So after a few of exchanges, actually, white won a pawn, as we can say it, but black recaptures later on g5.
It is a very, very impressive sequence. So here, Darda decided not to hold on to the pawn. So maybe, again, I'm going to step back a bit and try to understand why did he decide to give up the pawn on g5 here? Because after rook h1 check, here I would have thought that there was an opportunity to play something like king e2 and hold on to the pawn on g5. Now, I can't really get in the mind of the Chinese Grandmaster, but I suspect here Black was planning to play something like f5, potentially, with an idea that after g takes on f6, knight takes on f6, followed by d5, Black gets a lot of activity in return, and this rook on h1 is so annoying for White because it pins so many pieces here on the first rank. Maybe, you know, there's something more direct, but here Darda just trusted his gut instinct. He's like, okay, you got it, I couldn't keep the pawn, I'm just going to give you back and play normal chess instead.
Yeah, and after d4, White is getting more space in the center, so knight f6, Makun is going for the development, jumping forward with the knight, so definitely a tough position for both of the players because the bishops are still not out in the game. The rooks are still standing and crying, and a1 and a8 wanting to be brought out. But actually, how do you develop the bishops as fast as possible?
Yeah, remains to be seen. So the first thing I'm noticing here, Angelica, is that the white could potentially take the pawn on e5, and after bishop takes on e5, you have to calculate very quickly what happens after f4. So this is a fork, take on c3, take on g5, bishop takes on e1, take on f6, etc., etc. And also, this is something I have noticed to happen many, many times at the highest level of chess, is that the players are trying to complicate stuff and very quickly calculate the line. So this essentially is also what makes a grandmaster a world-class grandmaster, because they're able to calculate quickly and make precise decisions.
Yeah, definitely. Also, actually, after takes on e5, bishop takes, and f4, there could be knight coming to h3 with a check. So there could be a different way to give up the knight, so to say. And after king h2, then bishop c3 would be an idea. But definitely there is something. I don't think that such a strong grandmaster would blunder something like this, unless it's a time trouble and there is just clear blunder. So that's what Daniel Darder right now wants to figure out. What is going to happen after take, and will he do it? No, he plays bishop f5. Actually, very nice move. He's stopping the d-pawn from pushing, since the bishop on c8 is hanging.
Absolutely, yeah. Bishop f5 is a very nice move. It also deals with a knight h3 check idea, because maybe in some lines Black was thinking about the capture on d4, knight h3, knight f4, etc. So here, Black has to figure out a way how to fight for completion of the development, because the bishop on c8 is pinned. And you know, it's entirely possible that here Black could play even something like b5, because I've seen such gambit ideas and similar pawn structures with an idea that after c takes, knight takes on b5, you sacrifice the pawn, you get some activity like bishop a6, bishop b7. This is exactly the reason why the world-class players, they like Chess960 or the so-called freestyle chess, because there's no opening theory, and you can rely a lot on your creativity. And Angelique, I think we're seeing here two very creative players.
Yeah, absolutely, definitely. I was actually mentioning it at the opening ceremony about Daniel Darder, which actually I didn't know before, but recently he had actually got a world record in the simultaneous exhibition. He held one I would say, around half a month ago. It was at the end of June. He played against 50 opponents, and he scored 47.5 points out of 50, which is absolutely remarkable. It is a world record, and on the stage, he told me, when I asked him, why did you do it and how did you manage to score such a big result? He was saying, I was trying to prove myself, and I was trying to put the challenge for myself. And the next challenge is Biel Chess Festival, such a unique format here, and all the time controls, trying to be one of the best of the field.
And it's also first time for Daniel here in Biel, so he definitely looks forward to it. And this is definitely the game we want to follow, but maybe let's go back once again to the bird's eye view and see if there's something else we have missed. So what do we have here? Starting from the top left corner, that's Arvin's game against Fedoseev. It's still the same Stonewall Dutch-like position. G4 was made a break in the center, now white just occupied the e5 square. What do we have? Saleh Salem is playing against Wojtaszek. That's the top middle board. Also looks something very exciting. We definitely want to follow. Maybe something else?
On h6. Wow, This is exciting. Yeah, what do we have else? We have the game of Aram Hakobian on the bottom right. Yeah, here he's playing against Rinat Jumabayev, and yeah, the position looks also very interesting in terms of the pawn structure. But I would go actually to the game of Saleh Salem against Radoslav Wojtaszek, because this game looks wild, and knowing both of the players, it's a huge clash. We have Saleh Salem, who is very dynamic, who is very talented player, the top Emirati grandmaster. On the other hand, we have super experienced player, and also experienced in Chess960. So who is going to be it?
It looks really a true chaos on the board. Speaking about Radoslav, we already mentioned that he's essentially the defending champion. Lim Le is not here, but Wojtaszek won the GMT triathlon back in 2020. He has not played here ever since, so we do have a champion here. Saleh Salem, the winner of the Challengers Tournament, he has played here a record amount of times. To be honest, I forgot to check the score. I think this is the 11th time. I might be wrong, but he really loves to play it here.
Yeah, and for Radoslav, it's going to be the 5th time. He has already played many times and, as mentioned, won the previous one. But this one is different. New field, new players, and new positions as Chess960. What is the queen doing on h6? I'm trying to figure out. Looks like the king of black is fully protected by this knight and the rook. So actually what we were talking earlier, I was asking, what do you think about castling? And in this case, actually, we see that Radoslav didn't castle even, because this looks like the good position, perfectly fine position for the king.
We are definitely going to have some very interesting castling opportunities here, and this is what confuses also some high-level chess players. You know, yesterday, when the players were gathering here for the photo shoot in the evening, we discussed a bit about their experiences in Chess960, Angelika, and we also mentioned some of the moments when even for world-class players, sometimes it's not very clear about these castling opportunities, because sometimes the position is so unique, so you have to sit here and really start to think, is castling actually legal here?
Yeah.
So it's very, very interesting moment. But anyway, let's maybe go back once again very quickly, you know, just to have a feeling, how did they get here? The Emirati Grandmaster sacrificed the pawn quite early. So this is like Sicilian.
Oh, yeah, we can call it.
Short castle very quickly on move number 3, followed by another grab. D4, c takes, c3. So that's essentially, I would say, it's Smith-Morra. So we have some elements from the Smith-Morra gambit, d4, c takes on d4, c3, the idea to sack the pawn, to accelerate your development, but naturally this is something else. And of course, as you can see, our dearest Stockfish says none of this really makes sense for it, but still for human beings, this is the position which looks pretty normal. H takes, queen h6 here, knight g7, knight e3, and right now, as you can see, the players actually already have spent quite a bit of time, because Saleh is down to 5 minutes and Wojciech has 7.
Yeah, and actually Saleh has almost all pieces on the first rank. We have bishop still there. Knight has just jumped to e3, while for black, actually, I feel like the king side is already fixed. There is a big protection of the king. The only question is where to develop the dark squared bishop. And as I speak, we have bishop f4 on the board. And now rook from 8 is actually ready to jump into some c8 file, for example, and annoy white in some way with, yeah, probably sometimes some tricks of taking on c1 and taking on e3. Actually, tactics is working, but yeah, so there is a big question right now for white what to do, since you cannot yet develop the bishop so well. The d2 square is under control. You cannot develop the light square bishop. What to do?
Visually, white's position looks slightly wrong. Yeah, like you said, Angelika, this bishop on b1, I don't really see how you can join the game with this light square bishop. The bishop on c1 is also stuck. So I'm thinking maybe here white has to play something like e5, with an idea that after e5, you're opening your light square bishop, you're opening up the e file and hope for some tactics. But naturally, you cannot bluff. I mean, you have to calculate some stuff, because if e5 doesn't work and your opponent calls the bluff, you're essentially down 2 pawns. And for the Polish Grandmaster, the position looks really nice. So something like e5, queen takes on e5. And also the problem for white is that he cannot jump with the knight to hit the queen on e5, because the rook on e1 is undefended. So I think right now here, Salemi is realizing something is slightly off with his position, so he has to do something and do something fast.
Yeah, and also we see from his body language, he's holding his head, he's trying to figure out the next move, he's trying to find it. Can he sacrifice the pawn on e5, or should he stick to some developing ideas for the bishop without getting rid of the pawn? But it looks like he has to go for it. He looks like this. And yeah, he's actually down 3 minutes, almost 4 minutes for Saleh Salem, while Radoslav is enjoying his 7 minutes on the clock and pleasant position. Yeah, tough time for a top Emirati Grandmaster in this game.
I'm just going to add something to this position, Angelika. I just want to say a long castle is an opportunity here for black. And this is something you also have to take into your consideration when playing from the white's perspective. So it's not only about your moves here. So maybe Salem is thinking about, can I play like knight f5, hit a queen, pin the knight, etc. He also has to consider what happens if black plays at some point this long castle, maybe rook h8, and suddenly the queen on h6 is trapped. So you have to be quite careful here. I think actually he does play knight d5 instead. I want to say knight f5 made a bit more sense, but okay, knight d5 is on the board.
Yeah, 95 is on the board. And actually talking about the castling, during the technical meeting, players were asking, there has been many questions about castling. They even showed example positions, like is castling here possible, is it not possible? And of course, we have our chief arbiter here, Lauren, who actually explained everything to them. And yeah, it was all figured out, but definitely castling is one of the biggest challenges for the players. But in this case, I don't think long castle is going to work because of the 97. That would be actually funny, jumping into the into the fork, so to say. But king is standing pretty well on f8. It's fully defended by the knight and the rook. So, what can be a way for black to go? Rook c8?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, this is the position where none of your patterns are really working. So I'm pretty sure that Radoslav is thinking about the long castle here, but the move you mentioned, Angelica, rook c8, looks perfectly reasonable, also hitting the bishop on c1. And the question is what white's going to do after that. Let's say you play rook c8. What happens after knight f4, g takes on f4, bishop takes on f4? Why did you give up the pawn again? Can you play queen takes on b2, trap the rook at a1, since the bishop on b1 cannot really move? I think this line, it looks quite reasonable, but again, you have to calculate precisely. So let's say rook c8, knight f4, g takes, and I play queen takes on f4. And I see all kinds of interesting ideas here. At some point, maybe even rook c1 and queen b2. So you have to calculate very carefully here.
Yeah, very careful indeed. But I think one, so to say, card or ace which Radoslav has in his pocket is that he has an extra pawn which he can always sacrifice back. So that's, I believe, very nice for him. So for that reason, this idea is possible. But let's see what he's deciding, and he's going for a more practical approach, trading the bishops on the board. Now, question is b2 hanging, or what is going to happen after queen b2?
Actually, that was a very valid question. I'm not really sure why queen takes on b2 was not chosen. Queen d2 instead is played. I think what Radoslav wants to do first, he wants to push away the rook from c1. It controls the c file. And maybe then take on b2. But here, white apparently doesn't have any choice. Bishop c2 is played on the board, rook c8. And yet here the engine marks this position is somehow level. All I'm seeing here, Angelica, is that rook takes on c2 is basically unstoppable threat because you cannot move the bishop. The rook on c1 remains hanging. The question is, how is white planning to continue here? Must be some knight e3 or something else?
Knight e3 looks like the only move which is defending the bishop. Just the question if there is anything else in the position. Is actually there any...
Yeah, knight e3, it makes sense because it also allows you to play rook d1, hit the queen on d2 so that the bishop on c2 is protected. So white is about to normalize his position to play knight e3, rook d1, bishop e3. The black king on the fate is quite awkward. And to be honest, I'm not sure I like it. Rook d1.
What?
Sacrificing the bishop on c2.
I was actually wondering rook d1 and knight b4 would work. Oh, knight takes e7. Oh my god, what has happened? Brilliant move. King takes on e7, queen d6 could be on the board. And is it a draw by repetition or it is just winning?
That's a very good question, but...
Because you sacrifice too many pieces, you cannot...
Pretty sure Radoslav missed this. Like it's not something you really expect. So even though they're definitely world-class players, you're just not looking for the double sacrifice for your opponent. Rook d1, queen c2. You're expecting some rook c1 ideas. This is what I was thinking. Knight e7 here. Select shows why he has a brilliant mind. He sees these tactical opportunities very early. And I think, Angelique, what happened here, he already noticed this idea right now. So he noticed the idea that there might be some opportunities to play knight e7 and queen d6. So first you obviously need to include the rook here, play knight e7. But I'm not really sure that black is in such a big trouble.
Let's maybe try to make some moves. So king takes on e7 here.
Rook e8 is played. So you're saying king e7, maybe just let's put it very quickly on the board. King e7, queen d6 check, king e8, queen d7, king f8.
And it looks like there should be repetition, right?
Should be repetition.
Because there is not enough material for white to continue. White just gave up 2 pieces and there is no defense. But rook e8 looks like a blunder from the computer. But let's try to figure out what is the move actually here. Is there rook takes d7?
I think that what Wojciech is trying to do, he's trying to be ambitious. So he definitely saw he can accept a draw, but he's like thinking, wait a second, you know, I'm up a piece here, so why should I agree to a draw? But I think I see a pattern here. After rook takes on d7, which might be a move, rook e7, rook d8 check. You cannot cover from the check with the knight. Let me just put it on the board. Rook d7, rook e7, rook d8 check. You cannot play knight e8, the king is pinned, and after rook e8, that's a mate on the board.
Oh my God, did he miss it? But of course, Saleh Salem is having 1 minute on the clock. Will he find the sequence? I think he has enough time to do it.
It just totally makes sense here. I mean, this rook takes on d7. I'm pretty sure he saw this immediately, like this rook d8, queen d6. So usually I have a joke, like if I saw this in 10 seconds, Salem saw it in 3. Rook d7 is played.
Oh my God, are we going to see it? What is the move if not for rook e7 for black? How can black save this position? According to computer, looks like still not fully.
Actually, the question is, where's the threat? I also don't see the threat. Is the threat knight takes on g8? Is the threat queen d6, knight f5?
I was thinking knight f5 is a threat, and after that, rook d6 immediately.
But I'm not totally like 100% sure, because I could take queen takes on e4, so I'm joining with a queen. The attack, queen takes on e4, you play queen d6. And by the way, queen e4 is on the board, but the bar remains merciless. Somehow there's a win for white. I guess you could at least play knight takes on g8. Do you have to do that?
Yeah, that's a big question. Knight takes g8 or queen d6. And we see knight jumps back to d5 with the threat of queen d6. And it's going to be a forced checkmate now. Oh my God, what a disaster for black in this position, and Salem is finding all the best moves.
Yeah, but I'm still not like 100% sure. Like, is this like, did he calculate all of this until then, or he has just amazing gut instinct? Because here, for example, I also see queen e6 here, which makes perfect sense. I'm hitting the queen. I'm hitting the rook on d7, and maybe there's a trade, queen takes on e6, followed by some fork ideas, knight c7, knight f6 here. But it just shows the amazing talent that Saleh has. So he spotted this idea. I mean, once again, this rook d1, knight e7, then rook d7, double exclam moves already played twice in this game. So I'm very happy we chose this game, Angelika.
Yeah, this was an amazing choice. So definitely to see this sequence live on the board by both of the players. Yeah, definitely very disappointing right now for Radoslav getting into this position, but he should try to find a way. He should try and...
What's wrong with queen e6? That's the question I have here. And right now, I think Radoslav is trying to figure out, does he have anything else? Because look at the clock, by the way, Angelika. So white is down on 45 seconds, plus 5 seconds for every made move. Black has slightly more time. And if you want to make a big decision, it's got to be right now.
Yeah, and I think after queen e6, there should be knight f6 with a checkmate threat or with a knight h7. So...
Wow.
Looks like pretty much killing it, because there is no way to remove the knight from g7, and there is no way to basically stop it.
Oh, they're making the moves?
We have a move on the board. What did he do? He went back with the queen to g6.
Yeah, queen g6.
Okay, looks logical, because now knight f6 doesn't work. But what's the move now for white?
That's a very fair question.
Is there a take on g6 and knight f6, or it doesn't work?
But also let's not forget that white is down a piece.
Yeah.
So I'm not entirely sure I buy the optimism of Stockfish Bar here. So white is still down a piece. And by the way, 15 seconds here for white. He has to make a move. He has to make a move very quickly here. Is it queen takes on g6? Of course, you want to keep the queens on the board. And the bar drops. No, queen h3 is on the... No, there was a trade. That's pretty weird.
He took. And now knight f6.
Knight f6 is played.
And now the main point is that king cannot defend both rooks at the same time. So after rook e7, rook takes on e7, king takes on e7, knight takes on g8.
And also knight h7 is the checkmate. It's such an unusual checkmate that this is something you can only see in Chess960. So here it seems that white is going to win back some material, either take one of the rooks on g8 or e8, take the pawn on a7. And even though theoretically you would think two minor pieces are stronger than the rook, it's all about the rook activity. And this rook on d7 is a monster.
Yeah, it is indeed. But now big question is how to stop the checkmate. So that's why I was thinking if rook e7 is played, then king cannot defend both rooks. After trade on e7, rook is hanging on g8. So there are so many pieces hanging there. So maybe rook h8 could be a move, but I'm...
Rook h8, 98, 98, rook a7. I think also for Wojciech, he's trying to make a series of moves, try to be unpredictable. Rook e6, knight h7 played very quickly. Look at this. Here, Saleh, he's not taking the rook. He's going for the checkmate. He says the knight on h7 is stronger than the rook on g8. How about that?
God, this is absolutely unbelievable that this is happening right now live, and we are following it. And checkmate threat is real. It is there. How to stop it? Actually, maybe remove the rook from e6, rook c6, or rook c2. Then rook is hanging on g8.
I don't really know, but here Radoslav, his only hope is that he has more time on the clock. He tries to be unpredictable. If he plays bishop b5, okay, that deals with a checkmate. Even though, by the way, rook d8 check, king f7. Oh, there's another fork. Knight x on g5, rook on e6, and rook on g8 is hanging. So it actually might be just that loss. So far, the Emirati Grandmaster is playing a brilliant game. So in the opening, he was in trouble, but the moves that followed after that, mind-boggling.
So creative, absolutely unbelievable. Finally, this important brilliance of sacrificing a piece, not one piece, but two pieces in a row. What a performance by Saleh Salem. Also under 1 minute, he still went. He traded the queens, which normally you don't do. When you're down a piece and you're attacking, you have to keep the queen to attack the king, but he's trading the queens, going into endgame. And here suddenly there is no way for black to stop this huge attack.
10 seconds for the Polish Grandmaster. He needs to make a move. He already doesn't have any time. Pretty sure rook e3 was not played. It's fixed. Rook e1, check. Look at that defense. But rook takes on e1, king takes on d7. There's going to be fork on f6, and that's it. White's going to win this game. He's winning a full rook, and black has no compensation. But I think actually Radoslav saw this. He simply didn't have any choice. So he gave up the rook on g8 basically for free to play bishop c4, hit the knight on g8 so that he can take the pawn on a2 and at least have some practical chances. But I think he knows that he's lost.
Yeah, we have Salem up a whole exchange, and looks like after rook a1, winning back the pawn on a7 doesn't bring too much difficulties to convert this position, especially having 5 seconds increment. But let's see which resistance is going Radoslav to show in this position.
Yeah, I think rook takes on a7 was the safe move for white here, just in case not to give black any chances to create a pass pawn on the queen side. So knight e7. There's the resignation. Brilliant victory by Saleh Salem. We didn't really get to follow most of the other games of this round, but this was a game to remember. Let's go back now to bird's eye view and see what else is happening right now, because I believe most of the games should be in a time scramble right now.
And look at the game on the top left. Actually, Aravind against Fedosey. What is the pawn doing on d7? I would suggest immediately jump to that game. What do you think about it, and see what is happening in that endgame?
Let's do it. It seems like there's a race of the pawns. There's one game, by the way, finished. David Navarra just played a draw against Nicolas Theodorou. That's the position we are seeing on the bird's eye view.
Oh my God, what is happening? We have basically a marathon right now. The pawn on d7 wants to be promoted, but also there are double pawn, not double, but connected passers on the f and g files for black. What is going to be stronger? I heard that connected passers are definitely the one that are strongest, especially in the rook endgame. What do you think, Arturs?
Yeah, I think here Fedosey is going to win it. G2, rook takes on f4, king e7. He does not take the rook at f4.
Oh no.
Just promoted the queen. Black has an extra rook. So Fedosey once again proves he's going to be one of the favorites of at least the Chess960 tournament. He has a lot of experience, a lot of accomplishment of the chess variant, and Aravind resigns. Fedosey wins his very first game.
Yeah, absolutely exciting game. We've seen a lot of ups and downs. Actually, when we arrived, it was, I believe, slightly better for Aravind, but definitely down on the time on the clock. It was not difficult to follow. But let's see. Let's go to bird's eye view and see which games we still have ongoing. And I believe the game of Waldar Murzing is against Frederick Svane is still being played. Or has it just finished? I'm not sure. Let's check it out.
Yeah, we can check it out. I think the game is about to finish. No, actually, it seems that there was a resignation just as we're switching to the game. So Merzen has won his game. Really great start.
So I think the final game, which we have still ongoing, let's check again bird's eye view to see which one is it. And I believe it's Daniel Darda against Makun. Let's see that endgame, what they have. They have rook endgame, very interesting one. Rooks are located on e5 and d5 right now, ready to get traded. Oh.
Yeah, looks pretty symmetrical position. Sometimes this happens. You're playing Chess960, and then you get your normal position. And black is perfectly happy here with the rook on c1. Darda attempts to play for the win, I suppose, from the white's perspective. He wants to play something like rook h5, hit the pawn on a5. But here, black first reminds him there might be consequences with the pawn on f3. So all in all, the position remains balanced. Maybe you can try to go for the a pawn, like king c5. I think this game, Angelika, is going to finish on draw, like within the next seconds, maybe 1 minute. Yeah, takes, and it's going to fizzle out to a draw.
Yeah, and it's, as you mentioned, it's pretty funny, all right? You start with a completely wild position, and then at the end, you're getting into the end game. So that's why I think what players could do for the Chess960 is definitely studying the end game. That one of the preparation which never fails, as we can see here. And yeah, well, there are still some tries, so probably one of the ideas could be to. But actually, what could be an idea? Because if you take the pawn with the rook, if you give it up, the other rook will be given for another pawn, and looks like the draw will finish. The game will finish in draw in a few moments.
Yeah, there's like million opportunities how both of the players can get it to a draw. So here, Darda didn't really have to push the a pawn. He could have just put the king in front of the f pawn and just give up the a pawn. It's an easy theoretical draw. But I think here he's simply going to advance the king on b6, play a6, a7, give up the rook for the f pawn. Black is not going to be able to stop the white's a pawn. And I think the players are going to battle it out with bare kings on the board.
Yeah, and we see some checks are happening right now. King h2, rook h8, now check, and again, and yeah, well, king, yeah.
It's going to be a 12th repetition, yeah.
Okay, we have a draw. And yeah, we have such an exciting first round, even though we had some draws, but we have many decisive results. And it's amazing to see such incredible and creative chess. So probably it's time for us to look at the results.
All right, let's check the results of the first round of Chess960. As you can see, in the clash of two leaders in the Masters tournament, Fedoseev was victorious over Aravind Chidambaram. Saleh Salem probably played the game of the round, if not the entire tournament. Still, I believe it's too early to say. You just have to repeat this game, dear viewers, yourself. Voldar Merzen opened the tournament with a victory over Frederick Swane. In the meantime, in the challenges, we saw 3 draws, Angelika.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. We see in Masters all decisive games, while in challengers all games finish in a draw, but not without the fight. Those games were also pretty exciting to watch.
You know, I'm just very happy we saw the game of Saleh Salem, because sometimes, you know, you follow one game, you're like, okay, this is pretty interesting stuff, and there's something exciting happening in the background. So we caught this on action. I'm very, very glad about that. But there's definitely more action coming, and the next round is about to start pretty soon. Here you can see the pairings for round number 2.
Yeah, we have in the Masters Vladimir Fedoseev taking on Frederick Swane, Radoslav Wojnaszek against Voldar Murzin, and Aravind Chidambaram against Saleh Salem. What an exciting matchups. And in challengers, what do we have?
So in challengers, we have Darda facing against David Navarra. Nicolas Theodorou is going to take on Aram Hakobian. And Makun is going to play against the winners of the last year's MTO Open Tournament, Rinat Jumabayev. But you, dear viewers, we are going to be back in several minutes because the next round is about to start shortly. Hope you're enjoying the coverage from Biel Chess Festival. This is the very first day of the 58th International Biel Chess Festival here in Bienne, the bilingual city near the shores of Lake Biel. We'll be seeing you pretty soon. Don't go anywhere. Come back and follow more action. Welcome back, dear viewers. We're following live action from Bienne, the bilingual city here in Switzerland, one of the most interesting chess tournaments in the circuit, the Biel Chess Festival. Today is the very first day of this amazing event. What we just saw was the very first round of the Chess960 tournament, the crazy game of the Emirati Grandmaster Salem Saleh against Radoslav Wojtaszek. If you missed it, you have to see this. But there's more action coming here, so round 2 is about to start pretty soon.
Yeah, absolutely incredible highlight from the first round of the game of Saleh Salem. But more action to come. We are having so many players. We have masters and challengers battling it out. And in the round 2, we have also exciting pairings. Vladimir Fedoseev is taking on Frederick Svane, Radoslav Wojtaszek with white pieces against Wodar Murzing, and Aravind Chidambaram against Saleh Salem. What about challengers?
So Darda is going to take on David Navarra, Teodoro against Aram Hakobian, Makun is going to take on Rinat Jumabayev. It was quite odd, to be honest. I don't think I've seen this before because in the very first round, all the games in the Challengers tournament finished in a draw. It doesn't really mean there was no action, but sometimes this just happens where there's a high level chess. So the games are about to start. I'm already seeing, Angelica, there's really weird position, the starting position. But I suppose you could say about every single round of Chess960.
Yeah, definitely every single position is bringing something special for each of the players. And we have seen that players even discussing something. I don't think they are sharing their strategies definitely for this matchup, but they're discussing something. And we see that position is on the top left, as you can see, as we are trying to zoom in and get there closer. Players are setting the position from that board over there. We have king and the queen on the king's side on b8 and g8, on b8 and c8, and they are also actually surrounded by rooks on a8 and d8. And what about the light pieces? This is also looks so weird. Bishop on e8, the other one is on h8. How are you going to develop in the opening, Arthurs?
Well, you know, you're thinking about how you're going to develop the pieces. I'm thinking I might want to play the short, long castle to the right. So I don't really know what it is. Is it a short castle? Is it the long castle? Is it the long, short castle or short, long castle? Anyway, maybe it doesn't really matter, but this might enable to some weird moments when this king on b1 might go to g1, but of course, you need to bring all those pieces and see what's going to happen. And that's why the players are right now before the start of the round. They're checking about the possibilities and trying to figure out what I'm going to do here.
Yeah, it's actually a big question. And also, meanwhile, I mean, there is, of course, the Masters and Challengers which are being played. There is also a huge Open which is taking place below the stage. So all the other players are also battling out. So it's also very exciting when you're playing the tournament in the playing hall, and also at the same time you are able to follow such great and top grandmasters on the stage. We see that players are getting ready. The handshake is happening, and we'll see the first moves.
I think it makes sense to start with Fedoseev's game, and of course, a bit later, we're going to go to the bird's eye view and see what's going to happen, because I would rank Fedoseev's chances as highest, to be honest, to win the Chess960 tournament. We're going to see, because Saleh Salem might have a different say in this matter, having played this inspired game in the first round. E4 is played by white, and here Svane is not responding very quickly, but okay, e5 is on the board.
Arthurs, I have actually to argue with you a bit, because Frederick Svane has finished fourth in the Grenke freestyle chess tournament, which just happened recently, so he's also very strong. So in this matchup, it's not actually so clear who is going to be the lead. I agree that Fedoseev is an amazing player. Currently, he's number 17, right, in the world, and also such a great freestyle player. But Frederick has also some experience, and getting fourth in such event as a Grenke Freestyle Chess Open, where we had Magnus, we had Fabiano, we had all the top players there, and yeah, definitely there was quite an achievement. And we see G3 is happening now on the board, trying to open up the bishop for the future, although the pawn on e4 is definitely stopping the bishop on the way. What do you think is Black going to go for? How actually to develop, or how to push the pawns?
Yeah, so e4, e5 was played. I think it's quite make sense because even though, of course, you don't know this position, it's the first time you're seeing it, it does make sense to push the central pawns as far as they go because you're fighting for the surrounding squares. You're also leaving space for the other pieces to be developed. And here right now, Fedoseev plays g3. I think it's a pretty reasonable move. He activates potentially the bishop on h1. He wants to play f4. The action could explode very quickly. And speaking about Black's possibilities here, I think they're all but limitless. So Black would respond with the same. Black would play g6 here, try to mirror White's approach. I'm also thinking there might be a room for f5, some sort of a king's gambit approach with the idea to meet e takes on f5 with d5. We're going to see what here Svane is going to choose.
Yeah, definitely. There are many ways to go in this position. You can still go with a mirrored approach. We have seen this in the game of Aravind against Fedoseev, which actually didn't work for Aravind that much. But of course, Frederick doesn't know about that, but he actually goes for the g6. It looks logical, right? I mean, in some moment, your bishop has to get out from the h8. You don't want it to stand there all the time.
I think it's perfectly legal. You can copy your opponent's moves as long as you can, and then at some point try to divert to something else. So after g6 here, Svane says, okay, you got it. I can also do the same that you're doing to me. So here, f4, I think, is going to be the choice of Fedoseev, unless he decides maybe to include knight e3. Also looks like a reasonable idea. f4 is played by White.
Yeah, it looks like prepared King's Gambit in the way, preparing it with g3 and then f4 is on the board and d6 has happened.
First deviation.
Yeah, first time deviation. Definitely, if you go for f5, you have to calculate all kind of takes and d6 is a very secure move. Knight e3, getting a very nice square. Will we see knight e6, actually? I'm wondering.
Knight d6 is a move. You know, Angelika, what I really would like to ask these players, how they are preparing for Chess960 games. So what is it, how does it look like for high-level chess? So naturally, there's 960 theoretical positions. Do you study patterns? Do you study courses? I mean, there's no courses. You open Chessable. There's no courses on Chessable, right? So somebody who's going to write the very first course on Chessable, he's going to be a rich man. Anyway, it's literally impossible. So what do we do? How do they study? I think that it's mainly about some patterns, like if the pieces are positioned on certain squares, there's this kind of maneuver, etc. But to be honest, I just have no clue.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as you're mentioning, there should be some pattern recognition, some strategy like connected with the middle game plans, but how can you do it if your pieces are standing elsewhere? Like, how are you going to figure out? And there where this Chess960 or freestyle chess is bringing the creativity out of all the players, and that's why so many top players are enjoying this format, this chess variant, because it's actually opening up so many opportunities for you to actually use your brain from the very first move. You don't get the prep for the first, let's say, 20 moves, or it depends how much you go into the opening, and then only start to think, but you start to think from the very first move, which pawn to push, and it's pretty exciting, I would say.
Yeah, so here after knight e7 already we have a non-symmetrical position here. I suppose here Svane says if you're going to take on e5, I could take with a d-pawn, keep the presence of my central squares. Maybe f5 is going to happen, maybe not, we're going to see. Again, Fedoseev has probably like close to a million choices. Something normal that looks to me, Angelika, is maybe d3, activate the bishop on e1. It also could be bishop f2, but no, knight e2 is played.
Knight e2 is on the board, supporting the pawn on f4, and at some moment also d4 could be possible. Definitely a nice developing move by White, controlling more squares. And at some moment, actually, Knight can even jump to c3. So for that reason, Knight on e2 is more flexible than Knight on f3. And we have exactly the same now, Knight jumping to e7. So Knight's position is pretty mirrored, while d3 is on the board. Will Black play f5 in order to copy the position fully, or it's not working?
Yeah, and by the way, d3 is played, so the position is normalizing a bit, so the action is cooling down. I think we're going to use this opportunity now to go to the bird's eye view and see what else is happening here in other games. So the game in question we just talked about, Fedoseev against Frederick Svane. That's the top left corner. Is there something else that catches your eye, Angelika, that you're seeing on the boards and you would like to check it immediately?
Yeah, I see that there is a knight on g4 in the middle top board. It's Radoslav Wojtaszek against Valdar Murzin. There's also knight jumping to g4. Also very interesting position to check out. Do you think we should go there? What else is happening? Actually, on the top left, there is a break with a pawn on d4. So many interesting positions. It's so tough to choose all the time.
Right.
Let's maybe go to Radoslav Wojtaszek against Valdar Murzin to see what.
That's a good choice.
Happening.
I like that. So let's go to Radoslav's game. So he lost the very first round game, even though objectively at some point he was better. He couldn't have known that. He was tricked in a highly tactical position against Alex Lem. So knight g4. I'm going to scroll back a bit, the first move, so that we can understand how did they get from Chess960 to a typical Grunfeld position. I'm really curious how it's possible, so let's just do that. D4, D5, G3, G6, so the players are copying themselves. At least this is what happened in the very first moves. Knight E3, Knight F6, C4, D takes, Queen takes on C4, and Knight G4. That's a bit unusual, isn't it?
And Knight G4 is a very unusual move, as we can say. You don't play this move every day, but there are some reasons for that move to work. The first reason, knight is on e3, so that's already a threat. Knight comes to g4 and threatening to take on e3 and doubling the pawns. For that reason, white has to make a choice right now. Does white take on g4? And we see immediately Radoslav is taking, and queen g4.
Queen takes on g4 is played. Yeah, it does resemble some Grunfeld position ideas. So the thing about what we know from the Grunfeld defense is that white gets a strong central pawn on d4. Sometimes it can be backed with another pawn on e4. And what black is trying to do, black is trying to have some counterplay against the pawn on d4. And this is exactly what Murzin is doing. So the rook on d8, the bishop on h8, and queen on g4. They're immediately hammering this pawn on d4. But do not underestimate the white's strong live square bishop on h1. So the first thing, Angelique, I'm thinking about, maybe there is a room for some queen b3 ideas, target the king on b8, the pawn on b7 is vulnerable, and then you can always defend the pawn on d4 by playing even something like knight f3.
Yeah, definitely. There is still always this move possible. And what I like at this position the most is the location of the bishops on h1 and not h8. As you mentioned already, bishop from h8 is attacking the pawn. The bishop from h1 is targeting the queen side. But as you were mentioning at the very beginning, actually, of this round, there could be the long, short castle. So at some moment, white is attacking the king side, the queen side, and suddenly king is just castling short, long, short, or short, long, whatever it is. But of course, in this case, it's still not possible since bishop and the knight are still standing there. But at some point, we might have such an accident happening.
Yeah, absolutely. So crazy possibilities are possible in Chess960 positions. So here, Wojtaszek decided to play queen b4. By the way, perfectly reasonable move because he is doing exactly the same thing we just discussed, hitting the pawn on b7 with a checkmate and one threat. But also he's eyeing for the pawn on e7, which is surprisingly difficult to defend because, I mean, it's not only about even the pawn on e7, it's a fork. Is it a fork? It's technically a fork.
But yeah, I think...
Fork?
Yeah, it is fork, yes.
Okay,
yes.
I was not sure.
But knight e6 could defend it pretty easily. But still, the pawn is a pawn. And on the other side, there is a checkmate on b7, which is a huge, huge threat. How are you going to deal with it as black? Is there any like c6 move? What can you do? Is there any check, actually? Queen f5?
There might be many moves, like there might be queen f5, queen b5, there might be c6. Like on a gut instinct, I would be maybe thinking about queen f5 and queen b5 idea just to be safe. But then again, if you're going to play safe, you're not going to win many games. So I think all the players, they mostly want to get in the rhythm for the tournament. So again, the Chess960 tournament doesn't really count for the overall score for the triathlon. It only serves as a tiebreaker. And this is an opportunity for all the players to get into the rhythm, right? So I think that we are going to see very few quick draws, like uneventful games. And here Murzin is definitely looking for some action, but maybe there's just nothing here. Maybe queen b5 is something you have to do. And you can see he's definitely investing some time.
Yeah, he is, because after playing something like c6, because how else, if not queen f5, how else do you stop checkmate? c6, right, is the move. And after c6, you're going into this line with queen takes on e7, Why should you allow it? Why should you just give up a pawn like this?
And also your bishop on e8 looks pretty bad now. Yeah, you don't want to play c6. So I think that I would say that queen f5 and queen b5. My money is on this position and see what happens. So there's a chance the position is going to normalize a bit. Maybe once again we could use this opportunity. I don't think really there's many moves that black can consider. We could go back to the bird's eye view and see if we can see what's happening. No. Our producer says, no, we cannot do that yet. We're going to do that a bit later. So let's just stick to this game for the moment. And we're going to get back to the bird's eye view.
Yeah, I was actually wondering, for example, after queen f5 move, let's say, for example, first of all, it's a check. Yeah, you have to stop the check. How are you going to do it? And one of the moves which I believe, which looks pretty logical from white, is to play e4 in this position, yeah? But then after e4 is played, there is no more checkmate threat. So you're not forced to go for the queen b5 and exchange the queens. So maybe that could be something which could be a disadvantage, so to say, of playing e4. So for that reason, you have to play rook d3 or king c1. I'm not sure.
Can I be crazy? Can I play rook d3? Like, I'm thinking rook d3, like, I'm covering from the check, and there's some rook b3 ideas, and I definitely see bishop b5 here. But maybe you cannot really take on d3 because there's a checkmate, and I can make some quiet move, king c1, but do I really want to give away the opportunity to castle? It's probably too much, right?
Maybe you can actually castle long now.
Like this.
Yeah.
I forgot about it.
You played king c1, and also you brought the rook from a1 to d1.
Okay.
Incredible.
That definitely makes sense. But here's the question. Do you want to castle the long side? Maybe. Yeah, this looks perfectly reasonable to me, even though the bar says white can do something better, which is we don't really know what it is.
Yeah, but it looks actually pretty fun. Yeah, if players can see it, and there is finally this, this castle. So maybe we just go to the next game. Maybe we go and check out what's happening on the board of Aravind against Saleh Salem.
But first, let's check bird's eye view. Yeah, it's now back and ready. So Salem Saleh, that's the game we also want to see. There's also the sixth game. And what do we have? What do we have?
Yeah, we see that there is some, there is some action. There is some rook a3 left on the top right board. We can see that Aravind against Saleh Salem, very interesting one. We also have some kind of a stone wall of Makun against Rinat Jumabayev on the bottom right. That's also pretty interesting, but more positional play, we can say. But I would like to find something sharp.
Also, the Fedoseyev's game against Frederick Svane, what I really like the young German is doing, he is grabbing a lot of space advantage. I'm talking about the top left corner. So black has the pawns on e4, d5, f5. So space advantage is important, even though they're playing Chess960. So I really like his position. There's not really a lot of sharp positions, at least the game you mentioned, Makun against Jumabayev has settled down. It looks pretty normal. Maybe we could, for example, check the game of Niklas Theodorov against Aram Hakobyan, because I'm seeing the knight on e5, I'm seeing the pawn on a4, and this means maybe we have to investigate it a bit closer. What do you think?
Yeah, let's see what has happened. How did it get to the position where white has so much space advantage first in the center with the pawn on d4, and secondly the pawn is coming all the way to a5. This is really
from the beginning, yeah?
Let's go.
All right, let's do this. Let's do this. This is how you go.
Yeah, 1e4, pawns opening.
Scandinavian.
Yeah, Scandinavian.
I love it.
On the board.
I think this is one of those rare moments when you can play d5 and knight f6, the Portuguese variation, which is not really that good, I'm afraid. The Scandinavian here, actually, it's pretty decent. Yeah, so I'm sorry, all the Portuguese variation fans. But here it's perfectly legal. Bishop c6, the players are creatively bringing out the pieces. g6, of course, you want to activate your bishops. Knight c4 is a mistake. White anchors the knight on e5 and plays a4. So you can see there's a lot of action happening very quickly. The bar swinging wildly, and after knight takes on e5, somehow we have a balanced position. But what I'm slightly concerned, Angelika, about white's position, this bishop on h1, it's still not joining the game.
Yeah, and it cannot join in the next moves because if you push the pawn, the g-pawn, then your bishop is going to hang due to the bishop on d5, which is standing perfectly controlling all the position. And that was probably the kind of a tough choice that white didn't go for g3 earlier. But of course, in order to develop your bishop, you have either to move the bishop from e1, so that rook is defending the bishop on h1, or play some awkward f3, g3, which I don't think you really want to do.
Ugh.
Yeah,
What did you do your bishop on h1? Yeah, it's really...
Yeah, f3, g3, and then bishop g2, and somehow bishop can come out and so on. But yeah, I would bet my money on bishop developing from e1, let's say somewhere to b4.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. So here, Jacobian, that's why he's bringing the queen in the game very quickly, also hinting that he wants this knight on e5 gone. And that's why there is one trend that I've noticed most of the players are following. It's that they try to activate the bishops first. Like, the idea is that if you activate your bishops first, you give the bishops diagonals, you give them work to do, you always figure out what to do with the knights. Like the knights, you don't really need to give them a lot of space, they're going to figure it out. For the bishops, it's a bit different. And what we're seeing here, Theodorou tried to improvise from the very first moves, but he did not develop the Lagrave bishop on h1, and now he has problems. Even though the bar says it's nothing special, but from a human point of view, it's unpleasant.
Yeah, and I'm just recalling the principles of classical chess, where it's usually said first develop the knight and then the bishop, because sometimes bishop can go to probably different squares depending where the opponent's knights will be developed, so to say, and sometimes there could be some pins. But yeah, look, this is something special, yeah, something different in Chess960 towards the classical chess.
And both of the players, by the way, I asked them yesterday, are you teammates? Because I definitely know that they're studying in the United States, or they used to be studying. I don't really know their current status. They said, no, we're competitors. We're from competing universities. So they're studying abroad in the United States. I think one of them was Webster, the other one was St. Louis University.
Yeah.
Pardon me, I don't remember who was who.
I
but
can confirm it, yes,
right.
Definitely, yeah.
So they definitely know each other quite well, having played in many collegiate chess tournaments, prestigious student tournaments in the United States. Anyway, speaking about this position here, I think bishop b... Oh, wait, Angelique, you have to be careful here. Can I put it on the board?
Of course.
So,
Bishop b4.
if I do this, can I take on e5?
Oh, there is the...
There might be some unexpected checks.
turn of events. Oh.
Even though I'm not really sure where's the problem, like king c1 and takes and queen g4, hitting the king on d1 and bishop on b4, and somehow again, all of this is possible in Chess960. Now, naturally, it's not a forcing line, but it just shows that you have to be tactically aware.
You have to be careful, definitely, because take with the pawn on b5 is not possible. But of course, white could take with a queen. That's definitely maybe what we can show.
Yeah, we can show it.
Bishop takes, queen takes, and then the problem is that after queen trade, even though it's forcing the pawn to e5 after bishop a2, king can simply take on a2, and then black is just losing a piece. So
yeah, actually, to be honest, I didn't even notice it. I was thinking king c1. I have to confess. but yeah, your king a2 is a bit stronger. So yeah, this trick for black doesn't work. But the position still kind of makes sense because the bishop at h1 is still not joining the game. But there's a very concrete problem with the pawn on e7. So white has problems with the bishop on h1. Black has problems with the knight on f8. And I think we saw a move played. So b3 was played, and bishop takes on b3 is played here by Ram.
What has happened? Wait a second. And now there is this big problem, what you were mentioning before, of the rook being pinned on d1. So now the bishop takes on e5 is a huge threat because the bishop has already left the d file. Incredible.
I gotta confess, I have a feeling, Angelique, the players somehow feel we're watching them, because when you're watching somebody or following the action, they start to make these double exclam moves,
This is absolutely
in the first round. Now it's happening again, but on a serious note, I think that Nicholas blundered. So what he did, the previous move, he played b3, which looks like a perfectly reasonable move. So he activates the king, like improves the king, wants to connect the rooks, maybe play c4, etc. But what did I tell you? You have to be tactically very aware. In these positions, on a Ram, like instantly played bishop takes on b3, because here the idea, I think, is if you take with a queen, queen takes on b3, takes, Bishop takes on e5, the rook on d1 is pinned, so white is just down a pawn, and by the way, the pawn on d4 is just a living target. And if you play, instead of queen takes on b3 here, c takes on b3, there's the simple bishop takes on e5, the rook on e1 is still under attack, and I think here Theodore is just trying to limit the damage.
Yeah, he's just trying to survive here, trying to find the best way to recollect yourself. And this is, I think, one of the toughest moments in chess psychologically. You just have to stop at this moment and realize, all right, now I'm playing without a pawn, which is very difficult to turn back and say, oh, how could I play this b3? Especially when you have limited time, like in this time control, we have 15 minutes and 5 seconds increment per each move. So it's definitely super difficult right now, but he's trying to recollect himself and trying to find which variation will cause him the less damage as possible.
I mean, there is good news for Nicholas because his position should not be dead lost. He just blundered the pawn. Definitely he did not expect bishop takes on b3. So maybe there's still something to work with, like ignore, okay, the pawn is gone. How about he can play something like king b2 or bishop b4 or g3. So first you have to accept, okay, I made a mistake. What's done is done. And try not to make the second mistake in a row, because as a rule, Angelica, that's very often what happens. You make one small mistake, you go into the so-called despair mode, and you're like immediately handing the game on the platter. So these players, they know this all too well.
Yeah, you follow up with the next mistake. And as we see also from the body language earlier, we could see Aram was like just leaning backwards. He was just drinking water, relaxed, so happy he played this move. While Nicholas is right now at this moment spending already over, I believe, 2 minutes at this position, or 1.5 at least, trying to find the best solution. And he's just holding his head, trying his best to fight it. He knows he's right now on the spotlight. I have a feeling that he feels it, that we're watching his game right now. and that's why he tries to find his best, the best move right now.
Yeah, imagine this: you're sitting as a player, and you can hear the camera turning in and zooming. You're like pretty sure you know it's happening. I don't know if that's the case, but anyway. A lot of action is happening here. While here Theodoro is thinking about his choices, clearly he's not happy about his position. Let's go once again to the bird's eye view and see if we are missing some other action from the other games. So what we are seeing is Fedosseev is playing against Frederick Svane. Top left corner looks to be about symmetrical position. Not quite, but the position remains balanced. Is something else immediately jumping to your attention, Angelica?
What about the top right board? We can see Arvind playing against Saleh Salem, the winner of the previous round. And I feel like there is something tactical happening in the position because of the pawn on e2 and pawn on e5 are being challenging each other at the same time. Also, bishop can take the rook on d1. Let's jump into that game and see what is actually happening. Actually,
yeah, I don't think I will be able to show you this. There's some glitch with this, so we can follow it from the bird's eye view. That's the game in question.
Yeah, definitely, that would be nice to have that game, and I think we're getting it.
Yeah, we're definitely getting it. So now we can go back to it. Here we go. Whoa!
Oh.
How did we get here?
It looked different on the bird's eye view. I don't know. Maybe some moves were made already, and we see the pawns on e5 and d4 in the center, and the bishop on f6. What a strong piece on f6.
Yeah, very unusual.
Very tough,
very unusual. I think what it's clear that both of the players have not made a castle. So
yeah,
it's a castle anyway. Yeah. So
absolutely.
Here, I played rook a3. Black has the king on b8. So this means that black is can he actually castle here? Like,
yes.
technically, I think you can do it, but your rook will be under attack.
Yeah, you don't really want to do it, and then your king will also jump to c1. So if the bishop left, for example, the f6, and anytime you can go for the long short castle, as we can call it in this line, or short long.
This is also why this a4, a5 idea, we talked about this briefly earlier today, why it's such a popular idea, pattern in Chess960 positions, because especially if you have the rook on a1 and king on b1, sometimes you can make the so-called artificial castle, you fight fight for the space advantage, and most importantly, you make your opponent's life a bit more difficult, because you can see now this king on b8 is feeling quite awkward, so he cannot easily play something like king a7 or b6, king b7, this play straight into the hand of the opponent. So here Aravind looks really good. So I'm thinking also about ideas like knight e4, knight c5, and here Salem's only position is something tactical.
Yeah, actually, as you're mentioning it, actually the pawn is hanging right on e4. Can white take it right now? Because bishop e6 was played. And yeah, the pawn is simply hanging. Or is it?
There might be bishop f5.
Ah, bishop f5 and c2 has been under attack.
Right, so I'm just going to put it on the board. So knight x on e4, bishop f5, and let's say you're careless. You played knight c5 here. There's, still some bishop c2 problems. So you see the knight on b4 stands conveniently to deliver white some problems. So probably you don't want to do that. And I think we saw a move being played, and that is knight x on e4, bishop f5. And what's going to be the next move?
Yeah, probably some queen e3, or just bringing the...
Rook b3.
Yeah, just attacking the knight, of course. Looks very logical, because you cannot really defend the knight in the best way. c5 is not possible. Maybe queen f8 would be the move to defend the knight.
By the way, I think c5 is possible, technically. There might be some moments like d-takes on c5. I might take on d1, etc. And after knight x on c5, you're enabling the bishop to d5, hit the pawn on c2. But I quite don't buy this. The king on b8 is feeling quite awkward. So here Salem just accepts a worse position, and he's going to have to survive. But to be honest, Angelika, his chances don't look great, because he also, on top of the missing pawn, is down on the clock quite seriously.
I think what he's also hoping for, to get some kind of opposite color bishop endgame. We can see we have opposite bishops in the position, but there are too many heavy pieces. We have pair of rooks per each side, and we have a queen. So definitely I don't think that Aravind is going to allow trade all of those pieces. And even with one rook and opposite color bishop, you still up a pawn, you still have huge winning chances. So definitely you shouldn't trade all the heavy pieces, not getting into the opposite color bishop endgame, but okay, that's already going to be the part of the conversion. And look at the clock, by the way, 5 minutes for Aravind against under 20 seconds for Saleh Salem.
Big trouble here for the amazing game author of the first round. And I think here what the Indian grandmaster is trying to do, he needs to push those pawns. So the question is, does he really care about a pawn on a5? Maybe, maybe not. But I'm thinking, I want to play c4, d5, e6. This is what I want to do, put the pawns on the opposite color squares. So queen b3, maybe king c1, c4, d5. But no, I think he is going to do something else instead.
Yeah, he's playing rook c4, now targeting the queen. Can queen go to b5? Was a kind of offer of repetition. Because after rook b4, there will be again queen c6.
Queen b5 is on the board, makes perfect sense. After queen takes on b5, suddenly black can bring the rook on a8 in the game by playing a takes on b5, and the pawn on a5 is under attack. Maybe here rook b4 already is necessary.
Yeah, and then after queen comes back to c6, trying to find the best move. That's definitely something what can happen. It has been not threefold repetition, it has been only repetition twice. So we are not going to have a draw just yet. And we have queen c3, targeting the c7 pawn, and at the same time defending the a5.
Right, so queen x on a5, can I take this pawn? I think actually Salem doesn't want to do that. After queen a5, there's going to be a trade, and d5, e6, these pawns are going to march forward. So queen d7, he says, no, thank you. I'm going to try to block these pawns. So he wants to keep the rook on d5, queen d7, and he still cannot castle the long set, Angelika. I mean, king c8 leaves the rook on d8 under attack, so king a7. I think here b3, king b2 makes a lot of sense for Aravind.
Yeah, and for black, I believe like king a7, as sad as this move looks, I believe it's one of the only options, and then bringing the rook out. But the problem is, as you're pointing out, c7 pawn, you cannot leave it unattended, and c6 has been played, putting another pawn on the square of the bishop. We have all the black pawns on the light squares, which doesn't look like a good sign.
It's just a technical winning position. It's what it is, right? So black has an outside pass pawn at the king side. It doesn't really matter. So eventually here, white is going to play king b2, walk away from the pin, remove the queen, play c4. So you see he is slowly going to this position. I just don't believe that black is able to hold this. And also, what we talked about, the obstacle of bishops, if white suddenly develops an attack, the obstacle of bishop is usually serving like an extra piece. I'm talking about maybe bishop g5, bishop e3, c4, queen b6, e5, and there might be some checkmate using the dark square.
Yeah, definitely it's going to be. And yeah, looks like there is going to be a resignation pretty soon. Do you think we want to keep this game till the end, or we check some other game? Because I don't see much of the chances for Emirati Grandmaster.
Yeah, we can check. I'm pretty sure that Aravind here looks really in a great shape. He has enough time to win the game, and also the position has a very huge advantage. So let's go to the bird's eye view and see if there's something crazy. I mean, we are following Chess960, so usually we expect crazy action. I am seeing crazy action. It's Makun's position against Rinat Jumabayev on the lower right corner. What is that?
Oh my God, what is happening? We immediately have to jump there. I believe it's some kind of endgame with two double pawns and king on c5. What is happening? And there is also a huge amount of pawns on the king side for Makun.
But now it's simplified, yeah.
Now it's
unfortunately. It looked pretty crazy, so the black king was on c5.
And we see Rinat putting his head down. Probably he's being disappointed in how he played the position, and he already looks like he's mentally resigning.
Yeah, so white has plenty of extra material. I mean, you can take on d5, play rook takes on a5, but look at this move, king b2.
Using all the pins, yeah, using the fact that everything is pinned, and he just improves the position of the king. Because where do you need the king in the endgame? You need it always in the action. You need to have it open and active. And
rook a5 seals the deal, I think. That's it. So rook a5, rook b5 takes, rook d5. White always has a couple of extra pawns in endgame. You can simplify. You don't need all of the extra material. There you go, rook takes on a5, and there's the resignation by Jumabayev.
Yeah, we see that Makun is winning now, has 1.5 points. The previous game was a draw, so definitely one of the leaders of the second round. And let's look at the bird's eye view. We actually see that Fedosea won. We have to probably later check out how that happened. The other games which are ongoing, Radoslav Wojtaszek on the central top board. That's pretty interesting endgame. Maybe we jump back there to check out what is
Which game?
happening. Radoslav Wojtaszek playing against Volodar Murzin.
So, yeah, I think here Wojtaszek has a technically winning position because the black king on a6 is disconnected from the game. f4, f5, it seems that black's position is going to fall apart at the king side. So here Murzin attempts to get the bishop in the game, try to trade as many pawns as he can. So I think here b takes on c5, bishop takes on c5, f5 looks very strong, followed most likely by g takes, king takes on f5, and white is going to eat the pawn on h5. So the only chance here for Murzin is to play something like bishop a3, c5, and bishop b4. No, actually after f5 he did play g5.
Yeah, he did play it, but I believe that... Actually, how do you suppose to take? I believe...
Can I play g4? Can I play g4? It's such a thematic idea.
Actually, yes, and because the pawn on f6 is stopping, but there is always bishop f8, right? That's going to be a problem, because bishop can stop.
So g4, if you play g takes, I play g takes, h3, I play bishop g3. So you have to calculate these things very quickly. It's probably too complicated. Yeah, king d5, of course, Wojtaszek is just playing normal moves.
Just practically a good move without allowing any kind of counterplay for black. King on a6 is extremely passive piece. King on d5 is ruling this position. If it was king of the field, the game would be already over because king arrived in the center. But even in this game, it looks like it's over. So now king's coming to e6. The only way to defend the pawn would be bishop e5.
And then you take on g5.
Oh, and then you just promote the f-pawn.
But maybe actually here, after king e6, Murzin wants to take on h4, g takes on h4, and then play bishop e5. The question is this so clear? Maybe bishop d6 is a very nice defense, actually, because after h takes, f takes, king e6, you have your own pass pawn on the king side. So it's not so clear just yet.
But actually, how are you getting the pass pawn? Isn't h4 defended? Can I take on g5 right now?
You can.
Take,
And this is what
and
happens.
Then king e6.
Yeah, f6, just push forward f-pawn, f6, f7, you can always target the bishop, maybe bishop f2 and bishop c5 if the circumstances are right, so brilliant choice. That's why here Merzen is trying to take control of the c5 square because he clearly also sees what Wojciech wants to do. I think f7 is a pretty easy move here. No, king e6.
King e6 is on the board. Could an idea be to go for the pawns or supporting the pawn on f8? Maybe now king f7. King f7 and king g8, and just ready to push.
Yeah, makes perfect sense. Also, king f7, king g6 is a move. Try to get to these pawns. f7 is definitely a move here. But f7 is played.
Probably you have to be careful also at some moment with white if black will be able to trade the 2 pawns of the h and g for g pawn and bishop for the f pawn. If a5 will be basically falling to the king takes on a5, and at the end of the story there's going to be just a bishop for white. So it actually not so clear, I would say. I mean,
No, it's absolutely not clear. So the bar, of course, says, come on, it's completely white, it's completely winning here. But when you're running on seconds, you have to calculate things very quickly. It's not so obvious. So king f5 here, Wojciech is simply going to take the king's pawns, and that's why Merzen attempts to trade them.
And now king g4 has to be played to defend the pawn on a5. Super important detail in the position. So another question is either h3 to keep the king even further?
Just winning. I think here he just takes it, and black never advances to c pawn. That's it. So here the white king advances. The only hope for Merzen is in case white does promote a f pawn like f8 and wins it. This is the wrong corner, by the way. Look at this bishop. When you want the darks with bishop, the wrong corner. So that's why here for Wojciech he cannot outright promote this pawn. He needs to probably collect the pawn on c4 and then somehow dominate the bishop in f8.
Yeah, that's actually the big point in this position, that the a pawn is the 8 square is the wrong color, as you're mentioning. So let's see the technique of the Polish grandmaster. We see 40 seconds actually on the clock, so he has quite some time. Now there is some kind of zugzwang in the position, right?
Definitely. There's definitely some zugzwang ideas here, and Merzen is doing absolutely the best he can in this position. So bishop a3 here, the pawn on c4 most likely somehow falling, but how again? Maybe this, and this? Can I do this?
Yeah, is there actually bishop e3 right now, sacrificing a pawn on a5 and then immediately going bishop c5?
Bishop c5 takes. Do not forget about the c pawn as well.
He's running.
I think bishop c3, bishop e5, bishop d6 looks pretty safe to me, unless I'm missing something here. Still not super obvious. And both players are below to about 20 seconds on the clock. Then for Merzen.
He's going back with the king to d7. King b5. Now bishop c3. Will it happen? Because it looks so logical. But I think after bishop arrives to e5, black's bishop has to go back to f8. That could be one of the defenses. Yeah, now they got back this position.
The good news is that white can repeat the position a couple of times. He's playing the position from strength. I think bishop c3, there you go. I think he was just looking for the right moment to play this idea, bishop e5, bishop d6. But if you do this, you drop the pawn on a5, so this might be a very, very precise move order. Maybe, again, I mean, if you play bishop e5, the pawn takes, bishop d6, and that should be it, right? I think bishop e5.
Yeah, bishop e5, but...
No, he doesn't do that.
He goes with the king.
Bishop f6, bishop e7.
Bishop e7.
Yeah, this is what he noticed.
This
also wins.
Happen.
That's it.
And now there is no c3 move. Now there is after king a5, bishop e7. Looks like heartbreaking position for black right now. There is no way to stop that pawn, and we see the handshake.
There's the resignation. So the world rapid champion goes down, and Wojciech managed to come back with a very impressive technique in the endgame. Wojciech wins. So we are also seeing the game finish between Chitram Baram against Salem Saleh. The players are discussing the games. And do we have any more games ongoing? Maybe not. Actually, I have a feeling everything's finished.
We don't have any more games. I think we have actually results already of the round number 2. So let's check out what happened. We have in the Masters Vladimir for the same, winning the second game in a row, and now he has 2 out of 2 points. Radoslav Wojtaszek is scoring a victory, bouncing back after a loss in the first round. And we have a draw, share of a point.
He did not win it.
Incredible. What happened?
So Salem Saleh managed to somehow turn around the tables and escape because his position looked so bad. Like he had like half a minute on the clock against 5 minutes, completely strategically dead lost position. He managed to escape. It's quite incredible.
Okay, incredible. Maybe there was indeed some opposite card bishop position. And what about challengers? We have a draw in the game of David Navarre against Daniel Darda. We have a victory for Aram Hakoban with this brilliant bishop takes b3 move. Meanwhile, Makun is winning against Rinat Jumabayev as well. And this was a very exciting second round, Arturs.
Yeah, indeed. And here are the current rankings after 2 rounds. So Fedoseev is spearheading the Masters tournament with 2 points, and Salem Saleh managed to escape a certain death, at least in this game. 1.5 points, being half a point behind the leader. Wojtaszek, Merzin on 1 point. In the meantime, in the Challengers tournament, we have a shared lead between Aram Hakobian. Apparently, he did win his game. And then Makun is also sharing the lead, 1.5 points. But of course, there's a lot of action because only 2 games can be played.
Yeah, only 2 games, and we still have 3 more rounds of the round robin, and then the special 2 rounds will happen. So I'm looking forward to the next rounds. Arturs is going to bring for sure more action.
So, I hope, dear viewers, you're enjoying this. This is the action that usually Chess960 delivers. We are going to be back in several minutes from Biel Chess Festival. Go take some refreshments and come back shortly. The summer is blooming here in Biel, one of the most beautiful Swiss cities, but what we are doing, we are following the action of the 58th International Biel Chess Festival, and today is the very first day when the invited players of the GMT, the Grandmasters round-robin tournament, they're fighting it out in 2 separate tournaments. Today is the action for the Chess960. 2 games, 2 rounds already have been played. Round 3 is about to start, but Angelika, it's been really a fun ride so far because we have seen quite a crazy action.
Yeah, absolutely, definitely. We've seen in the first round, which was a highlight, Saleh Salem's brilliant game as well. In the other round, the second one, we had Aram's game where he sacrificed his bishop. It was like so many brilliant moves, and as we were mentioning, the players feel like we're watching them and bringing us this action here for the Chess960. And we have a pairings already for the third round, which are going to be definitely not least exciting as previously.
And it's going to be a clash of two leaders because Vladimir Fedoseev with the black color is going to take on Saleh Salem, who managed to escape loss in the previous round. So this is definitely the game we want to follow. Frederick Svare originally had a great position against Fedoseev. He lost it, so he's going to try to take on Radoslav Wojtaszek, who managed to bounce back with a victory in the previous round. Merzen lost a painful endgame against Wojtaszek. Now he's going to try to fight against Aravind, so it's going to be definitely an exciting game. And also in the challenges, you can see Bienne is going to take on Darda. Bienne managed to play a very nice bishop takes on b3 the previous round against Nicolas Theodorou. David Navarra, Makun, Rinat Jumabayev against Theodorou. A lot of action happening in round 3.
Yeah, definitely a lot of action. And we already have the first move on the board and new position, which was very exciting as well. We see that the king and the queen are on opposite side of the boards right now, and knights are on c1, d1, while bishops are on e1, f1. Really exciting, but I think it's going to be a bit more easier to develop the pieces as from my point of view, because the knights are getting in the game faster, same as the bishops. What do you think, Arturs?
Can I make a prediction?
Please.
So I think most of the games are going to be like this. Maybe I'm wrong, but they're going to start with central pawns and then use the side pawn pushes, like h4, h5 or a4, a5, because the rooks for both players are positioned conveniently on the final rank. So this means that from the white's perspective, white could start with something like d4 or e4, then play h4, h5, keep the king on g1 because now the king is kind of safe and you want to grab some space advantage. So this is something we could see, but we are not seeing it actually because we have something else.
Yeah, very different approaches in every game, but I would suggest we go to our first game, which probably should be Saleh Salem against Vladimir Fedoseev, as you were saying. Two leaders facing against each other. I mean, Saleh Salem was missing half a point, but he has played such a brilliant game in the first round and saved absolutely unsavable position in the second round, which was impressive by the Emirati top grandmaster. Now facing Fedoseev, who has 2 out of 2 points, 2 incredible wins against such a strong opponents, and we see the d4, d5, the queen's pawn opening on the board. Let's see what's going to be next. What do you predict? I mean, you're already mentioning some side pawn moves. Do you still think?
Yeah, like I really want to play h4. I really want to play a4, and I'm definitely positive that Vladimir's not going to do it. He's going to, I mean, sorry, not Vladimir, but like he's going to do something else. He's a very, very creative player here. So my money would be on most likely some dynamic pawn sacrifice. I'm thinking maybe there's a room for some gambit like e4, d takes on e4, and yeah, that probably doesn't make any sense. But Angelika, speaking about these two players, they arrived in completely different times because I saw Saleh here already a couple of days ago, and he was, settling in and getting ready for the tournament, etc. But Vladimir only arrived last night, so he was pretty late, and it doesn't really seem to affect his performance. So that's good to see.
It's definitely not affecting, and let's remind everybody that actually Vladimir was the latest addition to the Grandmaster Triathlon this year, because it was actually expected to have, we were expecting to have Lim Le playing here because he's a defending champion. He has won 3 previous editions, so he should have come here and try to defend his title, but unfortunately due to some private issues he couldn't be here. But we had such an amazing substitution. The world number 17, Vladimir Fedoseev, coming here so late last night, as you're mentioning, and still battling it out, showing how great he is in the Chess960 or freestyle chess.
All right, and here Saleh just chooses a modest continuation e3, which I suppose makes sense. You open the bishop on f1, you want to play something like c4, knight c3, So right now here Fedoseev has a choice. So either he follows the suggested pace of the game, and this could be like a typical fight between two leaders. They're very careful. They're not really risking a lot. Or try to explode things, but no. E6 is played, and Fedoseev at the moment is just copying White's moves.
Actually, I'm very interested in this moves because after this e3 and e6 move, it feels like the bishop on e1 looks like more dubious piece, because how do you get out? I was expecting some bishop d2 and then getting it out. Well, now the bishop is actually encaged in with all the pawns, f2, e3, d4, but maybe later it can go to c3. I'm not sure, but definitely looks like some disadvantage in the position.
It looks like some sort of a Queen's Gambit decline, to be honest. Like d4, c4 followed by d5, e6 is pretty standard. The only thing is that typically this dark bishop here is on c1, here it's on e1. What I'm trying to understand is how does it really change that White is unable to play neither tree? There you go, there's the a5. I was expecting this from one of the players, and Fedoseev says, let's come out and play. Do you want to play? I want to play.
Yeah, and here we have a5 move, definitely grabbing some space on the queen side, brings some sense. We have seen in many games where there was some a4, a5 ideas, they're grabbing space, and later in the games definitely brings a huge difference. So we see that Salem is not replying with a4, which is logical because the b4 square would be very weak, but he's just putting pressure on the d5 pawn.
Yeah, so the pawn on d5 is immediately under attack, and I think here something like c6 or knight e7 visually doesn't really make any sense. So I would actually love, again, to talk with either of the players and their thought process, how they're thinking, how they're selecting the moves. Is it random? You see, I just basically said that c6 is something you don't want to do because this bishop on e8 is really bad, but apparently Vladimir is thinking a bit further, and maybe this bishop on e8 is going to join the game by something like f6, and bishop g6. And I think this position has a very good chance to explode very quickly.
I actually have a suggestion. Can we expect any b5? Because it's actually defended, and it's actually targeting the pawn on c4. And after all the trade, there is going to be more space for black.
Perfectly makes sense. Yeah, also b5, that's a very good suggestion. And here Salem plays b3, which is... I'm not sure what's the idea really, just to protect the pawn on c4, maybe give the queen on b1 more space. Maybe he was concerned about some d takes on c4 and e5 ideas. Really tough to say. So this game is still in the opening phase. Naturally, that's a fight between two leaders, so we want to check it, but now we are going to use the opportunity still to check the other players. So let's go to the bird's eye view and see if there's some very exciting action.
I'm sorry, b5 just happened on the board.
b5 already is played. All right.
I wanted to mention that. So I guess that move in some way. So what do we have else in the position? Do you see anything crazy? What about Rinat Jumabayev against Nicolas Theodorou on the bottom right?
Oh.
Ooh, something interesting is happening. Knight is already on f4. Suddenly, every position is open.
That's the game we definitely want.
Should we immediately jump in there?
But first, I want to see what else is happening. We're going to check it. I think I saw also some very interesting action. Oh, no, there was a pawn traded. The game Frederick Svane against Radoslav Wojtaszek. But, yeah, it seems to be some symmetrical position. I'm talking about top and middle board. Yeah, I think that's really a good call. Angelika, let's go to the game of Rinat Jumabayev against Nicolas Theodorou and see what's happening here.
Yeah, quite a crazy position. I don't know how they got here, but it looks amazing. Do you want to check actually how they got to this position?
I'm definitely very curious. Yeah. So the players are playing it out pretty quickly, and the bar says that White is doing fantastic, but I'm just going to scroll back a bit. I hope you're going to forgive me. Bishop e4, by the way, a very, very strong move, pinning black's pieces. This is how it started. d4, e6, e4, c5, d5. By the way, this is a typical pattern recognition. This is why normally in chess you don't play c5 because White plays d5 gains space advantage. So Nicolas was trying to complicate matters. a4, e takes, knight b6. He took on d5, allowing White to play c4, knight e3, knight e6, bishop d3. And this is how they got here. It seems that Niklas just misplayed the opening. There you go, by the way, double question mark move, followed by bishop e4, and black has major problems.
Yeah, huge problems for black in this position. Your bishops are still standing on the 8th rank, and your king cannot be castled. What to do with the knight and that rook? I mean, that's actually a big question. How do you defend? I mean, if you defend with the queen d3 is going to come, right?
I mean, you can always increase the pressure by playing either queen d3 or queen d1 or even knight c3, and this rook at a8 is so unfortunately placed. But also what I would like to mention is the clock. Look at this. So here Jumabayev has 12 minutes, Theodorov has 10 minutes, and he's responding very quickly. So this might be the fallout from the previous game. And I'm thinking about this previous round game where Theodorov blundered bishop takes on b3 idea against Aram Hakobian. And sometimes when you're delivered something like this, shot, a tactical blunder early in the tournament, it leaves a mark. And apparently Theodorov is, not really over it, so he's struggling.
I recall you mentioning that whenever you're making a mistake, sometimes the next mistake follows up. And we can see that sometimes when you lose, the next loss might follow up. And we see the position is already getting worse and worse for the Greek Grandmaster. Actually, recently has quite some successes. He won the UZ Chess Cup Challengers Edition, and also he won the first place with a team in some team event he was playing. But yeah, it looks like so far the start of the Chess960 was not the best, but everything is still can happen, everything can still change. We'll still have a lot of classical chess to follow, but definitely looks like a tough position to face.
But you also don't know how much experience all the players really have. So definitely we know that Vladimir Fedoseev, he is very good at Chess960, and you mentioned also Frederick Spane played really well in Grenke Open. But other players we don't really know, and I think there's probably more than one player who don't really have a lot of experience, and that's why you try to improvise, but you don't have a lot of experience in these positions, and that's why, sometimes you just don't get out of the opening.
Yeah, definitely, but definitely stands out for me the players who are playing this tournament, not for the first time, but who already played so many times in these editions. For example, David Navarro has been playing the Grandmaster Triathlon so many times, delivering such incredible results. Also, I recall the game against Bassa Amin 2 years ago, which was absolutely a highlight of the Chess960 tournament. So definitely, he's also one of the players who has this big experience in the chess. So I believe we have such a big clash here in Biel. We have a clash of the players, newcomers, who are first time in Biel, and we have also other players who are having this more experience. And it's interesting that sometimes even newcomers can prevail the experienced ones.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's a very exciting format. There is not really anything alike in the chess circuit. I'm talking about triathlon and Chess960 as an appetizer. But I'm looking at this position, Angelica, and I'm trying to understand what is actually the way how White can exploit the pin. Because if here Jumabayev plays queen d3, let me just maybe put it on the board very quickly. Hope you're going to forgive me. Let's say queen d3, pinning the knight here. Black plays rook d8. And if I play rook d1, what I just noticed is the queen on d6 is still defended by the rook on d8 and bishop d6. So maybe this is not really the way to play. So if there's something here, it's probably here. But of course, I have the bar. It confirms that there's definitely something tactical. I'm thinking maybe there's even b6 idea. Like at the right moment, you start with queen d3, you start with b6, you start with rook a6, or maybe knight c3 at the right moment. Which is it? I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, I was thinking about rook a6 and knight c3, but your b6 suggestion actually exploits all the pins in the position. This looks so nice. We can try to follow it up. Do we have actually it on the board? No, not yet.
I can try to guess. I'm just going to play rook a6. Looks reasonable. So that, actually, I'm not really sure I'm making this move. Just put the pressure on the queen.
Probably queen d7?
Queen d7, and if I play queen d3...
Rook d8. Does it defend?
Rook d8. Yeah, it's basically the same.
Okay.
Maybe not.
And what about knight c3?
But knight c3, I'm not sure I
Probably
want
just
to do
knight
this.
takes c3, right? Knight takes.
Yeah, so black can take it, even though, of course, I think I'm better from the white's perspective. I have strong bishops. The black pieces are really awkward here. But black is not like losing immediately, at least I don't think so. The pawn on b5 is falling, but yeah, we could definitely not argue that white is better here. So it must be something more concrete. Maybe it's this b6 idea.
And we have actually moved on the board. I believe it's queen a2. What a sneaky move, attacking the knight on d5 and also targeting the pawn on a7. Looks like it's the best move in the position, as Evel Bar confirms.
Of course, yeah, rook d1. Of course.
The reversed way of bringing first the rook and the queen is behind.
That's really powerful.
That's a huge move.
So here the idea is that if the knight moves, the rook on a8 is skanking. And if black defends it by playing rook d8, there's rook d1. Of course, it makes perfect sense. Not queen on d1, but rook on d1. So knight b4 or knight c3 doesn't work because, let me just put it on the board, knight b4, I just take on d6, you win my queen, but I collect your rook, so thank you. So it's not really working.
It's not working.
And you cannot really protect the knight on d5 because there's no c6 square under black's control. So I think that's it. So black is pretty much just losing material.
Yeah, definitely. It looks pretty much, yeah, it's very heartbreaking, of course, for Nicolas. Unfortunately, there is this pawn on b5, which is stopping all bishop c6, which would be ideal way of defending the knight on d5. Yeah.
But you gotta recover. That's the life of a chess professional. You're playing every single round against very strong opponents who want to beat you. So you cannot afford to have this moment of weakness to extend to several rounds. I'm pretty sure that Nicolas is going to recover, but this is definitely not the start of the tournament he was looking for. And also, of course, we don't really know anything about the players' traveling schedules because some of the players have to travel overseas. We don't really know. I mean, when exactly did they arrive? How much time did they spend in Europe? I'm talking about like jet lag. You cross several time zones. You're flying from United States to Europe. I have played myself in United States and Canada twice, and usually we would arrive like a couple of days before so that you can settle in, adjust to the new time zone, but it's really challenging, to be honest, sometimes.
Yeah, indeed it is, and we see already that white is bringing the rook all the way to d8. Now, big question, wait, is there a castle here now?
No, this game I think is over. Like here, black is threatening with some cheap backrank tricks here.
But you just castle short and...
Can you?
Yes, just click.
Oh.
Oh, what?
You cannot do that.
Oh my God! Just look at that.
This is the moment when you cannot castle. So we keep saying to the audience, you have to castle, bring the king to the safety, not here.
Oh my
not in
God,
Chess960.
this looks crazy.
You can't do that. You can't do that, Angelica. Why would you do that? Okay.
No. Oh no, my rook, yeah?
Oh no, my rook. Oh no, my king.
So basically, queen has to come back to b1 or queen a5, defending the bishop.
Queen a5, or queen a1, or queen b1. I think here everything is the same. So here, maybe just queen a1. Like queen a1, bishop takes on b5, threatening with a checkmate, and I'm just going to play h3. Play h3, bishop c3, king h2. Unless there's going to be some immediate tricks. So here, Jumabayev is definitely going to spend a couple of minutes trying to figure out. But I think Angelica, he's well on his way to win this game. So let's go now back to the bird's eye view and see what else is happening in the round 3 of the Chess960 tournament.
And we see a lot of action on different positions. I see your approach is being implemented in the bottom middle board by Makun against David Navarro. The pawn is already all the way on a4, bringing the space advantage on the queen side. We also see that on the top middle board, there is some trade happened, but I'm not so clear that position. But positionally, pawn on d6 looks like a weakness there. Is there any other exciting positions you can see?
Yeah, maybe I would like to start with Makun's game that he is playing against his opponent. Just a second.
David Navarro with white pieces.
Yeah, here we go. And then, of course, we want to go back at some point also to check Vladimir Fedoseev against Alem Saleh. That's essentially the fight of two leaders. This position looks I'm not sure this is the right way to describe it, but pretty normal.
It looks pretty normal, but it looks so asymmetrical. There is so much different for both sides. But as you're saying, maybe it's balanced in a way, but definitely there are, for example, the pawn on a4 from black, right? Your approach, getting the space on the queen side. That's what we were seeing also in the previous round, and it brought a lot of success. We see double pawns actually on the c file, but these pawns are actually great because they are covering the d4 and d5 squares and also b4 and b5. And the pawn on c5 cannot really be easily attacked. It could be a target in the endgame, but for now it's actually a strength of the black's position because it's covering so many squares.
I just absolutely love Makun's position here because it feels that he is definitely outplayed Navarra in the opening phase. So I think we are not going to go again from the very first move. So I'm looking from the white's perspective. What I'm seeing here is that white has two bishops, right? So you want to open up the positions somehow. You want to play some pawn breaks. You want to play like d4, like this, or you want to play like f4. You want to open up diagonals, the files, but you can't really do it. Like, I don't see any easy way for the check top grandmaster to do it because d4 is like challenged 3 times. f4 is pretty difficult to play because the knight on e6 is there, also the queen on c7 is there. And now black even says, you know, I'm going to play just a3 to make sure you can't do anything at the queen side. And there might be a larger idea here for the Chinese grandmaster to play b5, b4 to win the control of the d4 square. So I think here Makun is playing very impressive chess.
And what a tough position to have 2 bishops in. I would definitely anytime would exchange one of those bishops for the knights. I mean, actually, I would prefer to have 3 knights if it would be possible. Definitely not legal. But yeah, this position definitely requires the knights. And such a perfect bishop for Makun. It's a light squared bishop controlling all the light square. Absolutely ideal position, getting even more space on the queen side. As we see, I mean, and evaluation bar is saying the position is a bit more balanced. We can say that, okay, there is some slight minor advantage for the black, but to human eye, I believe the position looks very comfortable for black.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely, I would definitely choose black's position here, and I think the only real plan for David is to play a 4. You gotta play a 4, and that's why he's right now trying to figure out what he's gonna do because he's not gonna sit there and do nothing and wait for some miracle to happen. So is it rook f1? Play f4? Is it king h2, knight g2, play f4? Is it knight f5? Remove the knight, play f4? We don't know that, but b3, by the way, is played, but I think that this also doesn't really exclude David's ideas to open up the position. First, he had to address what's happening at the queen side, and then definitely he's going to look for ways to open up things. So I think here Makun could most likely go with his b5, b4 idea. The question is, in what move order?
Yeah, definitely. And of course, we see that the pawn break is very tough to be played, but definitely that's the only chance for David to stay in the game. He has to prepare some pawn break, and knight is jumping to c4, trying to open the b or d file. Depends if knight will take, but I don't think black is going to capture that knight. Black will not give something what white wants here.
And also this knight c4 is a clear indication that white is thinking about this f4 idea. Maybe, you know, maybe not immediately, like bishop e3, maybe rook d1. You could put the bishop on c1 and think about this f4 idea. What was the last move that black played? I think it was, if I'm going to roll back a bit, queen d7.
Oh, actually, a knight c4 is a threat, right? To jump to b6 with a fork.
And now he goes back.
Huh. But I don't think David should repeat here.
No. I don't think he's going to repeat, but I'm quite surprised by this queen d7. I think Makun was planning to do something. Like, again, if you're going to roll back, what was the idea of this queen d7? Was it like directed against this f4 idea so that the queen is sort of closer to the king, or he was planning to play rook d8, knight e4, and do something at d file? I'm not sure I understand this move, and that's why immediately he just fixed it. He went back with queen c7, and now he played b5.
Yeah, sometimes in some positions you have to realize your plan didn't work out, so you have to turn back, even though you're losing time with it, but you still have to admit your mistake. And we see now finally the knights were traded. The bishop is on e3 now, preparing f4 in some moment, of course not yet, and also d4, and also it's touching in a way the pawn on c5, so that black will always have to support that pawn either with a knight or with a queen. So it's getting a bit more forcing, because the next moves we might see some pawn breaks from David, and maybe the files will open for the bishop.
Yeah, it's entirely possible. There was this, who was it? I think it was Gary Kasparov who said even the worst bishop is better than the best knight. I don't think it's really true, but
Not really.
you can definitely argue about the potential for the bishops to open up. Let's go back to the bird's eye view and see what else is happening in the other boards. There might be more action we're missing from the other boards. So we talked about Rinat Jumabayev's game against Nicolas Theodorov. That's the lower right corner. Nothing has changed. He's completely winning it. And definitely we are going to check Salek Salem against Vladimir Fedoseev, two leaders of the Masters tournament. But is there something else we're seeing?
Yeah, actually, I was immediately somehow looking at the Saleh Salem against Vladimir Fedoseev, because knight is there on e6 somehow. I don't know what exactly happened, but knight is on e6. There is some attack happening. There is a pin on the knight on g6. Maybe it's time for us to check out what is going on.
All right. You called it. So knight e6 is played, and knight g6 is a mistake. I think these are like small fluctuations of the evaluation by the engine, so you have to forgive Stockfish for making these corrections. For human beings, we're not as good as Stockfish. So knight g6 makes perfect sense. Fedoseev wants to get rid of the knight on e6. If the knight leaves, then black's position is probably healthy. So what do you do here? But we also have noticed, Angelika, Saleh is always down on time. Like, that's the trend in the first 3 rounds. He's using more time.
And so far, actually, in the first round, he was having so little time, but he won. In the second round, he saved, completely lost position. And now it's the third round, and he's playing against the leader. I feel like he should still have some time resources on the clock, but it looks like he doesn't really care. So what's actually the next move for white or black? Do you think he's going to take on g6?
No.
No.
No, I don't think so. I mean, he wants to keep the pin alive here, so knight c5, rook e7, taking over the e file. Maybe something like, oh, shot castle. There you go.
Oh.
It's still a legal move.
Yes. And here it's not a bad move, like in the previous game we looked at. So now bishop on e1 is defended. There is no rook takes e1 or anything possible. But yeah, the question is, can black castle at some moment, or what can actually black do?
I think Fedoseev is in trouble. Like, white has managed to stabilize the position, so they had a chaotic middle game. We are not going to go back and analyze everything in detail. But what we see here is that white has definitely an advantage. I'm not only talking about the bar. I'm talking about this pin. The bishop on h5 pins the knight on g6. That's great for white. That's a plus for white. The knight on c5 stands really fantastic. Like, it's a great outpost. The rook on c1 stands exactly where it wants to be. So what white needs to do next is find a way to activate the Oxford bishop. So I could be talking about something like bishop d2, or maybe even g3. I'm pretty sure this is what Emirati grandmaster is thinking about. Like g3, it just blocks the bishop, it blocks the knight's jumps, potentially at a king's side. And at the same time, the pawn on d5 might be a target. So there could be moves like queen f3, queen takes on d5. So here, Fedoseev just said, okay, listen, my position is not really that great. I have to castle finally.
Yeah, finally bringing king to the safety, although not much has changed in the position. Only rook has been brought out. And now the question for Salem, what is he going to do now? We see that he's reaching out for the move, and g3 has been played.
Yeah, that's a great move. I really like it. This is something else I would play myself. Usually it follows the rule when you're like not really sure what to do. you always improve your pieces or you take control of some squares. And G3 is just a window for the king. It controls the F4 and H4 squares. It diminishes the activity of the opponent's pieces. And also Fedoseev does exactly the same. So king H8, just in case walking away from this diagonal, because he also expects from white that if he was playing from the white's perspective, he would be playing something like bishop F3, which is, by the way, just played on the board, target opponent on D5, and now Fedoseev has one more move to make.
Yeah, now he has to defend that pawn, and there could be actually some troubles with the pawn because I don't see clear way to defend with the light pieces the pawn, because usually you try to defend with light pieces, but now it feels like only queen f7, but then knight on f6 becoming loose, some knights in the position become available, but what can you do actually here?
I think something like F5, F4.
So just ignore the threat.
I don't know. I don't know. I have to do something, and I think that black has positioned every single piece at the king side, so the bishop on d6 is staring at the king. So, yeah, I think so. I'm not really sure I want to give up the pawn, but definitely f5, f4 idea should be under Fedoseev's radar. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe there's going to be some moment when he can sack the knight, bring the queen in the game, and somehow get to the white king. But this pawn on f6 and the rook on f8, it just basically screams for this f5, f4, but is it right now? I don't know.
Yeah, it's actually a big question, but definitely with so many pieces on the board, it's still possible to sacrifice a pawn and into getting that attacking position on the king side with f5, f4. And now Vladimir has 2 minutes on the clock. He's trying to find a way. Yeah, because I don't think that queen f7 is the way to go, right? Because queen f7, suddenly the knight on c6 is loose, knight jumps are available.
It might be also a bit too slow. So I think what, bishop takes on c5, I think usually there's a rule. Somebody told me this, I don't remember who, maybe one of the coaches or high-level chess grandmasters. There's a rule. When you're doing much better, you're usually trying to clarify the position so that your position basically plays by hand. And when you're doing worse, you try to complicate. So the question is, does Fedoseev believe he's worse? Or no? I think he should understand he's worse, but it doesn't really rule out the c5.
I have a question. What happens if rook takes on c5 and the pawn on d5 is double attacked? Now there is no queen d7, no rook d7, no...
Knight e4?
Knight e4, using the fact that bishop on e1 is under attack, but now probably not taking the rook on e1, but just playing rook a5 or queen d5, taking another pawn.
This is really one of the amazing moments usually we have at high-level chess, because I'm pretty sure those couple of moves ago, when Fedoseev was thinking about this 5-4 idea, it's like, do I go all in? Do I push all the chips in the middle of the board? Or should I still try to keep a close control of the position? So he decided, okay, this is a leader fight. The 5-4 idea was a bit risky. I'm pretty sure he was considering this. And now he's just trying to survive. Rook takes on a5, by the way, the engine marks as a mistake. Looks perfectly reasonable to me because these black pawns are quite weak.
Yeah, the pawns are pretty weak. Now the b4 and d5 both are hanging, and the question is, what do you do for black? Although valuation bar is saying that position is somehow a bit shifted. We don't know, maybe there was a better option. It looks like the rook a5 was not the best move, but looked pretty reasonable for sure, separating two pawns. And yeah, now the question is, do you take on f1? Do you play something else? Do you play queen e5? Or I don't know, just...
I think you have to complicate. That's what I'm thinking. You got to complicate some things, because if you're going to try to hold on here, your position is just falling apart. So I don't think here Fedoseev wants to do something like trade queens, trade rooks, trade the other rooks, and go for an endgame down a pawn and just to what, lose in a slow motion. I think he's looking for some tricks, 95 ideas here might be a move, but might be not enough.
Yeah, unfortunately, after knight e5, there could be bishop takes d5, right? And then there are no threats in the position.
That's why he's spending the time. He only has 20 seconds on the clock. He clearly is not happy with his position. Now rook takes on f1 is played. I think you got to play f5, but if you play f5, maybe white is not obliged to take the pawn. Rook a7 might be a rude awakening here for black, because the pawn on g7 still is very difficult to defend. So you want to attack, but maybe there's just no way.
Suddenly there could be a threat of checkmate on g7. Knight e5 is indeed on the board. Now queen takes on d5. Now the question, do you take that bishop, which could be actually, I mean, it's a pretty strong piece, actually, you do take. And he wants to try his luck in this endgame. We have queen and the rook, and there is an extra pawn for white.
The position is simplifying here. Selim has a commanding lead, but it might not be enough to win the game because this one pawn on b4 is holding on to 2 pawns. And in the meantime, let's go to the bird's eye view and see what are we missing from the other games. We talked about the game of Makun against David Navarro. The position on the lower middle board remains to be leveled. Rinat Jumabayev, by the way, still not winning his game against Teodorov. I'm talking about the lower right corner. Anything else catches your eye, Angelica?
Yeah, we have already endgame of Aram game, Hakabian against Daniel Darda. Actually, the game just finished in a draw. And we have also Volodar Murzin against Aravind. What is happening there? The pawn on h3, the knight on g4. Let's jump there and check what is happening on the king side of actually Murzin.
Oh, wow.
What is the position?
Okay.
Such a craziness.
Right. So, according to the Silicon Bee Stockfish, it says black is slightly better, but I'm seeing that black has a strong pawn on h3. The knight on g4 is a monster. Also, white has a very nice control of the e5 square. Maybe the pawn on h3 is going nowhere, but if somebody's having the fun, I would say it's black.
Definitely. A lot of fun. And there could be actually some moves like, I mean, b6 or b5. Okay, not yet now because there is a huge threat right now with the fork.
Watch out for the fork e6. You don't want to miss it.
You don't want to give up the queen and play Bottas Gambit, so you have to stop that.
Rook h6 or queen e7. Okay, black doesn't repeat the position. By the way, the both players are down on about 25 seconds on the clock. You get only plus 5 seconds.
Oh my God.
Murzin is struggling here.
Murzin is indeed struggling big time. But now knight coming to d6, trying to occupy one of the squares, probably on the e4, or just taking control over the square, not to allow any pushes. But definitely the black is in the front seat in this position.
Was this a pawn sacrifice by Aravind? I think it was. So he gave up the pawn on d5, decided not to defend it, and Murzin saw, okay, you got it. I'm going to take the pawn and just see what happens. Do you play knight e4 now here? So look at this, knight on g4, knight on e4. Materially balanced, what's the pawn count actually? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, it's level.
Yes, it's leveled right now. Knight jumps back from the g4. It looked like such a perfect square for the knight, but probably he has some other ideas of bringing the knight to e4. Apparently, queen a1 is another miss. But very
Oh, queen a1. Queen a1 is such a great move because now black is forced to take on c5. This activates the bishop on c3.
the bishop was trapped.
Yeah, so this is something that Aravind did not want to do, and that all of this started with a knight f6 unfortunate move. I think here Murzin already is doing pretty well. Bishop takes on e4, play queen e4, checking h2. You can't play knight g4, that's a pin.
That's a pin. King on g7 is being pinned. Now rook f8 is trying to defend the knight on f6. Now king has to move away and bring the knight back to g4. Is there going to be attack ongoing? Meanwhile, there is a pawn coming all the way to b5.
Murzin played the move with only 1 second on the clock, by the way.
Oh my God, crazy. Trade of the bishop for knight, definitely not allowing any knight g4 businesses. Now queen b2.
I think black is still pushing here. King f7, rook g8, rook g6, h4. It's always easier to play for the checkmate, you're in a time scramble, but no, here rook e8 is played with the idea to play d4. The position, according to the Silicon Bee Stockfish, says it's about level, but I would definitely pick black here.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like such a huge position, big initiative. Queen coming all the way to f3. Maybe now, at some moment, there could be rook g8 and bringing the king away with a checkmate threats. But no, he's doubling. He's doubling, and he's forcing white to defend on e3.
Yeah, rook f2 here. Murzin is trying to hold on to the game. Maybe queen g4, queen e4. No, queen e4. Watch out for the d4 idea here. Can you eliminate the pawn on h3? I think here white simply doesn't have the time for that. So that's why here rook d2 is played, dealing with the d4 threat. I think we are going to end up black playing h4 at some point, something like rook g8. King f7 is the preparation for rook g8 or rook g6.
So now rook is ready to go to the g file. a5 apparently not the best move in the position, not threatening anything. But now after queen going to the g4, rook g8 looks, or rook g6, looks like the move which is going most likely try to seal the deal for black. Oh, there are still some chances for white. Queen d2?
Now, I think it's very difficult to hold this because for black, it's now very straightforward plan. Triple the pieces. Technically, I think it's Alekhine gone, or maybe it was the rooks first, then the queen. Doesn't really matter. Queen takes on g3 immediately works, and I think white's position is collapsing.
Yeah, absolutely. Is there actually h2 in the position? Okay.
e4? All right.
Okay. d4, interesting. Trying to use the fact that probably queen cannot really take on. Okay, a6, trying to create some passer on the a file. What is going on?
Both players are down in 10 seconds.
10 seconds for each player. a6, huge blunder apparently. Now is actually h2. Can h2 happen? Okay, he takes on a3, allowing a check, king f6.
So I think this king is going to be suffering big time. King f6 the only move, but that's what it usually takes. Queen d4 check, king e7, white runs out of checks, and the king is
in safety.
Getting checkmated. If this rook leaves that file, there's going to be queen f3, rook g2, and that's going to be mate on the board.
Yeah, it looks like this, and after b7, still final try. This is...
And Morrison resigns, and Erwin wins.
Ooh, what an exciting game. What incredible. Let's go right now to bird's eye view to check if we still have any games ongoing. We see already many results. Actually, Sadasana won against Fedoseev, incredible result. But let's see what is happening in the game of Frederick Swane against Radoslav Wojtaszek. There is a rook endgame.
Yeah, rook endgames are really tricky. White is down a pawn, as you can see, but the king is very active, and usually that's what it really matters in rook endgames. You have to activate your king, your rook, and this is what Swane is doing. Rook b7 here is played. By the way, the other game was Renat Jumabayev is still winning against Nicholas Theodorov, but he's winning like already for the past 15 minutes or so.
He's winning the whole round.
So he still hasn't made it to the finish line. So here, white, I think, is going to push the e-pawn at some point. It's not really about the pawn on g3 here or the pawn on h4. It's about the active pawn on e5, e5. So here, Swane trusts his gut instinct and plays for the win.
Yeah, he tries to go for it, but yeah, definitely there are too many pawns for black, I would say, to have this position, to lose this position. But
I was a bit surprised not to see some rook c8 check, push this king away, and then push the e-pawn, but apparently it was not so clear. Can I play king e7, e6? No, rook c8 check is played.
Yeah, now he's trying to block that king on h7 by playing h5. Meanwhile, we see a close-up on Makun in the camera. He was trying to check.
I think he's looking at these gigantic TV screens where you can follow the games. Yeah,
he's looking at us. Yeah, so
h5, by the way, was a great move, Angelika, because if you play g6, there's going to be rook c7 check, and if you play g5, you play without a king.
And now king comes to f5. Suddenly the e-pawn is ready to go forward. Can actually Frederick do it? Can he go for a win in this position? What do you think, Arturs?
I think he is the one who is trying to do this because black essentially is playing without the king. So king f4, really nice move. e6, e7, e8 is a threat. I think e6 here is going to follow. Can you do that? e6, rook e1. Maybe you just take the pawn on c3. Very, very tempting. I think 5 seconds here for white.
5 seconds. You have to make a choice. Do you take it?
2 seconds, 1 second.
Oh my God! He played with a 1 second.
Almost flagged.
Oh, rook f1. Giving a check now. g5 check happened, but you cannot take on passant the move after king g8, e6.
The black king is still cut off. White is still play this for the win. So maybe king e5, watch out for king d6, but black's going to push the g-pawn as well. Bar says it's a draw, but still tricks.
But there could be also rook h7 going for the h6 pawn and creating another passer. Is it possible? Or white is not on time?
And the g-pawn is going forward. I think it's going to still end with a draw. Yeah, rook g4, rook f3. This pawn is very strong. If you play king d6, there's going to be rook d3 check. I don't think here white can make any progress. King e4, so here Swane attempts to win the pawn here. Rook f6, very precise response by the Polish Grandmaster. I think we are seeing the final moves for this game.
Yeah, we see a repetition. Frederick is trying to find some way still to go, but he's getting very low on the clock. He also shouldn't get flagged now. Rook g6, he actually doesn't repeat with king f4. Rook goes back to g6, threatening to take the pawn on h6, but also g2, g1 is always a threat he has to take care of. And it looks...
What's really amazing, there's no threat. White is threatening nothing, but you still need to make a move. So king e7, rook g7, I think here the position repeats. So Svane is desperately looking for some opportunities here. You never give up. You always fight until the last bullet.
Yeah, we'll see. Is there actually rook d7? And now maybe there is e7?
But sometimes there's just nothing.
There e7 would not work. Yeah.
E7 is king g7, e8 queen, and then unfortunately there's a check.
Yes, doesn't work. So rook goes back to the g4. Now king e7 probably once again. Looks at least possible.
Yeah, king e7 is played, and now rook g7 should be traveled repetition, or rook g6. No, it's not a traveled repetition.
It's not. It's actually now black to move, so it's a different story.
That really changed a lot. Actually, we cannot really rule out that Wojciech suddenly could become ambitious. Sometimes this happens when you're, for example, from white, you're trying to play for the win. You think, I'm the one who is playing for the win. Your opponent also might have some other thoughts.
Yeah, definitely, especially getting so many times low on the clock with only 1 second, almost getting flagged. So we have some checks on the board. King is probably coming to e4. That's what happened. And what next? What do you do, rook e3?
Probably take the pawn on h6. I mean, you got to do this at some point, I suppose.
Take, and then after g2, rook g6, and then...
And then it's going to be a draw.
Then it's going to be a draw.
And this is what we're seeing. So I think this is a draw. So here Wojciech is not ambitious. He's just making a draw. Rook g6, rook h3 here is going to be played. And white has an extra pawn on e6. It's not enough. h6 is just rook takes on h6.
Yeah.
There's going to be a shake of hands in the next move or so.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, now the question is which pawn to take, I believe, but I would always take, okay, he's going for the e6 pawn. Now king is very close to stop and we see.
I love it.
Change
There are kings on the board. Nobody can offer a draw.
Yeah, definitely no one beat, and we have a peaceful outcome, a very crazy rook endgame, and what an exciting games of the round number 3.
Let's check the results.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's check the results.
I
What
would
an
love
amazing
to.
round it was. And here you can see we have quite a few decisive games in the Masters tournament. So Alex Salem managed to grind down his important game against Vladimir Fedoseev. So we are going to have a new leader. I mean, we do have a new leader in the Masters tournament. Svane against Wojciech, we just saw finish in an exciting draw. And Volodar Murzin has to find a way to stop the bleeding. But for Aravind, this was a very important victory with the black color.
Yeah, and for challenger, there was a draw between Daniel Darda and Aram Hakobian. Meanwhile, David Navarro scores a win against Makun, and Rinat Jumabaya finally won against Nicolas Teodoro. So what an exciting round number 3, and maybe it's time for us to check the current standings of the Masters and Challengers, and we have, as Artur, you mentioned Saleh Salem beating the current leader of Vladimir Fedoseev and becoming the leader himself with 2.5 points, just half a point behind is Vladimir Fedoseev. And in the challengers, we can see that Aram Hakobian with David Navarra are leading the field.
Yeah, but look at how close the race is. I mean, there's basically half a point difference from the 5th place to the leader. So nothing is decided in this tournament. So it's a very, very open race.
Yeah, absolutely. We have so many exciting players, and you cannot expect any result. But yeah, definitely the next rounds are going to follow with even more action. Artur, are you looking forward to it?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's been amazing action so far. So dear viewers, hope you enjoyed the action. This was the round 3 of the Chess960 tournament of the 58th Biel Chess Festival here. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back after the break. There are three things certain in life: death, taxes, and Biel Chess Festival. We're coming back live with round number 4 of 58th International Biel Chess Festival. This is day one of the most exciting events in the chess circuit. And today is the action of Chess960. In the first 3 rounds, we already saw quite a lot of action, immortal games, we saw double exclam moves. And there's definitely more action happening because this is what we are expecting from this round, Angelika.
Yeah, we have round number 4, which is starting about very soon. We have Vladimir Fedoseev, who has been leading the tournament but suffered a loss against Saleh Salem playing against Radoslav Wojtaszek. We have Saleh Salem with the white pieces, Volodar Murzin. Will we see another victory? Huge question. And Aravind against Svane Frederick, which will also be exciting matchup. In the challengers, we have Daniel Darda with the white pieces facing the Rinat Jumabayev, who has just won a very nice game. David Navarro, who has also clinched the victory early against Makun, will face Aram Hakobian. Meanwhile, Makun will face Nicolas Teodoro. Will Nicolas stop the bleeding? That's a big question as well. And here we have the position. The first moves are already on the board.
And I just thought this, Angelika. I saw the game, Saleh Salem against Volodar Murzin, and did I really see on the top middle board F4, G5 right now? This immediately means this is war, right? I mean, we are on to action right now, and I think that's the game we definitely want to check very quickly. But also look at this. Daniel Darda, which is the top left, lower left corner against Rinat Jumabayev, it also features the same idea, E4, G5. So they must be sharing some details we are not aware of.
Yeah, absolutely they are. But let's jump immediately in the game of Saleh Salem against Volodar Murzin. I want to see what is actually happening there, because the players playing the move very fast. They're blitzing out absolutely everything, and we already see the position with opponent F5. What is happening?
Yeah, there's even more boards, actually, I noticed. There is more G5s played. I think this is something that every single one of them recognize, or you never actually know. You know, sometimes when you're playing in a tournament, you have boards next to you, you can have a peek. You know, you're like thinking, what should I play, really? And then you're looking left or right. You're like, oh, look at that. He played G5. That looks really fun. Let me play it myself as well. Do you think this happened?
Yeah, definitely. I've seen it myself when it was happening at Grenke Freestyle Chess Tournament. It was the moments when the players were looking up on the screen, checking out how the other games went, and players were walking and seeing. Because in the classical offer, of course, you have more time, but right now it's rapid, so you don't have so much time on the board. But what I actually admire that the players spending not so much time. There could be actually opportunity that players already had specifically this position, yeah, because sometimes position keep on repeating in some way. It could be a way, but it could be also their strategy for this particular matchup.
Absolutely, yeah. Action is heating up very quickly, and we did have some uneventful games like the Chess960 just fizzles out to something normal, and I think this is also the expectation for us, for commentators, for you, the viewers. We're watching Chess960. We want to be excited. We want to be, you know, see something out of this world, and so far this is exactly what we are seeing. By the way, here the game in question, Saleh Salem against Volodar Murzin, the bar says black is worse, but I think the position is just unclear.
Yeah, definitely. And there is a big pressure right now on the pawn on F5 with the move Bishop D7. Looks as a mistake from the computer, but to humanize, a very logical move. You're just putting more pressure. You're finally trying to finalize your position with the pieces. And now Volodar is taking his time to think and... now Salem is trying to take his time and think how to defend the pawn on F5 and what can you do about it.
Yeah, there's many opportunities. You know, if I was playing with white, I would be thinking, can I push this A4, A5, grab some space, or do I not do this instead, or do I maybe develop the knight on D1? I'm also thinking about there could be E4 idea, try to challenge the center, and after E4, what happens if I place D4 followed by, so the opportunities here are endless, and what I really like, this is also a role model of Saleh Salem's approach for the younger players in a tournament. He's taking his time, right? So he is like delving in, before the start of the round, familiarizing with the position. And in every single previous round game, he was always below on time. Like he was always in time trouble, but researching the opportunities to the fullest.
Yeah, and he won previous game. He was also very low on time against Vladimir Fedoseev, and he won it. So yeah, absolutely unbelievable and remarkable player we have. It was a very interesting approaches. E4, computer sees as a mistake, which looks pretty normal move, challenging the pawn chain on the d5 and e6. So not particularly sure why it should be not a
I think it's a missed opportunity, actually. That's what it's called. Like, what should have done here something far better, which is something, I don't know, is it knight b5? Is this, by the way, a move?
Knight b5 targeting the pawn on c7. Actually, how do you defend the pawn? Wait.
Yeah, after e5, the pawn would be dropping. After bishop e5, maybe there's some different problems. You know, it doesn't really matter. Once again, it just shows that opportunities here are limitless. E4 makes perfect sense, and the Emiratic Grandmaster is perfectly happy with it.
Yeah, he's definitely is happy, and Voldar now is taking his time to see how to approach it. Should he push for d4? Who should he take on e4? But the one thing is clear, something has to be done with the pawn on d5, and the pawn push has happened, grabbing more space in the center.
E5 looks like the most logical move to me because black is claiming some space advantage, but there's a drawback, and usually there's a drawback with these moves, and that's the bishop at h8. So this bishop at h8 is feeling like not great. And I think that here definitely Volodar doesn't want to play f6 because then this bishop is just really terrible. So most likely he's going to find a way to bring the bishop in the game by playing something bishop f6 and bishop e7 and then hope, you know, that in the long run he has the space advantage. By the way, white also has some issues with the bishop in h1.
Yeah, bishop on h1 is also being encaged by the pawn on e4. But at the same time, there are still some ways out in the future. But I think the most important right now for the players is to find the plan, what to continue, where to bring the pieces. Because I believe like knight on d1 is actually a big question, where to put knight on d1. And as well, respectfully for black, the knight on d8. So it's not so clear where to put the knight. And if you have to move it, you will have to remove either other piece or push the pawn forward. I
think actually it's very nice how you put it. I think this is the kind of position, Angelika, where you can easily see not the pros your position has, but the cons. You see the problems. So I am seeing the problems for white. I don't see any benefits, and the same applies for black. I'm only seeing the problems that black has. So this bishop at h8 is a problem. If you fix the knight's problem on the e8 by playing f6, this bishop is dead. If you play bishop f6, this knight is dead. But thankfully the position is pretty close, and eventually it's going to open up. So there's definitely room for some maneuvering here.
Yeah, absolutely. That is definitely like this. And we have bishop f3 immediately following your idea. Artur is bringing the bishop out via the e2 square and get it outside of the pawn chain, which looks very, very logical. So we'll see if Voldar will reply.
Let's go bird's eye view.
Yeah, maybe let's go and check other games.
Let's go bird's eye view and see what's happening in other games. So this position is pretty locked. Might explode, of course.
Yeah, we see actually the game Aravind against Frederick Svane on the top right board. There is some knight on g5 already. All the black pieces are on the last rank. Actually,
So
all the white pieces.
What is playing with only one knight? Yeah, I'm really curious. How is this legal? But there's definitely some reason Aravind is doing it.
And also Frederick is playing only with a bishop. And that position, what do we have on the top left board? So Vladimir Fedoseev against Radoslav Wojtaszek. There we have some interesting pawn structure on the king side. The pawns h5, g6, f5. So
Who's the player we haven't really followed a lot so far? Maybe somebody from the Challengers tournament.
Maybe David Navarra we haven't seen so much.
Yeah, David Navarra. We saw him briefly against Makun the previous round, but not a lot. And also, I don't think we have seen Daniel Darda a lot. So definitely we are going to try to follow all the games equally. But we usually go where the most action is. And yeah, let's start with a game of David Navarra against Aram Hakobian and see where it takes us. The position, by the way, is pretty unbalanced. even though I think White's position is, oh my goodness. I really wanted to say that White's position is pretty normal until, that is, I noticed this
Oh,
bishop
the
on
bishop
h1.
on h1.
So I know, I'm so sorry. I just have to say this. Like there was this one infamous quote that only a mother could love this bishop, really. Sorry. It's really bad. It's terrible. I know.
Oh
I
my God.
apologize already.
And even some of the mothers.
It's a terrible bishop. I mean, no future really. So yeah,
Yeah,
terrible.
oh no.
I know.
Yeah, you have to
Blushing.
remove the bishop from g3 in order to open up the bishop from h1. And yeah, at the same time, knight on d4 is an exciting piece. It's very good located. Of course, there are so far no real problems for white in terms of the weaknesses, but there is only big problem is the bishop on h1. And apparently, d6 is not the best.
I was wondering if in one of the rounds we were going to get this terrible bishop, and right there, there it is, on
Yes.
h1. But okay, I mean the position is still opening up, and things could change, and I'm pretty sure that David knows what he's doing. So it's always about a long-term plan, and he knows the bishop on h1 is bad. But look at this, he just played knight e5. He wants to play c3, push this knight from d4, then play f5. First control all the squares, and then bring the bishop on h1 in the game. So it's a long game.
Yeah, finally he's looking for that plan. And also the knight on d5 and e5 are going to be two great pieces, also threatening some forks on e7 potentially. But yeah, definitely a great ideas for David in this case. And looking also at the time, he has some slight advantage. But I would say that he would gladly give up this advantage for that bishop to get out as fast as possible in the position. What else can we say?
I think also here, White's position suddenly, even though he has this terrible bishop in h1, the next moves are quite easy. Like, this is an easy move. This is an easy move. So he already knows what he wants to do for the next couple of moves. And as you already mentioned, Angelica, there's the fork ideas on e7. So for Aram, I think he realizes if he has to do something decisive, it's got to be now.
Yeah,
So, but what is it?
That's a big question what to do, because I don't really see too much.
F5 maybe. F5, bishop of h5, be tactical, hit the rook here, some fork ideas on e2 on your own. Or is it a5 idea with some knight b4 ideas, even though White is definitely going to play c3 here?
Or is it long castle and then playing king b8 after knight jumping to...
Yeah, so basically it's not even a long castle, it's just toss the rook to d8. But, yeah.
But my idea is to bring the king to b8, and if I do it, then there is no long castle. But
b6.
So he wants to bring the king, but to the b7 square.
Looks reasonable, and I think also c3 here makes perfect sense, push away the knight.
Absolutely, it is.
c3 is on the board. And also knight f5, I think, is going to be played very quickly. So unless, of course, the Armenian grandmaster is going to sacrifice the knight, I don't think this is the moment exactly. So knight e6 is played, and I think also knight f5 looks reasonable. So here the black queen is going to have to go to, is it f8? Because queen g6 is bad news.
Fork, yeah, it has to go only to f8. There is no other
H5.
move. Queen g5, there would be h4. Yeah, okay, queen f8 has been played, stopping all the forks. But now suddenly at some moment there could be idea of pushing d4 in the position. And then suddenly the bishop could go at some moment to f4, for example, and bishop from h1 could finally go back to
I think, Angelica, what I would do, I would probably use this moment to solve the problem of the bishop. Yeah, so bishop h4, this bishop is not doing anything. But I agree. I mean, d4 looks very tempting. I mean, your bishop on g3 is applying some pressure here, but after d4, maybe there's also some ideas like knight f6 and d5, but no, I mean, Navarra is like, okay, I gotta solve the problem with the bishop.
Yeah, he goes for bishop h4. Now knight e7 is once again another threat of the fork. What do you do? Do you play king b7? Do you move away with the king from that fork? Or what else can you do? I mean, king b7 looks very logical.
It does. Yeah, king b7 looks logical, but also before you start to proceed with your plan, you want to also pay attention to white's ideas, and I think there might be knight e7. Let me just put it on the board. So after king b7, watch out for knight e7, which is a pretty odd fork, because suddenly after knight takes on e7, the bishop takes on e7, it's checkmate to the black queen. So this queen is not moving anywhere, so that's why this knight e7 is something you have to address. And maybe according to Stockfish says like knight e7 is not a big deal because of I don't even know why it's not a big deal, but it looks pretty serious.
It looks pretty serious, absolutely, because you have to move the rook, and where actually can you move it? Because if you move it to h8, there would be bishop f6, a checkmate to the rook, so to say. And if you go to, well, actually, where can you go?
This can get really weird very quick.
Yeah.
Like this and this and.
Yeah, it doesn't look like the best. For
No, the bar says black is better, yes, so what do I know?
What?
Yeah, somehow, don't ask me how.
Maybe because the point is that once we take on h8, queen will take on e7, and then bishop will be trapped on h8.
I don't know.
Maybe bishop d7 just.
All I'm seeing is this poor bishop at h1, so,
Yeah.
I mean, probably David is going to be more pragmatic, and here first, of course, it's a Ram who has to figure it out that, yeah, this knight e7, maybe it's not a big deal. Do I address this? If I do address this knight e7 problem, how do I address this? Do I even have an alternative? And he does. He did play something, and I think it was rook g6.
Really? Rook g6, but no, king b7 he played. He played king b7, and then after g3.
Oh,
so g3
right.
was played.
Yeah, king b7, g3, and rook g6. There we go.
Yeah. Exactly, and now the problem of the bishop on h1 is being solved, finally, but now the problem of the bishop on h4.
There's another problem. There's a problem. This is a game of problematic bishops, so yeah, like you said. White solved the problem of the bishop on h1, but the bishop on h4 now is it a problem though? I'm not sure. But it's not joining the game right this.
It's not yet joining, but maybe it's a moment g4 could be tried out, I mean, at least in the worst case, but definitely for now, bishop is not under attack, but also not doing that much. Although knight e7 can always come in the position. Yeah, this could be an idea.
How is this position is so balanced? Yeah, we are seeing the bar. Obviously, dear viewers, disclaimer: we're not using engines. I think it would kill all the fun. We're trying to understand the positions as we see, but I think I'm looking at the position optically. It looks like black's position is dangerous because these knights on d5 and f5 Angelica, they leave very strong impression upon me. The bishop in h4 restricts black's a lot of squares. This bishop f3 is joining the game, bishop f3, bishop h5. White can play d3 or d4. And I'm just thinking, I mean, how do I deal with white's pieces? Like, how do I trade this knight? I cannot trade it. How do I trade this knight? If I trade it like this, it opens up the long diagonal for the light square bishop. So I'm just seeing problems from the black's perspective and nothing active, really.
Yeah, definitely a lot of problems. And while David Navarro is thinking, I think it's time for us to go to the bird's eye view and see what other games are happening in there, because we see there are a lot of different nice positions. We still see on the top middle board, Saleh Salem has this pawn structure with a g4, f5, pawn on e4, and now suddenly the pawn is already on h4, challenging that pawn structure. That's what we checked earlier. And what about Aravin's game? Was there anything fun happening there? Looks like.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand. Is it what's going on there? So Aravin's game against Frederick Svane, that's the symmetrical position here. Yeah, maybe we can jump in.
Yeah, let's see what is happening in the game of one of the Indian superstars, Aravind, who had quite some successes recently in Chennai, in Prague Masters, and now coming to Biel. So, yeah, with a new hairstyle, by the way. So, yeah, really exciting.
He's the latest edition of Indian Super GMs, of course. All of them, by the way, have been here in Biel in the past years. We had Prague, we had Gukesh, we had
Michal Sarin.
Michal Sarin, we had the Regaisi.
Regaisi.
Everyone is coming now this year. Aravind is coming here. So we are very thankful to the Indian chess community that keeps sending us their best stars. And also Aravind has been making a lot of waves, at least the past year or so. He catapulted basically to top 10, or he was very close. He got to 2750. Now he dropped a bit some rating points, but he said himself, and I'm going to quote him, I mean, it's not me, his short-term goal is get to 2800.
Yeah,
So
definitely.
he's really ambitious. I love that.
Yeah, definitely it is. But actually, at the opening ceremony, he said that right now he's taking very slowly. He has these ambitions, but he's really taking. I asked him, like, do you take it game by game? But he told me, I take it move by move. So he's actually taking every game seriously and trying to improve. So really exciting to see such an incredible rise in his performance. And we see another representative of Germany on the other side of the board, Frederick Swane. We used to have Vincent Keimer for many years here at Biel Chess Festival. He was constantly coming. But this year, there is a new addition to the Biel Chess Festival. We have Frederick Swane, a representative from Germany, who is one of the best German players, who has been given a gold medal on the board 5 at the Olympiad in Budapest last year. So such an exceptional player. He scored, I believe,
8 out of 9, if I'm not terribly
9,
mistaken.
yes.
So he got the gold medal individually.
Yeah.
So really fantastic, bright young players. So Germany is producing a lot of chess talent lately. Very, very happy to see this. But looking at the position here, what can we make of it? All I'm seeing is that White has a healthy position. It looks, I'm going to use again the same word, normal. So the king is safe. White just castled alongside the bishop in h1. I mean, it can join the game here. White can play bishop b4, rook f1. At the same time, Black has some weaknesses, and I'm talking about maybe some knight g4, knight e5 ideas. Rook f1, the queen on f6 is really weird. So for Swane, this is a problem unless there might be some tactical ideas of knight c5. Is this something he's looking at right now? Like knight c5, d takes on c5, queen b2, having some funny stuff here?
I believe he does, because b2 looks like a huge weakness, and that's definitely something he is looking for. But of course, there is king d2, so you have to look out, actually, does it work?
You know, I usually have the excuse, it's not my game, so I can just
we can just play the moves, right? That's
just put it on the board. Takes, and knight c5.
And now suddenly there are no moves for queen. Actually, the queen is trapped. Is it?
I mean, there's also, maybe it's, yeah, but suddenly White's position just makes no sense. Yeah, so
queen has to go back, right? There is only move like queen f1, because queen e2 would be almost a checkmate.
yeah, this just looks bad.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure there's a checkmate. It just looks bad. So knight c5 is a move, hitting the white queen, and if the queen walks away, there might be knight e4. So that's what he's checking right now. He's checking this knight c5, and after d takes on c5, that looks dangerous. But probably Frederick is looking a bit deeper than that. And let's say White plays, for example, queen e2, he plays knight e4, he's thinking, is this knight really so well placed here? What if White plays something like, I don't know, some c4? Or what if White plays knight e5, rook f1? So that's why they're top GMs. They're thinking like 3, 4, 5 moves ahead and trying to evaluate the position.
Yeah, definitely they do. And Frederick doesn't really have so much time left. He has 1.5 minutes on the clock, again 7.5 for Aravind. So actually Frederick has to make up his mind and either go for knight c5 or go for something else. But he has to make decision now, because if he spends more time, he's going to get such a low time, he will not be able to proceed this game and may collapse very soon.
Wow, 1 minute, really, yeah. So he's definitely spent some time here, not happy. How is being spending the time? I mean, what do? Do you play knight c5? I think you have to do it. You play knight c5 and see what happens, or you just make a long castle, keep the king safe, and suffer with very little time on the clock. What do you do? What would you do, Angelica?
I mean, I would probably go all in for this knight c5, because it looks like the only hope. If I'm going to play some calm move, I'm going just to continue suffering the game and might lose anyway. But he actually plays g5. He's opening up the way for the bishop to g6, bringing it, targeting the c2 square at some moment. We haven't thought about this move yet because knight c5 looked very tempting.
So his idea is to activate the light square bishop. It makes sense. So he really wanted to play knight c5, but he decided not to do it. Probably he had very good reasons to do it. And I think here Arvin can play either rook f1 or knight g4, activate the pieces, but the spend time for the young German is something he is definitely regretting here because the position is like full with life and you have only 34 seconds on the clock.
You're not getting this time back. You're getting only 5 seconds increment per each move, and he's under half a minute right now on the clock. He has to play really fast, and he has to try to go for it. Now queen f3, suddenly 95.
I think I understand. I think I understand what was happening here. So if I'm going to roll back a bit, why he didn't play this, I might be wrong. I think after knight c5, he saw queen c3. And after queen c3, knight e4, he saw knight e5. Is it? No? Engine says I'm wrong. But I just noticed this tactical pattern with knight x on c3, knight x on f6, knight x on d1, knight x on g.
There was knight e2 maybe, no? Or not?
You mean here?
Or some other
there
move,
was knight e2 check, king e2, knight x on g1.
Oh, yeah, because knight takes on f3 at the end of the line. Oh.
Right. Anyway, I think this probably was something that contributed to Svane not playing this because after queen c3, he immediately responded knight c7. And I think that queen c3 was something he was expecting.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see that Frederick has so low time in the position. Bishop g6 is being played, but we have so many other exciting games. Do you think we should check out there? Because I see such an incredible pawn structure in the top middle board of Saleh Salem against Volodar Murzin. Look at this pawn chain of black going all the way to f6, e5, d4, while white has all the pawns on the light squares. What is happening there?
I think what's happening is that Saleh's bishop on e2 has seen better days. So this is going to be the round of terrible bishops. I'm afraid it had to happen at some point. And
Definitely.
what else is happening? Also, the David Navarra game against Aram Bienne, lower middle board. I see there's a powerful knight on f6, even though the bar says it's somehow level.
And also on the top left board, Vladimir Fedoseev against Radoslav Wojtaszek, I can see that all the knights and the rook are on the d file. For some reason, they decided to meet there. And the queen on g4 and the bishop on h8, looking like great pieces, while the king is on the queen side.
Fedoseev is in trouble, by the way. Fedoseev has a worse position, at least according to an engine, against Radoslav Wojtaszek. We're talking about the top left corner. Angelica, it's really your call. It's a tough choice to make here, but I'm going to follow you.
Let's check Vladimir's game because we haven't checked it yet. We checked Salem's earlier, so I think it's time for Vladimir to see how he's facing one of the top Polish players.
So what do we have here? Materially wise, I think Wojtaszek is doing great. He has an extra pawn. That's my grandmaster opinion. And the knight on d5 gives white opportunity for some tactical tricks, like knight c7 check. So this bishop e5 deals with the threat. And knight c7 basically now is just empty. Black can always just take it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
there's a cluster of knights in the center.
very, very interesting position. I believe also earlier we had queens on the same file, so it was all whole file.
I would want to do something like this. Yeah, like, okay, this of course.
That doesn't work, but it would be.
Doesn't make a lot of sense. Yes.
Aesthetically, it would be so beautiful. Yeah, definitely.
Right.
But yeah, bishop e5 has been played. Apparently, some minor mistake. But what could be an idea to use it? And actually 1 minute on the clock for Vladimir, so it's not so much time left.
I think that you always want to go for the attack. Knight e3. Okay, that's the move I wouldn't be looking at because the knight on d5 is not challenged, and I would follow the rule that you don't try to move the pieces that are standing well. But okay, this is a pretty concrete position. Is it queen e2 here? The queen on g4 is hit, or do you play something safe? No, Radoslav plays queen e6, immediately followed by knight c4. So Fedoseev is down a pawn, he's trying to survive.
And there are so many knight jumps in the position. I mean, so unclear actually. I mean, like looking at the position, there were knight jumps everywhere for both sides, for black and white, and so difficult to follow actually the action. But the one thing is clear: knight is targeting the bishop on e5, and the question is right now, how do you defend the knight on d4?
This is still super unclear. Like, I'm seeing the idea, for example, let me just put it on the board. After bishop takes on g3, there might be rook takes on d4. And suddenly there are some problems with the pin. I want to play rook d1, and you play bishop e5. I might play some rook e4 pin. I might play knight e5 threat here. So these knights, especially on the time scramble, they're quite tricky. So I think Radoslav doesn't really want to enter this. He has an extra pawn, so he's trying to clarify. He's trying to normalize the position. But bishop takes on g3 doesn't quite fit this description.
Yeah, it doesn't fit at all. And now, big question for Radoslav, how to continue. Can you actually go, I mean, if you go back with the bishop, then you're also allowing this bishop on g3 being played so well, and after knight d5, c7 is suddenly very weak square.
So maybe you go back, knight c6. Or is it, do you want to go back? That's again the question. I mean, this knight on d4 is so beautiful. Or you try to somehow trade off at least a pair of knights? How do you do that, by the way? Can I play some knight f5? Or can I take on g3, play knight f5?
Your take on, but yeah, always take on g3. There could be this rook d4, right? I think that's the main problem.
Yeah, of course, yeah. You're totally right. So maybe is it some knight f5 here?
Knight f5, indeed. Some way it's a fork, targeting the knight on e3 and
Watch out,
g3.
rook d7.
Oh. Yeah. Oh. And then if you... Yeah, you
I don't
cannot
know.
do it.
I'm just suggesting. They have to calculate. Like, there's many things that Radoslav has to calculate. I think he feels, Angelika, this is a critical moment. So professionals, they're trained, they recognize that's a critical moment. I want to invest some time here, right now.
There is such a huge pressure right now on Radoslav. He's having 1 minute on the clock right now. He has to make a decision, otherwise he'll getting very low on time. What will he do? Will it be bishop g3 or knight coming? And he's coming with knight back. As you're mentioning, the most solid move in the position, defending the bishop, but apparently is not the best what he could have done.
It's a pretty human move. And Vladimir definitely wants to play knight e5 here, but he wants also to be unpredictable. Maybe rook e1 here. Okay, knight e5 looks reasonable. Expected immediately by Wojtaszek, knight f6. So that's what they're doing. 85% of the time they're thinking not about their choices, they're thinking about opponent's choices and somehow trying to fit it together like a puzzle. Black and white pieces, black and white moves.
And it's absolutely incredible because the last few moves have been always a knight's move. It looks like some dance of the knights in this position, trying to find and squeeze an advantage from all these jumps with the knight. Now knight on f6 challenging the knight on d5, and now the question is, what do you trade? And he's taking the bishop on e5 actually, which apparently is the best move in the position. Now knight takes on d5.
So I think Wojtaszek is happy with his trade because this means any imminent threats against his king, they're gone. So maybe here Fedoseev intends to continue something like rook e1 and try to play for the bishop's domination in an open position. But no, he plays knight takes on c6, queen takes on c6. Now the position looks pretty normal again.
Yeah, pretty normal. And I think while the position normalized, it's time for us to check the bird's eye view and see if there is any abnormalities on the other board. I see that actually David Navarre is, I mean, at least according to evaluation board, it looks like position changed completely.
It's a complete chaos on the board.
Oh my God. Yeah, absolutely. Like knight is standing on f6, the other two knights on g6, g5. What is happening? The bishop is suffering on h4, as you were mentioning earlier.
And Salem Saleh is suffering, or actually is Volodar, who is having all the fun in the position. He has managed to take over the game in this close position and is seriously pressing.
Meanwhile, Makun is having too many. Actually, he has extra piece in the endgame, so he looks like winning. What do you say? Should we go back to David Navarre's game and see what actually has happened?
Let's do that. Let's do that. So that's the game we followed early on, where White had this terrible bishop at h1, which he exchanged for the terrible bishop at h4. At the time, it was maybe not terrible, but that's the position we have here, materially wise. Black is up an exchange.
Black is up in exchange, and looks like White is still trying to fight, but is there any chance for David?
Definitely chances because both players are below about 20 seconds, and only they get 5 seconds per move after 94. Hakobian, I believe, he did play a move, which
Yeah,
I'm
he
not
should have,
seeing on the screen.
should have played a move, but we'll see probably.
Most likely it's Rook H8. Yeah,
Yeah,
Rook
Rook
H8.
H8 targeting the pawn on H2. So there is still this extra pawn which can make a difference in the position, but definitely tough also considering the time situation, 7 seconds for the Czech Grandmaster.
Oh, yeah, that's
Oh, that's another bad piece.
yeah, that's the game David wants to forget. So he had problems in this game with a couple of minor pieces. Now the knight on a4 is just not doing anything. But David had no time, so he's now resorting to the tricks. E6, I think now you can just take the pawn on H2. No, Aram just takes the pawn on E6.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like this. Now Rook takes on H2, bishop E4, trying still his last hope, but the pawn on G3 is going to fall very soon, and looks like Black is going to win.
I think, yeah, indeed, Aram is going to win this. Let's maybe go back once again to the bird's eye view. Is there something more crazier happening here? Because I think Hakobian is going to win his game.
Yes, as we are mentioning, actually the game on the bottom left, we haven't checked that much. I see the rook is on f3, something is happening there, but I believe looks like pretty much lost position.
That's Rina Jumabayev against Daniel Darda. That's the game we could follow.
What about Ara wins on the top right against Frederick Swane? The king is suddenly on d5, and the position we were discussing before, did it improve?
Let's go. Let's go to that game. Yeah, let's go to that game because it's also pretty unbalanced because White has 2 minor pieces for the black's rook. And here, Aravind is the one who is playing for the win. Frederick still has some chances because he's about to play something like c4, c3. White's army is pretty disorganized.
Meanwhile, we see that the result has been played on the board of Vladimir Fedoseev against Radoslav Wojtaszek. Radoslav wins, scoring such an impressive victory, and Vladimir couldn't stop the bleeding, now losing 2 games in a row.
All right. So here, Aravind's position seems to be probably technically winning. He gave up the pawn on c2, but now he has 2 connected pass pawns at the king side. The bishop on g5 conveniently stopping black's pawns to march forward, most notably the d pawn. Now I think it's a race, and White simply has an extra piece. So you have 2 more pieces, and by logic, this somehow should be winning for White, but with 20 seconds on the clock, you never know.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just absolutely enjoyed the body language of both of the players. I've had a chance to follow so much of Frederick Swane intense last moments game, and we see that both players are so focused, it's so intense, as well as Aravins, and they're showing all their electrifying moves. You haven't hitting the clock. They're fully shocked that there might be the last move, since Frederick is playing so many moves on the last seconds.
Yeah, king g1, now you cannot repeat the position because rook c1 is impossible move. The bishop on g5 takes care of it. Rook c3, I think h pawn has got to march forward. So for Aravind, this is a pretty easy position. Can you stop the pawn? I don't think he can.
No, but there are so many, actually black pawns, but yeah, you're right.
Watch out for the checks. There might be still some checks here. No?
Oh.
That's it.
Yeah, resignation has been happened, yeah.
Let's go to bird's eye view.
Yeah, let's see if we have any more games ongoing in this round. Looks like that actually all games have finished, so we have concluded.
So that's the game in question. David Navarra.
Oh yeah, actually David Navarra is game
against
still in progress.
Yeah, this should be technically winning. So black enjoys an extra piece for the pawn. Navarra wants to trade all of these pawns. Maybe he's going to succeed with 1, but not 2 pawns.
Yeah, definitely not 2 of them. And yeah, take happens now. Finally, knight comes to d5. And unfortunately, if it would be a light squared bishop, there could be still chances to hold it since the pawn is the wrong color. But yeah, with the knight, it's a completely different story. And the a pawn is going to be promoted with a knight. And resignation has happened.
So David Navarro resigns and Bienne scores a pretty impressive victory. We have one more game. Makun is playing against Nicolas Theodorou, so I suggest we immediately switch to this game so that we're not missing any action.
Yeah, we jump in this game. We have seen actually already a few times from bird's eye view that Makun was always winning. So here we have it, 3 pawns. 3 extra pawns. Is it enough for a win? Should be, right?
Should be win, and there's the resignation. So Theodorou decides not to test the Chinese Grandmaster's technique. And with this, I think all the games of this round are officially over. So we can check the results. Maybe something we missed from this round. As you can see, Wojciech delivers a second loss to Vladimir Fedoseev, who loses the second game in a row. So Alexei managed to escape with a draw against Voldar Morzin, despite the fact he had a terrible bishop there. And Chitaram Baram, Aramind, managed to chalk up a victory against Frederick Svane in a very nice display.
And in challengers, we see that Rinat Jumabayev continues his streaks of wins and winning against Daniel Darda, as well as Aram Hakobian is scoring another impressive victory against David Navarro's very sad bishops. We have also Makun winning against Nicolas Theodorou. And let's check the standings. What do we have? Who is our leader?
So Salem Saleh is leading the Masters tournament at 3 points out of 4. He's been actually a bit lucky in some terrible positions. He played this legendary game in round number 1, but he is showing very good resilience in difficult positions. Aravind and Wojciech are trailing behind by half a point. And we have also pretty much in the striking distance, Vladimir Fedoseev and Morzin with Svane trailing behind.
Yeah, and challengers, we actually have exactly the same amount of points on every single place. It's incredible. For the first place, there is with 3 points is Aram Hakobian right now leading the tournament. Makun is 2.5, just half a point behind, together with Rinat Jumabayev, and as well 2 points for David Navarro and 1.5 for Daniel Darda. And the last place is Nicolas Theodorou. Incredible. All the results actually are completely the same in both.
More action will be coming pretty soon. This was round 4 of the Chess960 tournament of the 58th International Biel Chess Festival. Both the GMT tournaments, Masters and Challengers, one of the most exciting tournaments in the chess circuit. We are going to be back after a short break, so the viewers don't go anywhere. Follow the action with round number 5. Then we're going to have some special action after that. We're going to talk about a bit later. But see you in a bit, and don't go anywhere. 58th International Biel Chess Festival, which is happening in Biel, Bienne, the bilingual city here in Switzerland. The summer is blowing outside, but we're doing actually something far more important following the action of the Chess960 tournament of the event. Two round-robin tournaments, Masters and Challengers. They're fighting out today the Chess960, or the so-called Fischer Random Chess, or the more modern name for it, freestyle chess. 4 rounds have been played. 5th round is to be played. A lot of action.
Yeah, a lot of action. We have the 5th final round of the round-robin tournament. Then the next part is going to be even more exciting, but about that we'll talk a bit later. We had so many exciting matchups in the last 4 rounds. So what do we have for the final 5th round prepared?
So, again, we have some heavyweights playing against each other. So this round sees Radoslav Wojtaszek taking on our Revenge Tarambaram. It's going to be definitely a game you don't want to miss. Fredrik Svane is going to try to take on the tournament leader, Salek Salem. Volodar Murzin did not manage to take down Salem in the previous round, so here it's going to be a very interesting fight against Vladimir Fedoseev. In the meantime, in the challengers, nothing yet is decided, so Theodor is going to try to stop his pretty bad first half of the tournament, taking on Daniel Darda. Jumabayev is going to take on David Navara, and the Ramko Kobyan is definitely in good shape. He's going to face the top Chinese Grandmaster Ma Kun.
And we see that all players are getting seated at the board. We had a new position, and the one which looks very interesting now. Bishops are in the center of the board on E1 and D1, and we already see a few first moves on the on the top boards. I see actually the knight has been decided to play on the top right board, with the knight coming to B6, so it is a very interesting approach. But I see G4 in few games actually on the right side. So
and I'm also seeing a lot of G4s or G5s or G4 G5s
or
together.
G4 G5s.
so that's definitely a trend. It's here in Biel. Also in the previous round, I think we saw something like 4 games out of 6 Black playing G5, and it just continues in this round. So let's maybe sit here for a minute and try to appreciate the beauty of Chess960 before delving into a single game.
Yeah, definitely. And there is one E4, E5 on the bottom middle board. Maybe after playing E4, E5 players, so the rest played G4, maybe they should have went for it. But yeah, definitely one of the ways to open up the queen. And actually,
Angelique, I really like this pause. I have noticed in the previous round. So normally when you play a standard game, E4, E5, you D4, D5, immediately you get a lot of moves. So I already noticed this in the previous round. There's like, for example, Jumabayev against David Navarro, E4, E5, and there's like, now what?
Yeah,
now what? There's like so many opportunities. Every single position is fresh. But if I would have to choose one of the games, Angelica, I somehow like the game of Radoslav Wojtaszek against Aravind. Not only because they're 2 of the leaders of the master section, the position just looks very promising.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Let's jump in the game of Wojtaszek against Aravind. Because it looks like G5 has been one of the options. So as you were mentioning, you are opening up the queen from H8, and here H4, challenging the pawn, striking it all the way to the G5 square.
By the way, Angelica, if we are going to roll back the first moves, look at this. Black played G5, which is pretty spectacular. I think the idea is to grab some space, the rook and queen here, give a lot of space for the pieces, worry about things later. But now Black plays knight e6, it's a mistake.
Oh, that's a shocking.
that always makes me laugh, these moments. So anyway, knight e3, h4, a5. Very interesting way. So Black is like, okay, you take on g5, I'm not worried about it. I'm going to play a4, a3 myself.
Yeah, getting more space on the queen side definitely helps, especially while the king is still on the queen side. E3, targeting the pawn on a5, and intermezzo, bishop c3, targeting the queen on h8, has been played, and with the idea of bringing the knight to d4 in the next move. Actually, what do you do about the...
Even knight e2.
Knight e2 was played.
That's very nice. Yeah, this was a very nice intermezzo. I don't really know how it helps in the long run, But with this maneuver, bishop c3, knight e2, white essentially killed a couple of birds with one stone. The bishop now is in the game. It controls some squares, and also the black queen on h8 now cannot easily join the game, so it's going to have to like walk the scenic route, like queen g7, queen f7, and do something. So that was pretty impressive.
So it's actually a pretty funny situation right now, since even though black played g5, trying to somehow get the queen out in the position, here they were forced to play f6, and suddenly the queen is still locked on the king side. But knight c7 has been played, trying to bring the piece out with the idea of jumping with the knight to b5. And actually from b5, knight would attack the bishop on c3, and then potentially later the queen can finally get out from h8. So maybe
that looks pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Also notice that the black's bishop have not yet made any move, so they might potentially go here and here. So pretty unbalanced.
Yeah, pretty interesting position, and yeah, having bishops, both of them in the center, is definitely something, yeah, unique. I haven't seen such position. Anytime I see a Chess960 freestyle chess position, it feels like I've never seen it before, but most likely there has
That's
been already.
true. Yeah, you definitely haven't seen it before.
Yeah, because there are almost 1,000 positions. So yeah, for sure, it's tough to see, but.
Yeah, there's like a million ways here. Both players can play it out. Let's maybe go back once again to the bird's eye view and see how the things have turned to the other tables. Some of the positions have more moves played. Some of them are basically in the starting position, for example, like the game of Nicolas Theodorou on the lower left corner is against Daniel Darda is just like 3-4 moves and not more.
And I see actually in the bottom right, Aram Hakobian, the current leader of challengers against Makum, there already has been opened up the H file. So now the big question, do you trade the queens or not? A very also interesting position to have.
Yeah, that's the game we could follow. Anything else catches your eye, Angelika, here? So I see also Fredrik Svanek has centralized the queen.
On the top middle board. That looks like a great position, a great game to follow. Maybe let's jump to the game of Fredrik Strane against Saleh Salem, because the position looks very interesting.
And Salem is the tournament leader.
Definitely.
So we have all the excuses we need just to follow his game. And here, Salem now played g5, so this was the delayed g5 opening.
Yeah, definitely it was. So, and actually, Fredrik went for the g3 approach, so he didn't go the pawn all the way to g4, trying to be more solid in a way and bringing the queen all the way forward instantly. Bishop is already on f3, by the way, yeah, and trying to challenge at some moment the b7 square, while black's pieces are all on the last rank. What to do, actually, about development of these pieces?
Yeah, I think that what Saleh is trying to do, he's trying to grab space first. What was the opening? I'm going to check it very quickly. So d4, d5, g3, knight b6, e4, queen e4, e6, knight b3, g5. Okay, never seen it before.
Me neither.
So, yeah, I think he wanted somehow to push these pawns aggressively at the king side. I mean, you have to. I mean, g5 is an extravagant move, but the queen on h8 has to be brought to the game, so you want to play g5, h5, g4. So that part does make sense. But now what? Do you play bishop c6, trade off this bishop on f3? Do you play f5, g4, gain space? Or do you play h5?
Yeah, I believe I would trust more in development of the pieces. Maybe trading the bishop is not such a bad step. So bishop c6, and then trade the bishop, and then continue with developing, let's say, other bishop to f6. But he goes for f5. He's grabbing more space, targeting the queen, although the development is suffering a bit.
I mean, f5 marks as a mistake. To be honest, I'm not really sure about this. If we go back a move about this bishop c6, it feels like it's a very logical move. You're trading this bishop on f3, but maybe Saleh is thinking that his bishop on e8 is not worse at all. So why should he trade a piece which is not worse at all? So that's his understanding. And this f5 creates some imbalances, and maybe he hopes to get a position where this bishop on e8 is actually stronger than the bishop on f3. And that's essentially all about the piece trades. You don't trade the pieces blindly. You want to make good trades, which improves your position in some way. But yeah, the bar respectfully disagrees.
Yeah, definitely. It's tougher now to say which piece is a better one in this one, but yeah, definitely there is a perspective for each piece to be great. But grabbing so much space on the king side, I think it's also pretty important considering that the kings are both on the queen side. So black is not weakening anything, but it also highlights that black will never castle short. So that's definitely an assumption we can say. And yeah, I mean, like, of course, there are a few pieces out for white, while black does have only one knight on b6, which is making black's development suffer. But there are all the ways possible to develop the bishops and the knight. I don't think much problem for black.
Yeah, it looks pretty okay. The question is how Frederick is planning to continue here. Mm-hmm. Is it you start with a knight on f1? Is it you start with the bishop on e1? That's the thing, you know, like the viewers, it's very difficult to relate to these positions. We've never seen it before, and that's why part of the players in the tournament, and I'm not only in this tournament, like in most tournaments of Chess960, there's two camps essentially. One part of the players, they're trying to get to familiar positions as early as possible. Why? Because you can use your knowledge, you recognize patterns, you know what to do, you know which piece stands where, what are the pawn structures, etc. But there's the other part of the players who are trying to create as much chaos as they can, like Saleh. He's one of them, definitely. Frederick, I'm not really familiar with his playing style. You've seen him playing Angelica and Grenke Open, but Saleh is definitely that kind of player who is not going for the easy way out. And that's why you're seeing this position and nothing looks familiar to you. And that's why you are spending a lot of time and burning the time for even like maybe obvious moves to you, I don't know.
Yeah, but we know Saleh is trying probably to find something pretty creative as he always does. But meanwhile, actually, Arthurs, what I can see is, if we're looking at the bird's eye view, there is a game on the bottom left of Nicolas Theodore. Look at this pawn chain, the pawn from d2 all the way to a5, and actually not a single piece of white has been played. What has happened in this opening?
We are definitely going to check it.
And somehow computer even likes the position of white. This is absolutely incredible. Didn't develop a single piece?
Yeah, yeah, you can do that. So white has played the first 6 moves with only pawns. But apparently he has accomplished something during this time because he is gaining space, like you mentioned. And when you gain space, when you identify targets in your opponent's camp, you know where to position your pieces. Because that's the thing, when you want to develop the pieces, you want to position them on ideal squares, and very often you don't know very early where to place them. So I'm just going to play it out from the opening phase because there are only 6 moves in, so I think we can do that.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
It was g4, c3, a4, a5. By the way, the same maneuver as Wojciech, this bishop c6. Very, very similar. Radoslav played exactly the same intermezzo move, a5. So Wojciech against Arvin. Let me just play it back once again. Look at this. So they played the game. We were following it like 10 minutes ago. There was this intermezzo move, bishop c6 from the white's perspective. And now it's exactly the same from black's perspective.
Exactly the same. And now bishop is coming. Finally, the first piece move we have in the position, bishop is being developed to b3, and I can say, yeah, it looks like the best square for the bishop in this position. But looking at all these pawn moves and this pawn chain, do you think white will castle at all, or king will be kept on the queen side? Because it doesn't look like short castle will happen anytime soon. But Maybe so far king is safe?
Answering your question, there you go.
And Nicholas immediately replying to me.
The answer was immediately delivered, Angelica, because here Nicholas immediately slid the rook over to d file, and maybe it enables some d4 ideas. The king on c1 feels pretty safe, which feels weird. Like, white played a4, a5, play before. Again, I'm going to play that. I'm so sorry. I'm going to show it to you again. Look at this. c3, a4, a5, e4, b4, bishop b3, along castle. Does that make sense? Normally, no.
No.
This is Chess960.
This is Chess960, and it can make a lot of sense, definitely. Meanwhile, it's a very tough situation now for Daniel Darder. Although he spent all this time on the bringing the pieces out, the position of the pawn structure is not ideal. So the pawn structure is definitely much better for white. So there are clear moves which white will make in the next move. So it's pretty tough.
I think it's also very often all about the pawn play, and that's why this move g4, I think it serves a deeper purpose. So it's not only to bring the queen in the game. Why not g3? It's not only about the rook on g1. It's also about restricting the pawn play for the opponent, and why the pawn play is so important, because it generates you targets. You know where to place the pieces. And here, for example, I'm looking at this position. I'm asking you, for example, Angelica, what's your pawn play from the black's perspective? So what is it? Is it d5? No. Is it f5? No. Is it h5? I'm going to play h3. And at the same time, white is far more flexible with these ideas to play d4. That's why also the bar says that white's position is simply to be preferred.
Yeah, definitely. White is in the driver's seat in this position. We see bishop f4 has been played, trying to stop all kind of break. And actually, bishop on f4 is at the same time pinning the d2 pawn to the king. So d4 break for now is not possible. But knight e3 is being immediately played, going all in for the d5 and f5 square. So not clear actually where knight will jump, but that's definitely a perfect square for the knight.
Yeah, it looks pretty impressive. Also, black has not solved the problem of the queen. So is it a time to play? Actually, I'm thinking I want to play something like h5. At least trying to be active, clarify things to the king's side. Or do I play g6 to bring the queen to the game? Feels a bit slow. Even though even h5 doesn't solve anything, because white can just close the position with g5 and the queen in h8 still is stuck. So I think you also want to think about your queen's future plans, and at the moment they're basically non-existent.
Yeah, there are no plans, and also previous game Daniel lost, so probably right now he doesn't feel so comfortable in this position as well. So yeah, g5, h5 are not really happening. g6 is also pretty passive, but you have to solve the issue of the queen. Maybe you bring the rook away, but yeah, it's tough to find a way for black here. And oh, by the way, do you see on the top middle board in the bird's eye view there is a Frederiksvanes game, and we have checked this earlier, but something has changed. We see the pawn on all the way on e5 and the bishop on h1, which we were discussing, which bishop is going to be better one. Looks like bishop on h1 is looking all the way to the queen side.
Yeah, we can jump into this game and try to assess what to make of this. So after bishop g5, what is it? White has an extra pawn for the moment.
And pawn all the way on e5. It's a potential passer, actually. And e6 all the time could be a threat, targeting the queen on h8.
So what we missed, I think we missed, I'm going to roll back a couple of moves ago. This was a pawn sacrifice, which is a very characteristic playing style of the Emirati Grandmaster. So he played e5, tried to activate the pieces, play knight g6, play g4, play bishop g5, but after knight e3, the problem is he cannot really take it. I mean, can he take it? Because the spin looks pretty unpleasant. Maybe he can, actually. Maybe it's not a big deal.
Can he really do it? Yeah, because I mean, I would be afraid as well, but also there is another pin, right, on the knight on e3. The knight cannot jump away. So not so clear.
That's a fair point. So, yeah, white cannot easily exploit it. But maybe this is like a larger problem. Like, you take on e5, you expect an immediate refutation, it's not there, but the pin still remains. And you have to deal with this. For example, let's say black does play e5, I could just make a long castle. And you still have to solve the problem of the pin, and I'm going to walk away, and the pin remains, and if you play bishop f6, the pawn on d5 is hanging, so it's not really so clear what was Salem's idea. He wanted to complicate, he got it, but not at his favor.
And also bishop on e8 is pretty awkward piece, if I might say so, because it's actually stepping in the way of the rook. Rook cannot get out, but also the bishop cannot really get out. What is a piece exactly doing in position? Also, short castle cannot be played, because after short castle, and we see actually h5 has been played. Does he try to?
You could definitely tell from the body language of Saleh. He's not happy. Like, he was shaking the head, like, come on, like, how did I get here? I mean, I'm better than this. And now he played h5, which is basically acknowledging that he's not going to take the pawn on e5, so he just wants to solve the problem of the queen, at least get the game down a pawn, but doesn't look good for him.
But I think also another way what it prepares, maybe going all in with f4 push, so that could be another idea. So defending a pawn on g4.
That's nice. I didn't notice it. Yeah, that's well spotted.
Yeah, and well, basically now, okay, Frederick has extra pawn. He has also very strong bishop on c3. We can say also the bishop on h1 is playing well.
Maybe that's actually the idea, not what I said, queen h7, but f4. I really like it. Yeah, the idea that you protect the pawn on g4. Let's say I'm castling, and we play f4. Does this give anything to black? Like, I suppose I take it, and after knight x on f4, it doesn't still look good for black, but it's a chaos, I suppose. And maybe it's okay, maybe this is what Saleh wants.
Maybe it's what he wants, because we have seen him already, as I remember, in the second round, trying to defend that very complex and actually completely lost position. And yeah, he made it. So he is a person who can swindle. He is a person who definitely can bail out. And so far, he's actually the leader of the Chess960, which speaks a lot about his play and his creativity. So I think definitely Frederick should look out for such moves as f4 and has to be ready. And actually, how can you stop it? Because there is a pin on the knight on e3, and you cannot really stop this idea, right? There is
maybe
no
you
way.
can't. Yeah, maybe you can't, and maybe you're not even supposed to stop it.
Maybe you can only play f4, but I don't know if it's...
I mean, I was thinking about f4, but after f4, g6 and f3 is going to be an impassant move, and it doesn't really rule out f4 idea. And now the knight on e3 is a bit shaky. There could be some queen h6 ideas. There could be some I don't know, even some knight h4. Oh wait, no, knight h4, bishop e3. Okay, it doesn't work. So sorry, pardon.
Doesn't
didn't see
work, yeah.
That's pretty bad.
Yeah, but for sure it has...
I think long castle.
Long castle. I was also thinking h4 in case g takes h3. In ideal world, then there would be f4, but...
That's a nice idea. Yeah, you would secure your pawn formation, protect the pawn on e5. The pawn on h3 supposedly is going nowhere. But then again, the question is, what changes after bishop h6? Why did you need to include h4? Bishop h6, maybe you had to. Maybe it enables some extra opportunities. But for me, this is not like super clear. I see, of course, the bar shoots immediately up in the sky, but I quite don't understand why this is so necessary for white.
Yeah, it's not clear if bishop goes back. If pawn takes on h3, it's crystal clear. f4 is the move, but if bishop goes back to h6.
So yeah, Svana is thinking about this, and we're going to use this opportunity to check some other games and see what else is happening in the other sections. So what do we have here?
By the way, we have already first result. We have Aram Hakoban playing draw against Makun. I'm not sure, does he secure with his draw a win in the tournament, because all the rest of the players were half a point behind him. There could be some tie for the first place, but he's definitely tying for the first in the Chess960. And what about the rest of the boards? I see actually pawn on a3 on the top left corner. It's a game of Radoslav Wojtaszek against Aravind. How did the pawn get there on a3? Also
yeah, I suppose we could check it out and try to understand how did it get there and how does it influence anything, because everything else looks pretty normal. I'm afraid to use the word, but it looks pretty normal. No?
Yeah, maybe shortly just on the left bottom corner, there is Nicolas Theodore against Daniel Darda. Also, there was a pawn on h6. I won't say there is a pawn on h6, but it was there. But again, as you were mentioning, we already were there in that game. Not much has changed since we left it. So I would say we should go for Radoslav Wojtaszek against Aravind.
Yeah, these are essentially two of the closest followers of the tournament leader, Select-Selem. So both players, Wojtaszek and Aravind, they have 2.5 points. Black has the pawn on a3. I'm going to ask you a question, Angelique. It's going to be very provocative. Is the pawn on a3 strength? Is it a weakness?
If we trade pieces on the board, it is a weakness. But I would say it is definitely a strength in the position where the queens are on the board. But I don't see queens, and I don't see much problem for white, in this position. So now I would say it's a weakness.
Yeah, I suppose it really depends. Yeah, so very, very tricky. And that's what I usually love about chess, is that we have two players, two playing styles, and very often they believe on what they're doing, that they're doing the right thing. And even though sometimes it's completely opposite things, and at some point for somebody sets the realization in that, okay, I was wrong. Yeah, but here I don't really know. I suppose it still could turn out either way. If it goes to the endgame, for example, some rook endgame, the pawn on a3 actually could become a strength.
Yes, you're right, because if the rook anytime can get to b2 and challenge the pawn on a2, that would be a big, big problem. But for now, definitely both knights are targeting the pawn, so it could have, I think actually the move before already white could have taken it, but I think main problem is that after take on a3 trade happens and rook a8 would challenge the knight and the pawn on a2 as well.
Which is, I suppose, still pretty much okay for white, but it didn't happen.
It didn't happen, and after f3 rook a8 was played to defend the pawn. Now knight e3. I really love this knight. I mean, comparing to the bishop on g6, which is not doing much and just facing this pawn chain, I enjoy the pair of knights for white.
I think he wants to play c4 to win the pawn. Like, let me just make some random move. I'm not really sure what black's supposed to do here, so I start to like Radoslav's position quite a bit. Let's say black plays b6. Don't ask me why. It's just some random move. So I was thinking, can I play c4? c4, knight e4, and there could be moments. Is it like take on h8 immediately? The pawn on a3 is under attack, but the big idea, I wanted to get to a position where my knight has some prospects and your bishop does not. So like I'm hitting the pawn on d4, I'm hitting the pawn on a3, and let's say you play something like c5. So this could be one of those moments when I'm taking the pawn on a3, and supposedly you could have played now rook a8 because I'm playing knight b5 with a check and protect the pawn. That was kind of what I was aiming for. Whereas bishop on g6 is not doing anything because I'm taking good care of it.
Yeah, absolutely agree about it. Definitely. In case white manages to trade the pair of knight and get into this positions of the endgame where knight will be facing the bishop, then bishop is going to be suffering a lot. Unfortunately, as I can see it, only one pair of pawns has been traded, so it means we have 7 pawns per each side, which is not really a good sign for the side with a bishop. And we actually see bishop goes back, so black tries to go for the g4 break, maybe with bishop d7. Opening up position a bit. I think
this. Yeah, you're right. So here Aravind is sacrificing the pawn. By the way, the clock, 34 seconds for the Indian player. The position is a bit unpleasant, and I think he is ready to part ways with the pawn on a3, like something like. Let me just put it on the board. c4, knight e4, knight a3, bishop d7. Go for the activity. Forget that you have the pawn on a3 gone. Focus on the king side. It feels that if somebody is going here for more, it's definitely Wojtaszek, but he does play something else. Knight f5, not c4. Look at that.
Knight e5 is on the board right now. What do you do? How do you defend? e6 as c4 going to follow?
Yeah, I think his idea was to play c4 next, take control of the d4 square. That's why Arvind immediately expected this, and he played e6. But now there's going to be a different problem. What about knight g4? That's a weakness. Your bishop d7 doesn't do anything.
I'm sorry, Arthur, there is another very interesting game on the bottom middle. It's Rinat Jumabayev against David Navarro. I see the pawn all the way on d7. What has happened in this game? Let's jump in and check out what is happening.
I have a question. Did White castle or not in this game?
I don't think why. No, why didn't castle? Because king is still.
I cannot tell.
King is still, yes, you couldn't tell, yeah, but of course, king is still between two rooks, so that's kind of the rule of Chess960. If king would castle, then the rooks would be on the one side, so.
The pawn on d7 is very strong, so that's like 5 minutes before becoming a queen. It's surprisingly strong, so rook e7, Jumabayev improves its strength. By the way, engine marks as the only move.
And please check out this bishop on g6, another very sad piece for David. As in previous game, we had a game of sad bishops for him, as well as here. Bishop on g6 is not doing much, just looking like another pawn, defending the pawn on f5.
I think black has to eliminate the pawn. And with this pawn staying in the game, it's very dangerous. So that's why here Navarro does play queen d5. But can he do that? So if I take on d5, if I play bishop f3, king c, I'm just going to put it on board. I think we have time. So takes, here and here. This is the idea of Navarro.
This is what he wants to do.
Somehow kill the pawn.
But now rook a7 at some moment could come.
Rook a7 and king d6 and somehow hold on.
Rook e5.
And bishop f7, and there's a carousel or something.
Yeah.
But black lives. So, yeah, queen e5, it makes perfect sense.
It does make sense. Now the question is, do you trade the queens? Do you go for the side game? Or is there anything else? Is queen f4 possible or just move? Actually, you're right.
I wanted to do this. I wanted to do that. This was the idea. Takes, and discover check.
Oh.
But there's something else. There's something else happening. So instead of this,
what has
queen f4? Yeah, yours suggested move.
Queen f4. Now bishop f3 is coming. The next move. Can actually black capture on d7? That's a big question. Can he do it?
Rook takes on d7. Most likely bishop f3 and let's say takes here, and you cannot defend the rook. Like queen d4, your queen is pinned.
Oh no, the rook cannot take because of the pin. Okay, so basically rook d7 is not happening. And if it's not possible, what to do?
By the way, Jumabayev technically is the lowest rated player of the tournament, but here he has right now 2.5 points out of 4. David has 2 points, and he is doing really, really great. So the winner of the last year's MTO Open Tournament, Rinat once again shows that he's not here by an accident, and I will always remember one of the most biggest accomplishments of Rinat's career. He famously knocked out, whichever World Cup it was, Fabiano Caruana himself. That was quite big news.
It was impressive, absolutely. Yeah, he's definitely one of the players who can score a nice upset, as you mentioned. And yeah, he's been here in Biel for quite many times already, playing the Open Tournament, and finally now get the ticket to the Challengers, which definitely the great result for him last year, he winning the MTO, definitely was a huge. And now we see he's in the front seat. I mean, even though he, as you were mentioning, he's the lowest rated, he's crushing it. He's crushing the tournament.
Look at d7. What about bishop f3? Is he willing to give up the queen? Bishop f3, that's
f3?
it.
Oh my God.
I think he wants to take on f3, or maybe he just didn't see any other moves. And by the way, for Jumabayev, it's only 20 seconds. Yeah, he gives a queen.
Sacrifice a queen, rook takes a7, trade on d5 happened. Now there is a rook and the bishop for the queen, and queen d6 jumping in. Looks like game over.
Yeah, this does look like a fortress to me. So, of course, David is going to fight it out, but Rinat is playing a very nice game here. So he is in a great shape.
I would just like to adjust the pawn from b6 to c6, you know, like just jadup, and then maybe that could be a fortress, right?
Not here, Angelica, not
Not-
here.
not
You cannot
happening.
do that. That would be really great. Yeah, but the problem is that the pawn on d5 is going to fall with this David's chances to save the game. Looks like technically winning position. Maybe there's some final hope with the f pawn, but I think that Jumabayev is going to do it. We're going to use maybe this opportunity once again to go back to the bird's eye view and see if there's some undecided games.
Yeah, and we see a lot of actually interesting matchups. We see the Frederick Svanes game against Saleh Salem. He's still in the front seat.
What is that game of Theodorov against Darda? What on earth is
What
going on there?
happened? Wait.
What is this position?
Ooh.
What kind of
Oh my
chaos is this?
God.
Like,
What is going on?
there's something going on, and now White just plays d4 first. You know, I have to calculate the material. White is up in exchange for unspecified amount of pawns.
Yes, sir. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, what?
Okay.
Only one pawn. But okay, many pawns are hanging, right? So many pawns can be taken.
Rook c3, rook b3. Is there rook b3 here?
Rook b3, queen c3. Is it possible?
Yeah, looks tempting.
It's
Yeah,
happening.
Rook b3 is on the
Rook
board.
b3 is on the board. King takes queen b3. King has
King
to
a4, go forward. He does.
Oh my God!
I love it.
Why did you call for it? I was.
Queen a3, king b5, or queen c2, king b5, or maybe king b4.
If king before there is knight d5 check. You're introducing the knight, so you have to play king b5.
Yeah, looks normal.
Yes, absolutely normal position.
Knight x on
Not the
d5.
position we have every day, every round.
Like it's your casual position. You would have it only 10 seconds on the clock.
Now
Queen c4.
knight c7 check, then king b4 can be played, right? But he still goes for it, king b4 now.
It's probably somehow a draw. Like, I mean, obviously I see the bar. Bishop d2 is a blunder,
Why?
maybe because of rook d2. And the king is going to fall back and the white still enjoys the extra pawn.
Queen c3. Queen
c3 is 95,
Knight
you couldn't
d5
do
you
that.
cannot do. So king goes to a4.
Or maybe a3, a4. Yeah, no more checks.
Oh no, there are no checks in the position, and it's just black is just down in exchange.
Rook b1, I think, seals the deal. And suddenly this king has nowhere to go. Like, I don't see a move. King c8.
Knight e7 or knight e6 can be played. Actually,
Still not over. Oh, but should be somehow winning. Like, there's no more check on c5. The pawn on d6 is gone, and these knights, they're beautiful, but they're not doing anything. There's no checks. a7, there was
apparently
a
blunder. Why?
knight c5 check, queen c5, queen a2 check, and he finds it.
Oh my God! On the last seconds, what a move! Knight c5, checking the king. Queen takes queen a2, capturing the rook.
We watch out for knight a6-4, queen a3, only move.
Queen takes, now pawn cannot be promoted to a8. Knight controls the back rank. Absolutely unbelievable. Knight f7 check.
This is the game of the round so far. Like, total chaos. So too bad we didn't really follow it in the middle of the game. But okay, now we're all our attention
Now
is to it.
knight cannot move because queen b5 would be a checkmate. Now queen c5.
King b4, watch out for the fork. You have to go back.
Now queen goes back to e3.
Wait, but now you take it and the knight is hanging. You cannot do that. He walks into a fork and he's okay with this.
Ooh, what?
Knight a6, king b5, knight c5. You put another queen on the board. How about that?
There are too many queens. Okay, there is also queen b2 check.
And look at the concentration of Darda. He's like, what is going on? I have to calculate this, all of this on seconds.
Yeah, there is queen b2, and if king c4, there is queen c3 checkmate. So he has to go back. So maybe queen b2, queen a2. No, he goes for it.
So
Goes for
it's just
knight.
too tempting.
Oh my God.
There's another queen on the
Another
board.
queen. What is happening?
King takes on d6 is going to be queen c6. Wait.
Wait a second. And then king e7.
Is there another? There's another check. Queen of fate. Why not queen c6? Because of king e5, king e4, I suppose. It's tough really to follow, but yeah, and somehow it's going to fizzle out, is it though? The d pawn becomes strong.
Now queen e2, there could be a check. But okay, now first black has to move the king to e8.
Who's playing for the win, Angelica?
It's tough to say. I don't understand who's playing for a win.
I think Theodoro is just trying to force the draw here.
Yeah, looks like this. What happened?
What just happened?
What just happened?
There is apparently something going on in the background. We are not really sure, but both players are focused on something that's happening behind them. Something.
Oh no! What is
fell.
going on? What is going on the board?
Something dramatic is happening in David Navarro's game against Renat Jumabayev. Hope everything is all right. It seems that the players were distracted and they're like, stop the clock, and they had a look. We don't have any information what was going on, but the game proceeds and
Yeah.
it's somehow level.
And here king goes to d7 back.
Queen takes on c5 is a
What?
blunder because of queen b3 check, and now it is Darda who is playing for the win because of the strong d pawn.
Yeah, but there are so many checks. It feels unreal that there couldn't be any.
I mean, I could easily imagine. There's no perpetual because you can always shelter the king with the queen d5, and this king might be running somewhere here. So king d6, queen d4, queen d5 check. So here king, okay. Queen e4 check is going to be queen e6. You could do that. The king on a6 is unfortunately placed.
Yeah, definitely one more check. So black has to try to escape all the kind of checks. And it's a pity actually for white that the pawn is on the A file. It would be better to have the pawn on B file. Now there are no
Either way,
chances.
Angelica, no matter how this game finishes, I think we have a worthy alternative candidate for the best game of the tournament. This was the very first round game of Salem Saleh playing his immortal game. Now this game, again, filled with chaos and multiple blunders, queen traps and sacks and everything. It's just pure cinema.
Yeah, absolutely. Pure chaos was happening in this game indeed. Now king is hiding and there is not much what Theodoro can do, although, yeah, yes, not much time. Now queen d5 and...
Yeah, now it doesn't matter what has the extra pawn. It doesn't matter. This pawn is too strong. d2, the king is going to hide behind the pawns. I think Darda technically is going to win this. Looks really great here. And also Theodoro must realize it's losing. Queen c3 check is queen c4. You could do that. And he loses, I believe, on time.
Yeah, handshake has just happened. We see it was actually a very important win for Daniel Darda. As mentioned earlier, he was suffering losses in the previous rounds and it was pretty upsetting. So it's great finally to stop the bleeding. So let's check out what were the other results of this final 15.
Let's do it, and here they are. Wojciech takes down Arvind for a very important victory and attempted to catch up with the leader, if my calculations are correct. I think he's the leader. We're going to check it in a minute. Frederick Swane did beat Saleh Salem, so finally the tournament leader is a new one. Oldar Murzin shared points with Vladimir Fedoseev, but we just saw the crazy game Nicolas Theodorou against Daniel Darda. For Nicolas, it's a nightmare tournament, only half a point out of 5. Something he wants to forget. Renat Jumabayev is in a great shape. He won David Navarro. There was something going on in the background. We were going to figure out what it was. And also, Aram Khakobyan made a draw pretty early with Makun.
Yeah, definitely so many exciting games we had in this round. And just in a bit, actually, we're going to have the very special part of the Chess960. So you saw that after 5 rounds, the tournament is over because it's round robin, 6 players, 5 rounds. But it's actually not, because there is a special feature in this event that challengers are going to challenge 2 masters. So each of the challengers will challenge 2 masters, and they're going to pick the players starting from the first till the last. So I believe Aram Khakobyan or actually Renat Jumabayev, I think they shared the first place. So one of them is going to pick the as first 2 players they want to play in round 6 and round 7. And the same will go to the rest till the last player will be
2 opponents.
With 2 opponents.
Well, we have 2 more games.
2
Great.
more games to follow.
I was worried there. I was worried there for a minute. I thought, that's it. We have 2 more games. of the Chess960, and I think we are going to see it on screen, how they're going to do it. That's why we have the camera installed at the very far back of the playing venue. But first, let's check the current standings. They're not ready. Sorry, I'm going to take it back.
What I also wanted to mention, right? So they are going to play it, but it's not going to be for fun, right? Because all the points they are going to get are going to be counted in overall standings. So we might see some leaders right now, but everything can change after these 2 rounds. And I think it's pretty exciting also for the challengers to have this opportunity to challenge the masters, since this is the only day they're going to face them. All the rest, there's going to be separate. But today is a pure house, as you were mentioning, Chess960, and they'll challenge each other.
Who was it who asked us this question this morning? Because we're like discussing with some grandmasters of the participants of the tournament that the challengers are going to challenge the masters, and the question was, why? But why? Why it's not masters doing the same? And you said they're the challengers, right?
Yeah, they're the challengers. That's why they have to choose who they want to challenge. And I think usually it's you would like to challenge the strongest one, or you want to challenge the someone who you have not maybe encountered before. But we'll see. The strategy can be different, definitely. And yeah, we'll see. One by one, the players are going to challenge the masters. It's going to be exciting. Meanwhile, actually, Arthurs, in the playing hall, we also have the open tournament, which is also ongoing at the same time with the Masters and Challenges Grandmaster Triathlon, which is definitely also exciting for all the players and amateurs to watch the top Grandmasters on the stage battling it out.
Yep, absolutely. So
Yeah.
while we are waiting for these selections of the next 2 rounds, I tried to categorize. I was sitting there doing the commentary and everything. I was trying to categorize which is the hardest tournament, the most stressful tournament of all 4 tournaments. So once again, revisiting the format of the triathlon, it's the classical, we're going to talk about a bit later, it's the rapid, it's the blitz. Blitz, by the way, every player plays against each other twice, not once, so it's double round-robin tournament. And there's the Chess960, which is approaching the finish line. And I was trying to understand which is the hardest one, and I came to the conclusion it's Chess960. Like, even though it serves as a tiebreaker for the real thing, but every single game is new. You've never seen it before. And I was just following the body language of the player that were sitting there. I could feel the stress even from here.
Oh, absolutely, me as well. And also, it's also pretty important because for the later, let's say you will have in the triathlon exact amount of points with some other players, and then suddenly you will, if you would score more points than him in the Chess960, then you would get higher place, and if you score less points, you would have lower place. But also for the players, it's important, since after the Chess960, they will actually pick their numbers for the classical, for the rapid and blitz portions, depending on which place they got in the Chess960. So really, really important part of the event, and I think it's also such a nice kickoff in the tournament. By the way, I want also to share with our viewers that before today, there has been actually already a simultaneous exhibition yesterday, which Frederick Swane was hosting, and he got 16 points out of 17, so he faced 17 players, he won 15 games, and he played 2 draws. So for him, tournament already started yesterday.
Yeah, but I think the difference is when we did the commentary 2 years ago, when who was it? His name? No.
Jules Moussard?
The young prodigy from United States.
Abhimanyu Mishra?
Abhimanyu Mishra, of course. Yeah, pardon me. There was a major difference. So this simultaneous exhibition that was going on, it finished pretty quickly, like in 2 hours or 3 hours or so. But those 2 years ago, Abhimanyu was taking really serious. He would not give up any single game for an easy draw. They played it out until like 10 p.m. or so.
10 or even more. Absolutely unbelievable. He was taking time. He was focusing on each game really, really seriously. Yeah, I think it was last year. What an incredible time. But yeah, this year, actually, you're right, like just 2 hours. But I saw Frederick Swane was really tired after this time. Well, he was saying, oh, it was incredibly tough. So Yeah, for sure. An exciting start for him into the event. And yeah, maybe even though the Chess960 maybe not going as well for him, but there is rapid, there is still classical part of the event and blitz, so many action to follow in the next days.
Can you explain maybe, Angelica, the actual format? How does it work like for this selection? I try to understand it, but I think you understand it a bit better. So the challenges challenge the masters. What is the actual order? How do they do it?
Yeah, they're going to do from the first place to the last. So let's say we have Aram and we have Rinat. I believe they're on the top places, and they're going to actually pick the two masters they would like to play in the round 6 and round 7. Let's say Aram is going to say, I would like to play against Vladimir Fedoseev, and I would like to play against Saleh Salem in the round 7. Technically, the next player can choose the same players, but in different move order, round order, playing first against Saleh Salem and then against Vladimir Fedoseev. And then we'll have the players one by one picking out their opponent. I think it's a pretty unique and nice opportunity for challengers to pick the challenge, to pick the masters to challenge. And the most important part, that these points will be used also for the standings in each tournament accordingly, so it can change and implicate the overall standings generally.
What would you pick? Imagine this. You're playing in a Masters tournament. You see there's no easy choices. You have either young talents or seasoned grandmasters, 2700 ELO caliber players. Who you're picking? Do you go for like the easier choice, or you go for the experience?
I think it's a very interesting question, yeah, because usually in chess you would like to win, right? And in order to win, you have to try to pick much easier player. But I think I would pick someone I haven't faced never, like someone like Aravind, for example, or Vladimir Fedoseev. I think I would pick these two players because they're currently top in the world, and who knows when there will be another opportunity to face them. So I would definitely not go for like underdogs, if we can call underdogs in such a strong event. Definitely, I would go for someone special. What about you, Arturs?
I don't really know. You know, I have to think about this. Probably I would try to choose somebody I'm having some chances. But I think that we are going to use this opportunity right now to make a pretty quick break. We are going to see the pairings be done. This is, again, brand new thing. And it's going to be set up pretty quickly. So, dear viewers, hope you're enjoying the action. There's 2 more games of the Chess960 tournament. Don't go anywhere. This is the 58th International Biel Chess Festival. Day 1. It's only starting. 2 weeks of action to be followed. 2 more games, 2 more rounds of Chess960. See you in a bit. And we're back live from Biel, Switzerland, following the action of the 58th International Biel Chess Festival, the very exciting Grandmaster Triathlon, which is being held in two groups, Masters and Challengers. Today, however, it's not the triathlon, it's the Chess960 tournament, which is going to serve as a tiebreaker for the event, which is going to start tomorrow. The very first day in action, and here you can see, after 5 rounds being played, we have our leaders.
Yeah, we have in the Masters Radoslav Wojtaszek with 3.5 points leading the field. Saleh Salem with 3 points, just half a point behind. Also incredible performance by Emirati Grandmaster Vladimir Fedoseev together with Aravind, half a point behind Saleh Salem. And then we have Vladar Murzing with 2 points and Frederick Swan on the last place with 1.5 points. And what do we have in Challengers?
In the Challengers, everything is a very close race, even though Aram Hakobian and Renat Jumabayev, they are leading the tournament with 3.5 points out of 5. Makun is not very far behind with 3 points. Also, Daniel Darda played this absolutely explosive game against Nicolas Theodorou. David Navarra, we saw him playing earlier, and there was something happening. The word is he lost his game against Renat Jumabayev. He supposedly had a fortress. He lost it. It was a very emotional moment for him. I hope he is fine and still going to continue playing exciting games. A lot of stress lately for him. I'm just hoping he is going to do really well in the remaining tournaments. Here we see David is ready to start the game. Everything is hopefully good. And they're going to select, I suppose, the players.
Yeah, absolutely. We don't have the pairings just yet because we are waiting for the players to select. So we are going to have all the challengers selecting the 2 masters for them to play in the round 6 and 7. So we will have players coming from the first till the last place to check the players. And we'll start with Aram Hakobian and Renat Jumabayev as the top players right now in the Chess960 in the challengers. And I will have to choose which grandmasters from the masters section there will choose. And we were discussing earlier with you, Arturs, right, that I said I would go definitely for Aravind and Fedoseev. And Arturs, what did you say? Would you choose someone else?
No, I didn't say anything. I would try to select somebody who I can beat. Probably nobody from the field. Yeah, everybody's stronger than me, but I suppose it would really depend on the mood of the day, how I'm doing. So if I'm doing terribly, if I would have like half a point out of 5, it wouldn't really matter. But if I'm fighting for the win in the tournament, then I would try to select somebody easier. But who is the easier player? There's no easier players here.
I absolutely agree. There is no easier player. And we see, for example, in challengers, the player who was expected to do the worst, or at least who was the lowest rated player, Renat Jumabayev, is doing amazingly, tying for the first place.
Yeah, like imagine that you're playing in a Masters tournament. Do you select Radoslav Wojtaszek, who used to be a second of Vachier-Lagrave, a 2700 level player, or do you play Salem Saleh, the creative genius who plays fantastically here, or you play against Vladimir Fedoseev, who is like in fantastic shape when it comes to Chess960, and he is playing really, really well lately, or against Aravind, who is the latest addition to the Indian Super GM team list, or Vladar Murzin, the World Rapid Champion, or you play against Frederick Swan, the rising star from Germany. Your pick.
Yeah, definitely a tough choice to pick the easiest player, the easiest opponent, as you can say. But yeah, definitely the pick has to be made. We see that the players are gathering on the stage and they're getting ready for their selection. We still have a few moments before that. And meanwhile, actually, I see on the right, the players are seated and playing. I believe this is the Open Swiss tournament, Fischer Random tournament, which is also happening simultaneously at the same time. I think just players are seated at the board and getting ready for the next round because, as I understand, the pairings, the rounds should start simultaneously.
Yep, so we're waiting for the action. As you can see, things are getting ready on the stage. We still have some time, so 2 more games to go. I'm very, very happy to see that David has recovered. He's doing well. And we're about to see.
Yeah, definitely. We see him walking right now on the stage, back and forth, trying to maybe focus a bit more on the next round. I think it's him actually on the stage right now, walking and checking some of the boards. And
Also, by the way, I would like to make a friendly reminder for everyone who is here in Switzerland. Maybe you are a chess fan, or you just arrived here to Biel to follow the action. How you can find us, it's the Biel Congress Center in the heart of the city, so there's no admission fee. You can come watch it live. Presumably also a chance to get autographs from your favorite players. So as you can see, the players are slowly gathering. So, by the way, this is the very first day, but usually we have a lot of spectators here on site. So use the opportunity and come to the sunny Switzerland.
yeah, definitely. And I'm just wondering if we can zoom in and look, because I believe that they're checking choosing the players there, the players who are on the stage.
Yeah, I believe that we already have the pairings, not on the screen, but I have it, information who has selected who. And we have Aram Jacobian for the round number 6, that he's going to face Frederick Aswane. Rinat Jumabayev is going to take on Radoslav Wojtaszek. Makun is going to face Salem Saleh. Daniel Darda has selected the world rapid champion Volodar Murzin. David Navara is going to play against Vladimir Fedoseyev. And Nicolas Theodorou is going to face Aravind Chitrambaram.
Yeah, pretty exciting pairing. So we can see that the top seeds of not actually top seeds, but the top players right now has been Aram Hakobian and Rinat Jumabayev. Actually went for some, so to say, players who are not doing so well. We see that Aram chose Frederick Swane, and Frederick Swane was not doing so well in Chess960. So actually, your approach, as you're mentioning before, maybe is being chosen by the Armenian Grandmaster.
Yeah, what was it the last year? So the last year, this was the very first time the challengers were challenging the masters, and I'm trying to recall the score, but I think the score was that masters won convincingly.
But I remember that Donchenko has either scored 1 point or he scored 1.5 point, but I remember that Donchenko was doing pretty well in Chess960, yes. So he was at the end the first place. He got first place in Chess960 and then followed up with a great performance also in the rapid section. And yeah, definitely. And we see also players gathering on the stage right now. We see that all the preparations are being made for the final 2 rounds for today. I mean, Arturs, I would like to ask you, what so far was your maybe some highlighted game from all these 5 rounds we have seen? Is it Saleh Salem or is it this crazy game we have seen earlier?
I mean, it's very easy. So Saleh Salem, that's the game I really like the most from the first round game against Radoslav Wojtaszek, because we're following basically from start to finish. Yeah, so we know what happened. I slightly regret that we did not get to see all the game of Nicolas Theodorou against Daniel Darda, but I think that's the game from the previous round. That was the most chaotic game, most exciting game. So if I would have to pick from the action, from the tense moments, that would be Theodorou against Darda.
Yeah, it would definitely be my pick as well. The most craziest game. And meanwhile, we can see that we have the pairings for the next round. Aram Hakobian, as mentioned, he picked Frederick Swane, who was not doing that well in Chess960. Meanwhile, actually, Rinat Jumabayev is picking someone who actually has been the top seed right now in the Masters. So he was the first place before the round 6. So there are different approaches to the pick of the opponent of the players. We see Makun facing Saleh Salem in the next round, as well as Daniel Darda chose to play against Volodar Murzin. David Navara picked Vladimir Fedoseyev, and Nicolas Theodorou was left no choice, but he had to go for Aravind. So yeah, I mean, quite exciting pairings. I mean, do you already see some pairing which stands out for you, Arturs?
Yeah, I'm not really sure. Difficult to say if I would have to pick. we'll see. I suppose we could mostly concentrate on how the tournament leaders they're going to do it. Like, for example, if the tournament leader of the Masters tournament, how they're going to fare against the challengers. For example, Wojciech has selected Renata Jumabayev, as we can see it on the screen. Is it going to pay off? Because, I mean, ultimately, all of them, they're seasoned GMs or young rising stars, so might not matter in the end.
Yeah, absolutely, and you cannot expect anything in this event, especially like now looking at the board. We have Renata Jumabayev, who actually is the lowest rated player in the field, and he won last year the MTO Open tournament here in Biel, now coming back to Challengers and being one of the top players in the Chess960, now battling it out against Wojciech. And we see actually already positions are on the board. We see a new freestyle chess position. We have bishop on a1 all the way, and we have the knights on b1, c1. What a nice approach. And we see already in one of the games, the game started with a c4 and c5 moves, looking like some English opening, as we might say it. The other approach is on the top left corner, top right corner, sorry, there is a d4, d5, and knight d2. What an interesting move. It's a game of Makun against Saleh Salem. Is there anything else interesting?
Yeah, we have David Navarra's b3. First move against Vladimir Fedoseev. It seems that most of the players have decided to activate the Daxwa bishop for white, which makes sense because it's in the corner, maybe with the current exception of Aram Kokobian against Frederick Swan, and that will be the game on the lower right corner, but it's only one move made, really. So I suggest that we sit here for a minute and try to have a feeling which game is going to explode.
It's very tough to say because looking at the Renata Jumabayev against Radoslav Wojciech on top left, it has actually been already knight jumping to e4. Crazy move. I mean, I would not expect this. I wanted first to say that it's actually the calm position, but now suddenly knight jumps to e4.
But this is something I've already seen Wojciech doing today, so maybe you can correct my memory, Angelika. So Radoslav already played an early knight jump against something, so I'm wondering if this is some kind of a pattern recognition. So some training he has done before. I think it was Wojciech, if I'm not terribly mistaken. It also featured this early, I think it was at the king side, some knight f6, knight g4 or something, or maybe it was not even Wojciech, to be honest, I don't remember, but it seems that the players definitely have done some prep, which is not really surprising.
Yeah, for sure they did, and we see already there is a double pawn on the f5 right now, so there is still some issues with developing the queen from h1. Actually, we have seen already how many positions did we have queen on h1. I believe it's the third time. I mean, at least 2 times we had it. So yeah, I believe it's the third time queen is on h1. Very interesting. And we see e6 probably supporting d5 push at some moment for black, and yeah, meanwhile, for white, do you play queen g2? Do you play f4?
Yeah, actually f4 looks reasonable because there might be some unexpected queen b7 opportunities to try to harass black's queen side. And also it enables the long diagonal. f4 is played, makes easy, and that's why Wojciech immediately shuts the door. He plays knight e6 and says, not going to happen under my watch. But now black might have some problems with the queen on h8. So even though white has doubled the pawns, this pressure at the pawn on g7, at the g file here, maybe black will have to play bishop f6, so this position has a very good chance to liquidate very quickly.
Yeah, definitely h4, h5 grabbing more space, the moves to be expected. And yeah, the pawn structure makes it all much more interesting due to the open g file for white, and yeah, targeting this g7 square, which actually is now pretty problematic, as you're mentioning. How do you develop the queen from h8? What do you do? Do you play h5 yourself, bringing queen to h6, or how do you deal with it?
I think that you play h5, queen h7 if you want to be ambitious. Like if you're saying that white's pawn structure to the king side is a weakness, I want to be ambitious, I want to put a queen on h7, queen, let's say on f5, and see what happens to keep the pawn structure healthy. But to be honest, I highly doubt it, because let's say I'm gonna make some random like whatever, bishop e2, you play h5, I simply could take away this opportunity. So you can no longer play queen h7, the white queen on e4 is very active, so that's why I think that here Wojciech will simply have to play bishop f6, and then I think this position is going to liquidate after the trades. The g file might be a place where the players are going to trade the pieces. So my money would be that this game is looking pretty normal. Again, I'm saying the word, but it's heading to something peaceful. There you go, bishop f6 is on the board. So let's maybe go to the bird's eye view and see what else is happening in the other games.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking actually at the top right board, look at this Makun against Saleh Salim. H4, G4 is on the board. What is happening? I suggest we immediately jump there to check out what's happening. What do you think, Arturs?
Exclamation mark move G4? Really? Wait, I quite don't understand it. So this is the chaos we're seeing between two very creative players here. I'm just going to roll back from the very beginning. I'm curious why this is so exciting for our dear chess.com engine. So 92, 96, B3, H4. Very interesting. So D4, 92, B3, H4, completely unrelated four moves, and yet they somehow make sense. 93, 94 takes. Can somebody explain me why this is an exclam move? Because it was a mate in one trap.
Oh, of course. You don't really want to checkmate on move 7, so you have to stop it. And now even if knight jumps to d2, there is a king g2. But it's crazy, right? In the position, in the classical chess, we don't always, I mean, we never probably have such a position where knight can checkmate the king in just 7 moves. And actually in this position, we do have it.
And f3 drops the queen, obviously, but I'm wondering why not e3? What's so terrible about this move? Why the engine says that g4 is like an exclamation move? Because usually this means this is the only move. Maybe it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, but it's definitely a move with, which has 2 functions. First of all, as you're mentioning, there is a space for a king. Maybe secondly, that there could be a pawn march on the king side who's pushing pawns forward with h5 or g5. But the other question is, if king moves, then there would be no opportunity for castle anymore. But maybe actually white doesn't really want to castle, since king is located in between these 2 rooks on e1 and g1.
So this is how you get advantage in Chess960. So you play d4, 92, b3, h4, 93, 94, g4, and you have a large advantage.
So that's the key to success, right?
Key to success. Yeah, I mean, of course, also select moves have to be taken into account. Maybe the knight jumps were not really that successful, so he just couldn't resist going for the 92 checkmate. What if the opponent misses it? Either way, white indeed appears to have the better position. The knight on e4 probably is not going to stay because white is simply going to push it away.
Yes, it looks like that. So Saleh is in his typical thinking process right now, trying to figure out what to do in this position. And as he already seen in his game, has had some very creative solutions to many positions. And in this case, we might see another one. Also, this 94 was pretty creative. But now the question, how do you stop those kingside expansion? Do you have actually to play h6 or h5 trying to stop it, or how do you bring the queen out from the h8 square? I don't really have a direct answer, because if you play h5, there would be g5 immediately. If you play h6, it still looks very passive.
That is one problem. The second problem, which might be even more pressing, how do you stop white's counter checkmate threat?
Oh, true.
How do you stop this? Because white's like, you're doing this to me, I can do this to you as well. So I can play 95 and 97 checkmate. So are you having the same freedom as your opponent? Can you play G6, H6, or G5 to secure the king? Maybe not. And that's why this G4, H4 is, at the same time grabbing space, but maybe also the preparation move for the knight e5. And now here Salem is thinking, I mean, what should I do? Maybe you play f6, but
Oh, f6.
e6.
e6 is on the board, and basically knight e5 would come without any threat. So first, white goes for f3, kicking the knight, which is very logical. Now knight has to go back. I don't think knight would go to f6. d6 is the only square, and it happens.
Another great move by white, by the way, f3. Another exclam move. Looked pretty normal to me, but
Apparently the only move to keep the advantage, but looks very human. And now e4, grabbing space in the center, and we get some kind similar French defense pawn structure. Also looking at the pawns d4, e4, f3, g4, h4. It reminds me some seabird, don't you think, or some bird? Can we call this pawn structure like this?
yeah, I think there was actually a different name for a pretty similar structure. I'm not going to mention it.
Why not?
I think it was like this.
Ah, it was a different, yeah.
Yeah, something like that. Okay, doesn't really matter, but I think here for Salem, this position is looking pretty awful because in the first moves, what he has accomplished is just trade one knight, bring the other knight to d6, and white has secured a pretty significant space advantage.
Actually, Arthurs, what I see, we already have the first result. I'm pretty shocked, actually, that the game finished so early. We have Rinat Jumabayev drawing against Radoslav Wojtaszek. The game we actually looked a little bit early.
I had a feeling we had to switch that game.
Yes, exactly. We just probably switched it off at the moment before the disaster, so to say, before the draw happened. Very interesting choice by the players, but of course the players are getting tired, so many rounds of play, and still the final round is about to start, so it's understandable. But of course, more games are still being played. So what do you think is going to be a reply now from Saleh Salem? Will he, I mean, taking off obviously is not good, right? You're just giving more space for white. But what can you do?
I think he doesn't want to be suffocated. Like if he plays here from the black's perspective, something like b6, you want to bring the bishop in the game. I think that white could play e5. I don't want to do this to myself, but okay, knight c8, and let's say white plays something like f4. It just doesn't look very good to you because white is advancing rapidly, huge space advantage, and also notice the queen on h8 is becoming much less and less likely to join the game. So that's why I think here what Salem is thinking, he's definitely realizing, okay, I have pretty bad position. No news, yeah, so already he had some problems in the previous rounds. I think he's going to take it and play something like b6, like this, to pin the pawn. So definitely white's going to play bishop f3. So my money would be that he's somewhere here. And he's trying to understand now how bad is this position? Can I play f5 or do I maybe play some h5 and g5 and f6? So he could be somewhere here and thinking, I got to complicate stuff.
Yeah, I fully agree with you, Arthurs. It's so tough to decide what to do with this pawn, because if you keep the position like this, white is going to push for e5, and then you're going to get this very bad bishop on a8, which you don't really want, and the kingside expansion for white, pushing f4, f5, you don't really want that. I would also bet my money on take on e4 and then pushing and pressing on the e4 pawn, but of course, for sure, we cannot say. Meanwhile, actually, Saleh has 5 minutes 40 seconds more than double has Makun right now. 12 minutes 40 seconds, absolutely incredible time consumption. But we were already mentioning this, right? Salem is using time a lot, and he's playing many games on the last seconds.
He does play b6, but not out of good life. I think he simply evaluated Angelika this other position after d takes on e4, and then b6 is suffering. So here at least it's a close position. Maybe, yeah, he evaluated that he's going to have more chances to fight back. But here the challenger's position looks very promising, and I think that Saleh is one of the first masters who is in a real danger. So the challengers are challenging the masters. So here the master is having problems. Let's maybe go back now to the bird's eye view and see what else is happening? Are we seeing any more surprises potentially?
Yeah, I looked at the bottom middle board, David Navarro against Vladimir for the save. I don't see what exactly is happening there. I mean, I see that there is a pawn on g4. There are two knights in the center, while black's pieces look a little bit clumsy backwards. And evaluation bar says that it's slightly better for white. On the other hand, in the top middle board, Nicolas Theodore against Arvind. Oh my God, what is happening there? Actually, looks like it's also better for white.
But I'm also looking at, by the way, a game of Daniel Darda against Volodar Murzin, where Darda apparently had issues with his queen. I'm talking about the lower left corner. So now he just played queen g3, and I really like Murzin's position. Maybe we could check that game. What do you think?
Yes, of course. We can check that out and see what is actually happening.
Visually, I like really black's position because it seems that black has positioned every single piece on the ideal squares. The king of the fate feels safe. The rook on g8 supports the pawn advancement. There's something like g4 to h4 happening. The king on f1 maybe doesn't really feel that good, and this knight on e5 cannot be challenged. And yet all of this supposedly doesn't matter because the bar says white is slightly better.
Yeah, definitely is. But as always, as we're mentioning, even though the bar says one thing, to human eye it's completely different. Yeah, we can feel that the position looks much more pleasant, considering all this pressure on the e4 pawn, the knight on e5. But yeah, definitely we're not going to argue much. But the bishop on c2, just look at this piece. It's just defending the pawn on e4 and not really doing much. I mean, it's not a happy bishop, right?
Yeah, but maybe there's nothing black can really do about it. And also white has own ideas, like white could play knight e5 at the right moment. And after bishop takes on d5, play perhaps c takes on d5 to contain the knights. Another idea I'm thinking is could be knight e4, knight f5 idea, try to shut the queen on f6 from the game. And that's why I suppose the bar says it's pretty balanced, but looks exciting.
Yeah, it looks indeed exciting. But Arturs, I want to bring your attention to still David Navarro's game. Just looked, he played h4 move. He has h4, g4, f4 pawns in the position. It's a bottom middle board. Maybe it's time for us to jump there and see what is happening, because it looks like Vladimir Fedoseev is not really happy here.
Okay. That's a good choice.
Yeah.
So
h4 has been played recently, so he's pushing all the way on the king side.
It does look quite a bit normal, so David decided not to experiment a lot in the opening phase, so he has made a long castle. The last move he played was king b1, which I suppose is a good move for the future. Maybe if Fedoseev with a king on c1 would have been playing c5, the king on c1 would be a target. Not really sure. And it seems that he has accomplished more. So if I'm playing from the black's perspective, what do? I want to play d5, but can I play d5 here? I don't think I can, because white has 1, 2, 3, and 4 pieces or pawns challenging the d5 square. So Fedoseev plays h6 instead.
Yeah, and also one of the biggest issues of black's position is the bishop on a8. Just look at that piece, which is not doing that much at all. It just being stuck on a8 square. So I would say...
To be honest, I didn't even notice it.
You thought that's a rook, yeah?
I thought it's a rook, yeah. I didn't even notice. You're right, Angelica. Yeah, this bishop on a8 is just...
Yeah. So maybe at some moment some b6 could be moved, but also you have to be worried about the c6 pawn. It can be a very weak one, but that's at least how you can try to push for the d5 break. Meanwhile, white is getting all the space on the king side, which looks absolutely great for David Navarro. Can he stabilize now after the previous upsets in the challengers final rounds and strike back against one of the against the top seed of the Masters? What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. So here David is looking really great, and also for Fedoseev, the position is not great. Also, the clockwise, the situation could have been much better. So that's why he's attempting to increase the speed. And I think Angelica, he is attempting to go for the d5 idea. But of course, with the knight on b6, the prospects for this bishop on a8, they just look worse and worse.
And also knight on b6, of course, it's preparing the d5 push, but of course it's not ideal square for the knight. It's being just limited by the b3 and c4 pawns. Of course, the idea is to push for the d5, but how much will it improve the position of black, even if black goes for it? Goes for going for the d5 move. I'm not so sure. But is there any way how white can stop it? Is there any c5? C5 move? Is it?
Maybe it is, but David is not doing it because notice the last couple of moves that David has played. So first, look at this. So he played bishop b2. I mean, no, actually it was even before that. So he played king b1. He played bishop b2, and he played king a1.
Oh.
And only now he's playing g5. So there was a lot of cat and mouse action here. So first he secured the queen side, made sure that the king is safe, made sure he's not missing any diagonal checks, and only now he's playing g5. And I think that also Fedoseev perfectly understands what's going on, and he knows that his bishop on a8 is not doing anything, so he's trying not to force matters. So by the way, that's why, according to the evaluation bar, he was doing really badly, but now apparently after this g5 push, captures on g5 and f5, black is slowly climbing out of this big hole he climbed into himself after the opening.
Yeah, absolutely. And c5 has happened on the board. I was shortly talking about this move. Apparently not the best one, but it looked very tempting, right? Not to allow black pushing d5 forward, and after take on c5, taking on e5. But there is the c4 break. What do? Do you capture on c4? Do you allow take on b? It's so tough. Or you play b4 yourself? What do you do?
I mean, yeah, the position changed very quickly. This is what amazes me about this game. So there was a lot of, look at this. I'm gonna go to the move. I'm gonna go back 7 moves. So that's the position, right? So they're maneuvering, and maneuvering, and suddenly the action explodes very quickly, like c5 and knight e5. And we have a completely different pawn structure, which is quite not characteristic to the pace of the game that was happening the past 6-7 rounds. Yeah, so this is essentially the highest level chess. So the players can apply to the speed and switch in a different gear at the right moment. And now, again, we have a pure chaos on the board, and I think that's the change that Fedoseev is really welcoming.
Yeah, definitely he is, as he is the player who is, yeah, we might say that he's more sharp in such positions. He probably calculates a bit more. We have seen some blunders from David in this tournament, so it could be playing for on a good hand for Vladimir. But now knight e5 is on the board. What do you do as white? I mean, you don't want to trade the knight because then you will fix the pawn structure for black. But you also cannot take the pawn on c4.
Can I play b5? Like I was thinking, maybe this is a moment for some crazy pawn sack. Like b5, take on c3, c6 or b5. You still have problems with your bishop on a8, but it costs a pawn. So David decided no. Now he plays e3 and black responds with b5. And this bishop on a8 is about to be resurrected. I mean, a couple of moves ago it was pretty dead, and now it's joining the game.
Yeah, definitely it is, and at some moment there should be some c5 break, and now we have, as black, the protected passer on the c4, so potentially it could be actually very dangerous in the endgame. And yeah, that was probably, as you're mentioning, this b5 was a very important moment to strike for white. But now b5 is already played by black, and maybe actually, as you're mentioning, followed up by a5, breaking the pawn chain, the queen side.
I think David senses this game is slipping away from him because about 7 moves ago, he had a pretty much commanding lead on the clock. Like he had about 7 minutes or maybe 7.5 minutes against Fedoseev's 4 minutes or 4.5. So he was definitely having some extra time. And also, black had problems with the bishop on a8. Now, 7 moves later, something has changed Fedoseev has managed to turn around the game, and by the way, also the bar suddenly says that black is doing perfectly fine, and also visually it feels that not everything is decided in this game.
Yeah, definitely not everything is. And after trade on e5, suddenly the pawn structure of white is being separated. Now the pawn is on e5, the other one is on g5, and now the question is, where is all the advantage white had earlier? Did it just disappear?
Yeah, again, the pawn structure changes very quickly, so I have a hard time to follow because when Fedoseev played this b5 Angelica, I thought that he's going to play a5. Like, I thought this is the idea. Like, you have the bishop on c7, the pawn on b4 is targeted, so I would have thought you were going to play a5, even though you're supposedly exposing the king. And now again, the structure changes. So he takes on e5, something he could have done before. He takes on c3, and he plays c5, so this is actually a sequence, a part of the larger sequence.
Yeah, and it's using the fact that the queen is not on h1 anymore, otherwise c5 would not be possible due to the pin on the bishop, and the bishops are being traded, so now there is no bad bishop for black. And suddenly we can see that actually black's position somewhat is becoming a bit better, although the pawn now on c5 and e5.
So
are those the weaknesses?
That's a very good question, which also could be said. Which king is weaker? Is it the white king or the black king? I suppose it depends. But I'm not really sure that these pawns, they're going to hold on for too long. So black could suddenly become very aggressive, like knight c6 and rook d3, and maybe the queen could also join the game. But yeah, the bar says it's as balanced as it gets, so I'm not really going to argue. I really want to follow this game. You know, I think the action is brewing up here, and also these are very, very creative players. But can we check very quickly the bird's eye view if we're not missing any significant action from the other games?
As we can see on the top right, Makun is still winning against Saleh Salem, the game we were checking earlier. But look at this on the top. Middle board, Rinat Jimabayev against Arvind, having some advantage, attacking on the queen side, the king of Arvind. What an interesting position. Looks pretty crazy. Meanwhile, Arvind has some central pawns on d4 and e5. Do you see anything else what catches your eye?
Everything looks crazy.
Actually, yes. Just now realized the bottom left board, Daniel Darda, against Volodar Murzin. Suddenly the rook is on g2 and the table has been flipped. The board has been flipped, and now it looks like Darda is...
I'm going to leave it up to you. Which one do you want to follow?
We can jump back to Daniel Darda against Volodar Murzin, because earlier we were checking that game and not much has happened, right? And suddenly, here we see rook is on g2, but b4 with a huge threat of b5 to trap the bishop.
No, but I think that Darda is doing really fantastic here because he just played a great move b4, which imprisons the knight on b7, so it's going to join the game. If black plays a5, white's simply going to reinforce the pawn on b4 by playing a3.
No, white is going to trap the bishop by b5.
That's even better. Thank you. That's even better. I was like so focused on keeping the knight on b7 in its prison, but you're right, absolutely right, and that's why I suppose Murzin plays d6. Somehow white's pieces, except of this rook on g2, feel more active. And watch out for knight e4. If this bishop leaves, what about bishop e4 idea? The rook on g2 might be in the wrong place in the wrong time.
So after knight d4, you cannot move the bishop away. But actually, what happens after b5? Actually,
even b5 and bishop b4. You're right. Yeah, same b5.
What is going to be a move there? Because if you move the bishop back, bishop f4 comes with a huge power. But I don't see other move for black. Black will have to sacrifice something, either exchange or piece.
An exchange on e2, is it? So b5, I'm just going to put it on the board. b5, I think rook e2. And if you play knight e2, I have some bishop g2 ideas. So the knight suddenly joins the game with knight c5, so this is not super obvious. So obviously you're wondering, why not b takes on c6? Takes, but is this any good for black?
Yeah,
probably no.
No,
it's
it's
not very good.
white
Yeah,
is
just
up in exchange.
B5 looks very convincing, but no, knight e4 was played, by the way.
Oh, interesting. So going for a different approach, challenging the bishop. But now knight on c3 is being under attack. But is there actually knight c2, e2 attacking the rook? And that would be a fork in a way. The one knight is attacking the bishop on c6, the other knight is attacking the rook. And it has been played, but now maybe rook e3.
I think even black would sacrifice the exchange on g3, allow you to take on g3 because this creates a pretty strong pawn on g3.
Or bishop g2.
Or bishop g2, yeah. No, rook g2.
Aha, now knight cannot take on c6 because rook can take on e2.
Something is not right here for black. I mean, this knight on b7 is probably the reason why black is suffering. The rook on g2 gives us the false impression that black is pretty active, but I think that the rook alone cannot make the difference.
Maybe b5 should be played now?
Yeah, again, yeah,
Again,
b5, bishop
b5.
e4. But b5,
Or maybe
can I
take.
take with e5? You have to calculate things very quickly here.
Yeah, and the players are getting lower and lower in clock, 2 minutes, and b5 has been played. Now, the big question, do you take on e5? Do you move the bishop? Do you sacrifice your rook or exchange on e2?
Yeah, I think also this could be, like you said, Angelique, this could be the moment when the fatigue really kicks in. And I was thinking about, like we discussed this, which is the hardest tournament of the entire festival for both players, for both tournaments. I think it's the Chess960 because it's like a lot of unusual games that they play today, essentially 7 rapid tournaments, a pretty long time control, 15 plus 5. So also some of the players like Fedoseev arrived at the last moment. He arrived only yesterday, midnight, and we just saw Theodorov doing pretty badly after 5 rounds. He had half a point. I suspect maybe jet lag could be having some role here. So
yeah, absolutely. And I also think that rapid, the time control is also general. So we have Chess960, which is already starting position is getting wild, but we also have this rapid. And I think the rapid time control is like, it's not blitz, it's not classical, it's somewhere in the middle, and sometimes it's not clear. Should you spend more time on the next move, or should you try to play faster, but then you suddenly blunder? It's so tough to understand what is the strategy for this time control.
But what I am seeing is that the masters are in trouble.
Masters are indeed in trouble, as we were mentioning in the game of David Navarre. He was pushing against Vladimir Fedoseev. It's a bottom middle board, but on the top middle board, Nicolas Theodore against Arvin is actually having some great position.
So
there.
we have Makun's position against Alem Select. That's the top right corner. He is having a commanding position. The bar is all the way in the sky. So he's a challenger challenging the master. So the master's in trouble right there. There's the Volodar Morzen's games. He's in trouble. He's down a piece essentially against Daniel Darda. What else do we have? Aram Hakobin in the lower right corner. He's the challenger. He's doing not great against Frederick Svane. And the other games, Nicolas Theodorov is having a fantastic position in his own game.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like the challengers are challenging the master pretty well in this round and getting some great results. So what game would you like to jump in? Would you like to go to the Greek Grandmaster against the Indian prodigy?
Yeah, it's really tough to say. Maybe we could go to the Nicolas Theodorov game against Arvind Chittambaram because that could be the biggest upset, if we may say so, because so far, Nicolas, we briefly mentioned this, he was struggling in the first 5 games. He only scored, I believe, half a point, and Aravind should be the technical favorite on paper, but yet we're seeing something else happening here. So Aravind is down on exchange and has problems with his king safety.
Yeah, king on c2 actually for white, even though it's still kind of opened, but is being protected by the bishop, by all the pawns. But black's king on b8, it doesn't have any protection there, and there could be already some threats in the position of doubling the rooks on the b file and pushing more pressure. Meanwhile, there is still some unclear position on the king side with the pawn chain. There could be always some take on e4 or some take on f5, so there is tension there. But definitely, it's a big question right now.
I think if I'm playing with white, Angelica, I'm trying to focus, going for the checkmate. And by the way, look at the clock situation. 1 minute here for white and only 15 seconds here for Theodoro. So he played rook g to c1. He wants to escape with the king. Go for the queen's attack, play something like c5, open up the position. The pawn in 5 is under attack, but I don't think it really matters. Rook b6, king d1, sorry. King d1, I believe it's the correct move, and c5 seems to be a killing threat.
Yeah, definitely it is. So many pieces are located on the b file, but everything is pinned to the king to b8. c5 is played immediately without king d1, because if you take with the bishop after probably rook trade, there should be rook b1.
There's also some long checks like queen g8. It's a very tempting move. So first here, rook takes on b6 is played, and definitely Theodoro senses that he is very close to win this. And it's very, very important for him because when you're doing badly in the tournament, now you're playing essentially one of the highest rated players of the Masters section. You just want to show yourself that finally, I'm capable to play a very good game. Queen g8 check, by the way, is played.
Yeah, probably he wants after king a7 to play rook a1, but is there actually bishop d8 or queen d8? King is coming to c7.
No, it's completely dead lost, I believe.
King d1.
King d1, queen x on g6, black's position is simply falling apart.
God.
I'm not really sure if it's technically an upset. Looking at the results of today, it's an upset, but I mean, of course, Nicholas is a very, very strong grandmaster, so not really an upset.
Yes, he's extremely strong. He has had recently 2 very impressive results. He has won the UZ Chess Cup Challengers, and after that he won the team event with his team for getting the first place. So absolutely coming from the good results. He had some struggles here, Chess960 in Biel, but definitely he's the very strong grandmaster.
Yeah, of course, and here queen h7 is a great move, trying to simplify the position. But by the way, the game is not yet over. Queen takes on h7. The position is going to simplify. Black has 2 strong central pawns. Can you take on c5 to simplify the position? No, Nicholas is not going to do it.
He is taking on h7. Now there are 2 bishops against rook and the bishop, and it looks like it is theoretically winning endgame. Will there be any practical difficulties here?
I think d3 seals the deal. That's it. So after d3, king e2, bishop g6, g4, your game becomes very straightforward. So this last move, d3, was very important to stop any counterplay from the black pawns here, something like e4, but...
We have actually a surprising result. Saleh Salem won against Makun. What has happened? Shocking.
He managed to turn around this game, okay. That's pretty surprising. That's bad news for the challengers because it looked like the challengers are going to take down the Masters in the entirety of the matches, but now it's not really so clear. So here I think what we're seeing is the final moves of this game, so Theodore is definitely going to win it. Maybe let's go to the bird's eye view and see if we're missing some other action because I'm pretty sure that Theodore is going to win this.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's do it. We have actually Vladimir Fedoseev winning against David Navarro on the bottom middle board. We can see in the end game there are too many pawns for black, but actually, is it so clear what is happening there?
Which game again?
The bottom middle board, David Navarro against Vladimir Fedoseev.
It's some sort of rook-king game. Yeah, I don't think, again, visually it looks so clear, so we could jump to that game and follow.
Yeah, and there is another result. As we can see, Aram Hakobian lost to Frederick Swane, so another master is winning the game. And now, yeah, the pawn is coming all the way to b2, ready to promote.
I think that's it. Yeah, e7, rook e7. You can give away the rook, g3, g2, king b3, king c2. But okay, just in case, Fedoseev is going to chalk up an extra tempi like king f7, king b3, king c2, b1, queen. Even though white's going to promote first, it doesn't really matter in this situation. And unfortunately, it's going to be another loss for David Navarra. But he's going to fight it out until the very end.
Yeah, maybe let's jump immediately to the game of Daniel Darda against Vladimir Murzin, just checking what is happening in that position.
How is Murzin winning this? He was down a piece.
What is happening in all the games?
There's some major turnarounds. I don't know what was happening because, like, essentially 5 minutes ago, challengers were doing really great. They were about to take down the Masters, and yet at the time scramble, the Masters are showing we have the more experience.
Yeah, definitely. But this is really insane that in all games we have watching Makun against Alex Salem, we had David Navarra against Vladimir Fedoseev, and also here Daniel Darda against Vladimir Murzin. All of the challengers were so much better, they were winning, and suddenly now we see that actually Masters turning around the tables.
So you can see, I mean, Darda is definitely unhappy. He's like shaking his head. How did I get even here? This is crazy. But I believe all the games are officially finished.
Yeah, the round 6 coming to its end, and here we are going to see the results of this round. What has
Let's
happened.
check them. Let's check the results. So every single game is finished. So there you go. A lot of decisive games. Hakobian goes down against Frederick Svane. Jumabayev against Wojtaszek was a pretty quick draw. Makun lost his commanding positional lead against Salem Saleh. So then we saw Daniel Darda having an extra piece, and yet somehow things turned around for Murzin, who wins a very important game. David Navarra was doing really great in the opening phase, but he lost against Vladimir Fedoseev. And Nicolas Theodorou scored, if my calculations are correct, the only upset, if we may say so, against Master Arvind Chitramuram.
Yeah, absolutely exciting game we had. And here we go for the standings in the Masters. Right now we still have Radoslav Wojtaszek leading with 4 points, but Saleh Salem is joining him after this victory, so they're sharing the first place. Half a point behind is Vladimir Fedoseev, half a point behind him is Vladimir Murzin. And in the challengers, Rinat Jumabayev is jumping forward with 4 points. Half a point behind is Aram Hakobian, and half a point behind him is Makun. So yeah, really exciting round number 6. We had so much action, Arturs.
What an action really here, Angelica. But we have one more game, the round 7, when the challengers are going to take on the Masters for one more game in both tournaments. So the 58th International Biel Chess Festival, with the very first day of action of Chess960, is about to continue in several minutes. In the meantime, we're going to make a small break and be back in several minutes. We have one more game here to be played in the 58th International Biel Chess Festival. The day one is approaching the finish line. Today we have two Chess960 tournaments, both in the GMT, Masters and Challengers. We saw a lot of action the first 6 rounds. Now, for the second time in a row, Challengers are challenging Masters, a very special event for the tournament. Angelika, your expectations?
Yeah, I mean, we had so many exciting games so far, but I'm expecting so much more to the final rounds. I understand the players are getting very tired, but on the other hand, we're having such amazing matchups. First of all, we have Saleh Salem with white pieces against Daniel Darda, Aravind against David Navarra, Volodar Murzin against Aram Hakobian, Frederic Swane against Rinat Jumabayev, and Vladimir Fedoseev against Nicolas Teodoro, and finally Radoslav Wojtasza against Makun. We've seen in the previous round that challengers actually have so much energy and so much power, getting amazing positions against the Masters, but it's the Masters who prevailed at the end, although Aravind failed to Nicolas Teodoro.
Yeah, indeed, that's what was happening, and let's see if this trend is also going to continue in this round as well. So, one more game to play, pretty long day for every single player. Here we are seeing the players are still in positive mood, obviously. Also, I'm personally happy for Nicolas because, you know, I know how difficult it is when you're playing badly. You have half a point out of 5, and finally you manage to score a pretty important victory against one of the tournament favorites. You just feel better inside, really. And here we have Aravind playing against David Navarra.
Yeah, they're already seated at the board, and they're getting ready, and seems like they don't have position yet, I believe, because they would always need to change it. Although Aravind is looking at the position as if it was already changed. But let's maybe zoom in and see, is there already position which has been selected? And it actually is. Wait a second. Okay, first it reminded me the standard position, but then I just realized, okay, we have king and the queen in the center, but the king is on d8, the queen is, or rather, king is on d1 and queen is on d1. At the same time, we have very strange happening on the boss length. We have bishop on h1, knight suddenly on f1, and rook on g1, so pieces are being mixed. And on the queen side, it's differently. It's knight standing in the corner and rook on b1, while bishop actually is the only piece which is standing on its own square on c1 or c8.
Okay, let's make a guess. What's going to be the first starting move? Oh, sorry, d4 is played. I was trying to predict, are we going to get some grab, like g4 or with the bishop and h1? This is where you don't play g4, I'm not really sure.
Yeah, definitely it could be, but okay, we see already one of the boards has the d4 move. I almost said e4 because I've seen that the pawn move was made from the king. And here we have Frederic Swane against Rinat Jumabayev, and we see actually that the players are not rushing with the first moves, and Rinat is still taking his time because every move counts, especially in such wild positions.
Yeah, I really like this approach. I mean, you start with the things that you know that you need to do. So the bishop on h8 needs to join the game. So this is exactly what Jumabayev is doing. And also, by the way, in the contrary to the normal openings when black plays something as low as g6, white immediately grabs the center. Here, surprisingly, the pawn on d4 is left defenseless. So that's why here Swane immediately fixes the problem by defending the pawn here with knight b3, which of course immediately enables some possibilities for black. Oh, you could have played a5. Yeah, I was thinking a5, queen a5 doesn't really work. I suppose we're going to see.
Yeah, we will definitely see, but it's, the position looks very, very interesting. It's tough to suggest the moves, but as we were mentioning, bishop on c8 or c1 is the only piece which is standing on its own square, so d6 looks very logical, developing the bishop in one of the next moves to f5. We're just having the bishop opened, maybe bringing knight to d7, there could be an idea, and pushing for e5.
Yeah, and then the position would resemble the king's in the defense. Yeah, so this is what it looks like. I wonder if Rinat plays any kings in defense himself? Maybe. I don't really know.
Yeah, it's possible definitely that he's trying to get the the good similar position to which resembles the opening which he's playing. But yeah, we have still d6 on the board. No moves have been played yet, but as you're mentioning, e4 looks very tempting.
Can you play e4? Do you play g3? I think these are the choices that here Svane is considering right now. Maybe there is an opportunity for some extravagant queen a5 idea, which normally is a move you probably don't want to play, but the pawn on a7 is a target, and then maybe after queen a5, a6, this is when you grab the center with e4. Once again, the opportunities are all but limitless here.
Yeah, definitely. And actually, as I can see in one of the games, queen a5 was actually played. It was played by Vladimir Fedoseev. But yeah, definitely the crazy move, and targeting the pawn on a7 instantly is a different approach. And also it's pinning the c-pawn to the king, so c-pawn cannot actually move in that case. But yeah, definitely many approaches in this position. But first of all, I would say that in such position with the pawn on g6, you usually try to push for h4, h5, which I don't think is a good idea in this case, because it would just open the rook file on g8.
Yeah, you're right about that. So, yeah, I don't really think that h4 is going to happen here. Yes, Svane again is spending a bit some time here, so e4 looks good enough for me. G3 looks reasonable. Maybe there's some other opportunities, like what else could be here? I'm not really sure. I would probably be choosing between these two, like G3 or E4. And by the way, he is reaching for Queen A5, and we have the second game in a row when White plays Queen A5. I thought it's weird, but at least two strong grandmasters decided to continue it.
Yeah, pushing for it. And of course, now there is a trick. You cannot take on a7 because your queen is going to be trapped after rook coming to a8. So it's interesting that you're, in a way, coming with a tempo, but after a simple developing move, knight b6, there is no queen takes on a7 due to this issue of the rook a8. But maybe there could be another idea, right? You're bringing the queen to a5 not only to target the pawn, but also to slide the queen somewhere on the fifth rank at some moment, or stopping some ideas from black.
You know, I have a question. What do you think, Angelica? Do the players during their games, they have the time to familiarize with the other games? Like, you're playing Chess960, you play a couple of moves, then you have a sneak peek what's happening in other games. You're like, oh, look at that, Queen A5. That's interesting. I wouldn't have thought of that, but if you say so, I mean, let me give it a try. Do you think they're following other games?
Definitely. I think maybe in longer time controls. In Rabbit, it's a bit more tricky because they don't have so much time. But I think if the players, for example, made up their mind and they can actually stand up and look around and see and get some sneak peek in the other games and see what ideas have been used and maybe try to implement it there, or try to see which ideas were missed maybe for some players, what they have to watch out for from their opponents. I think it's actually possible, but maybe Rabbit is a bit too short to control to do this.
Speaking about the Queen A5s, maybe let's check the bird's eye view and see how many Queen A5s we have on the board. Angelica, you mentioned Fedoseev's game. Where is it? I'm trying to find it.
Wait a second, we have already a result. We have Radoslav Wojtaszek draw against Makun. Such a quick draw. And the other draw by draw, what has happened?
It seems that a couple of players have decided to call today, apparently.
Yeah, definitely.
So the games in question are Radoslav Wojtaszek against Makun, that's a draw, and the other one, I think it is...
yeah, I think it was the same game. It was.
Yep. You're right.
It's okay, but yeah, definitely we still have so many games ongoing, and we were mentioning this Queen A5, what happened in the Fedoseev's game, now in this one, and I believe it's actually it. I don't think there has been any other. Also, Frederick Svane against Rinat Jimabayev. I see another Queen A5.
Yeah, that's the.
That's
game
our
we're
game.
following.
Yes,
Yeah, that's our game, really. That's not another game. You're seeing Queen A5s everywhere.
Yeah, so we have queen a5 and now queen b5 offering a trade of the queens.
Yeah, Volder Morzen also has played a draw against Aram Jacobian and decided to call today. So here it is. 2 of the games out of 6 already are finished. And there was the fittest save game, but now I don't see the queen on a5 because the queens are
Queens got
traded.
traded.
You see, the queens got simply traded.
Oh.
And I think also for Svana game against Renat Jumabayev, we're going to see exactly the same.
Yeah, absolutely. And now the question is for Frederick, I think, to take on b5 or to make Renat to take on a5. Because the pawn on b5 could actually control the c4 square, which potentially could be a very important one, and knight could jump to the c4.
Do you want to stay to this game or select another game to follow?
Yeah, let's see actually what is happening on the other boards, if there is anything interesting.
Wait, what just happened? I think there was a major shift of the evaluation bar in the game Aravind against David Navarra. Probably it was some sort of a glitch. Can we go to that game? I'm gonna try to find it.
Let's try to check it because it looked like there.
No, everything is good. Yeah,
everything is good. Yeah.
Everything is good. So here, the game in question is Aravind against David Navarra. The position looks pretty normal. I know I'm overusing this word definitely today, but we're still following Chess960. The white rook is on a7.
And now queen a5, one more time.
No, yeah, they like this queen a5. There's something in common for all the players. They definitely recognize the same patterns. So I think the idea of queen a5 is to target the pawn on c7. If black plays b6, then you can play queen c3 and still keep harassing the pawn on c7. Is it enough? I highly doubt it, because white still hasn't brought the bishop on h1 in the game.
Yeah, definitely they haven't. And yeah, big pressure on the black on the 7th rank and with the queen on the queen side. It's not so clear to understand what to do for black next, but okay, David is going knight f6, trying to defend everything on the 7th rank. Is he preparing castle? Because he played knight f6, he's now defending the pawn on c7. I believe the next move could be short castle.
Yep. I really hadn't thought about it. But yeah, that looks legal. Like everything is freed. And the king on g8 is definitely feel safe, and the pawn on c7 is protected by the queen. So here the question is, can the Indian grandmaster do anything about it? Maybe play bishop h6. Bishop h6 to make sure that the king cannot cross the attacked square, but if you play bishop h6, you need to watch out for knight g4. The bishop on h6 is hit, and also the pawn on f2 suddenly loses support. So no, unless maybe he wants to play like queen b5 or queen a4. Do you even need to stop the black king leaving the center? Maybe
I don't think there is a way. And actually, he's castling first. Aravind is going for a short castle first, and I think we're going to see the same castle.
Yep.
Oh, very nice.
And I think here g3 also looks reasonable. You finally want to give some air for this bishop on h1, and now the position has simplified to something normal, and yeah, g3 is played, and I think that white enjoys some small pressure because he controls the a file and black does not. But I mean, black's position is still super solid here.
Yeah, definitely it is. And bishop h3 has been played instantly. Now there is no bishop g2 because pawn on d5 would be then weaker, and rook e1. Now, is there d4 threat right now in the position, trying to put some pressure on the e5 pawn? Or is there just e4 from black?
Yeah, it's definitely a move. d4, e4. Not sure if you can take on e4, but you could play c4, protect the pawn here. So,
or just simply bishop g5, right?
but I think also this position like dictates that the black could go for some kingside attack. With his bishop on h3, I would maybe go back one move, Angelica, here. Why didn't I play bishop g2? And maybe the thing is that the pawn on d5 is under attack. So here, if you play bishop g2, takes, perhaps Aravind felt that this pawn is becoming a bit loose. You know, so you see it's barely defended by the queen, and even though maybe there's nothing that black can do. But that's why here, after rook e1, with his bishop on h3 and the king a bit exposed, from the black's perspective, I'm thinking I want to go for some king set attack, something like h5, h4, knight g4, maybe even knight g4, f5, f4. How about that?
Yeah, definitely. The bishop on h1 is the only piece which is standing close to the king, which is protecting. So definitely I would not want to trade this one for a bishop on h3. And as you're mentioning, it's in a style of a King's Indian in a way, this f5, f4 push, or in case of the h-pawn you would like, h5, h4 push are definitely possible, opening up the way of the attack. So Arvind has to watch out for these ideas because the rook on a7 stands very active, queen on a5 also targeting some squares, but it's standing very beautifully, but doesn't bring in too much in the position because king already is on the king's side, and actually it's the white's king which is weaker.
Yeah, I definitely really like David's position here, and I think right now he's contemplating his chances where he's supposed to play. I would go for the king set attack. Let's maybe once again go back to the bird's eye view and try to evaluate the chances in the remaining 4 games, because what we saw about 5 minutes ago, that 2 games finished with a quick draw, which is again perfectly understandable because the players are tired. It's been a pretty long day, and this is only the very first day of a long distance.
Yeah, and we see on the top left corner there has been where we already watched the game of Frederick Swan against Rinat Jimabayev. The queen went actually back from a5, not allowing the trade, or actually it was kicked by the knight, so that was an update on that game. But what is happening in the middle top board of Vladimir Fedoseev against Nicolas Theodorou? Some interesting endgame. Definitely with a knight on a4, while white is pushing with the h4. And now e2 is hanging suddenly.
Yeah, we could check that. And also I'm seeing there's some action happening in Salem Select's game in the lower left corner. Daniel Darda is his opponent. Actually,
Let's go there.
I like that position a bit more. That looks pretty spicy, and we have 2 very creative players. So Saleh is doing really great in his tournament. Darda missed a major opportunity in the previous round against Volodar Murzin. Here we have some sort of a Marazzi bind in the position, except it's not really the Marazzi bind. And
definitely.
We'll see.
Yeah, and we have so many exciting games. One more time, there has been already 2 games finished in a draw in this final round number 7. But yeah, we have exciting action. The challengers, one more time, the challengers are taking on the masters for the final round of the Chess960, which is, of course, the last chance for all the players to get that extra points in their own standings, because it doesn't matter what the result is going to be, every player is bringing his points to his own tournament. And yeah, very exciting action definitely of Saleh Salem against Daniel Darda. Ooh.
Yeah, G3 of course makes sense. What I really also like about this position, that both players have decided to castle the king's opposite sides. So here Saleh decided to castle long side and Darda castle the short side. What does it usually mean? With queens on the board, it means action, a lot of action. And you want to attack the king on the other side of the board and be more flexible with the pawn movements. But I'm looking at the Emirati Grandmaster's position, and I'm not really sure how he's going to do it, because all of these pawns, they're well blocked. So here the bishop on e6 and knight on f6, they're blocking the movement of these pawns. I mean, h3, I can just take on h3. And black presumably has a bit more freedom to what to do at the queen side. Like I'm talking about, probably the action starts with a5, a4. Anyway.
Yeah, definitely. There could be this moves happening, and king b1. Computer is saying as a not a precise move. Now b6 is on the board.
That's a great move.
Limiting the knight. Now knight cannot jump to c5 any longer. And there could be this a5, a4 pushes you were mentioning on the board.
That's really a great move. And also, Daniel, I don't know what happened in his previous round game because what we saw against Merzen, he was playing a great game. He had extra piece, something happened, and then Merzen took over the game. But he's in really great shape. Um, Getting his rhythm, very excited to play Biel Chess Festival for the very first time. And here, I think Select simply hates his position because I don't know where's your plan because for Black suddenly the moves are incoming pretty easily, a5, a4, a3. So Select wants to go for this king set attack and everything seems so slow. I think he has to try bishop f3, g4, f5. I literally cannot see anything else.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you think also some h4, h5 is possible? I mean, like the same idea, bishop f3, g4, h4, h5? Or would you rather bet on the f5 break?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. I mean, as
possible.
long as you open up the position. Yeah, it could be. But here instead he played bishop c1. So first what he wants to do is fix the placement of the knight. Is it something like knight e2? I don't know where this knight goes, knight e4 or knight f3. But ultimately you want to go against the black king. And a5 is played very quickly by Darda. He has nothing better to do anyway here.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Actually, the play for black is so much easier than for white, so that, of course, makes Daniel play the moves much faster, sparing more time. Of course, there is not much of a difference, but 1 minute is still a time, and at some moment in some critical positions, it will be very important. And as we know, Saleh Salem has spending a lot of time so far today. He has been always under a minute on the last seconds, and he was still swindling, actually bailing out of the positions where he was completely lost. But yeah, we'll see if this one he will also manage to hold, because this looks like a great attack on the queen side.
That's right. So here, again, Saleh is slightly lower on the clock. This is a trend we already have noticed throughout the entirety of today. He's suffering a bit lately in his last games in the opening phase, but he always fights back. Like I think I saw most of the recent games he was doing not that great in the opening phase, but then based on his creativity, he's always fighting back. Here the question is, how do you generate the action? My money is on bishop f3, but since he played bishop c1, I think it signals that he wants to do something else. By the way, do not forget that black could play queen c4 and a4.
Yeah, there would be a big issue on the a2 square. So actually, that's pretty tough. So probably after this move, you have to try to trade the queens, maybe? Actually, after queen c4, is there queen d3? Trapping the queen, so to say, for a trade, or there is still queen a4?
Maybe there is, yeah. I'm also thinking I could be playing like a4, knight e2, and c5. So you probably cannot really take it because it opens up the b file, and the king on b1 is feeling quite a lot of heat.
Lower than 5 minutes on the clock, 4 minutes 40 seconds for Saleh Salem. 3 minutes lower than Daniel Darda. It's the time he's getting into his thinking tank and trying to find the best solution and probably sometimes the most creative one. But he's in a big trouble. He feels there is a big pressure on the queen side.
Yeah, I think I would just play bishop f3 here. I mean, the bishop on h1 is not in the game anyway, so it's not like it's a terrible move. I'm controlling some extra squares here. And I think he's probably somewhere here, like bishop f3, queen c4, there's at least bishop e2, a4, knight e2. Ah, wait, there's knight e5. That's what he doesn't like. A knight c3 check is a nasty check, and you don't want to give away this bishop because you just played bishop f3. That's what he doesn't like, and that's why he hasn't played bishop f3.
Oh, by the way, Arthurs, we have actually some update from the game Arvind against David Navarre. They actually went for this f5 push attack on the king side, and look at this. The position looks crazy. Queen is suddenly on h4. What has happened in that game? Maybe we can check it out.
We can do that. And here, David is going for the old-fashioned king side attack, and yet somehow nothing is working for black. I wonder why.
It's very strange, but f4. I mean, it looks like the black achieved what black wanted, but as looking at the evaluation bar, it's saying, you know what, everything is completely normal.
I think there's going to be some problems in black's camp after, let's say, bishop takes on c5. I mean, I just wanted to show the idea. I'm not really sure how accurate is this. And knight g5. I just noticed that complete knight e6. So I'm hitting the bishop on h3. You play here. And I was thinking I could go knight e6. But then I realized maybe black doesn't really have to take it. So if he takes it, but the engine says all of this is perfectly okay. Like takes. I was thinking with such a strong light square bishop and a king exposed and some c4 and bishop d.
Queen h7, checkmate.
Yeah, queen h7, of course, checkmate in one thread. There must be something. And what did they play? Yeah, bishop c5 is played. And bishop f6.
Ooh.
Very important intermezzo move, by the way. Stopping knight g5.
Wow. And Aravind is now stunned. He probably didn't see this move. Now he's trying to figure out, and it looks like David is back on the track.
What's so bad about it? If I play queen h6, so now you can take on c5, or at least try to repeat the position. Can you repeat? I think you can.
So now the problem is that the queen cannot get out.
Yeah, I'm actually quite surprised how white is even slightly better here. Like according to the bar, it's probably wrong. No, I don't see any way. So bishop f6 here, it seems that Navarra has secured at least a draw, and considering how tough the last couple of rounds has it been for him, I wouldn't be surprised that he would just, okay, let's call today, agree to a draw, get out of here.
Definitely, let's just finish it on a kind of good note, playing a draw.
But this begs the question, Angelica, what was it? I saw the bar, obviously. F4 is technically a mistake according to an engine. Here you see the bar like way high in the sky. So where was the move? Was it really knight g5 immediately? I can't believe it. This? No, it's wrong. Like takes and takes, and no, it doesn't look right. Something is off.
Was there a take on f4?
Just take the pawn.
And then bishop d4?
Bishop d4, even now you can play bishop c5, but now your king is quite weak.
That's interesting. What's the difference then? Because now again should be bishop f6, right? A bishop f6, queen
I'm not
f4.
sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. Anyway.
Oh my God.
Okay. Anyway, the position remains very complex, and after bishop f6, it seems that Navarra has figured it out, that the position remains balanced. So I would not be surprised that here Arvind is simply not going to see anything else. Okay, maybe technically he can play knight g5, by the way.
Yeah, knight g5, and then h6 is not happening, and then queen e7 maybe?
Yeah, there's a queen e7 move, and what did he play? Rook c7.
What? Oh my God.
Just as I was about to say that there's nothing happening here and I wanted to switch to another game, there was a rook sacrifice. I think the idea is to play queen takes on h3 and play on the domination of the light squares. That's a brilliant concept.
Oh my God.
Takes. Is it? Takes? What's the idea? Maybe bishop takes on d6.
And after queen takes on d6.
Wait, who says I have to take it? Like
queen c2? Oh, no,
queen
wait.
d7 also is a move. Like, I'm not sure. Like, okay, I get it. Like this queen d6, queen h3. I want to play knight e2. I want to dominate the light squares. Your bishop on f6 is bad. I could also play queen e6 and then try to outplay you in this position. But I'm not sure that all of this is so forced. I could play queen d7.
What about knight g5 here? Okay, apparently something bad.
Most likely you still have to go here, and it's still the same.
But what is wrong with knight g5?
I don't know, Angela. I don't know. I'm just a passenger here. I'm following the action. But anyway, rook takes on c7 prolongs the game, and here it's apparently a second move. Bishop takes on d6 to be played, but no, he did not play it. He played queen takes on h3.
Interesting. He's not taking on d6. Maybe because of the queen d7 move. But now,
No, he didn't win this pawn.
I mean, there is queen e6 check, but it doesn't bring much because king is in the safety on the king side. And I think the exchange is still an exchange in the long run. Although the bishop is pretty bad, right? The bishop on f6 cannot be played. But even in the worst case, you can always sacrifice a pawn on e4.
I suppose he's perfectly happy with this position, but that was a very legit question in this position a couple of moves ago. So why not bishop takes on d6? He definitely saw something.
Yeah.
Like queen d6, queen h3 is just a better version.
Yes.
And maybe he didn't like queen d7, queen h6, and something here. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, it's not so clear what.
Either way, the game is proceeding very quickly here. By the way, Aravind is down on 1 minute on the clock.
1 minute on the clock. Oh my god. Rook e2 defending the pawn on c2, but he would rather accept that repetition with queen h6, queen h4 than going into such positions where black is putting so much pressure. Now actually David is thinking right now, how can he improve his position? Because I don't see there is any threat right now from white, since even knight d2 doesn't work due to the rook takes on c2. So
yeah, that's a great move, really. So white was dreaming about putting knight on d2, knight c4, bishop e4, combined with queen e6, and this bishop on f6 is useless. But this rook a2 changes everything. So probably David would. Does he want to trade queens? Like if you play something like queen c8, what about queen e6 check? And the pawn on d6 remains hanging. And if you take with e6, let me just put it on the board like queen c8, queen e6. Is this any good? That's a strong pawn. Like, and I can protect it.
Bishop h3 can always protect the pawn.
Exactly.
Yeah, definitely a big question right now for David. Can he go for it?
Intuitively, I want to play at some point some e4, activate his dark square bishop, but obviously it costs a pawn. Might be a bit too much.
Yeah, but for now, I think it's a question: how can you should try a move to improve your piece, and just ask the question of for white, what do you want to do? I mean, you can even play rook e8. There is no queen e6 check, and what's the next move for white? There is no knight e2, there is no queen e6, and you can threaten queen c8 trading of the...
In the meantime, we have another update. It seems that Fredrik Svane already has finished his game in a draw, so this means more games are approaching the finish line. So Fredrik played a draw against Rinat Jumabayev, and if my calculations are correct, that Jumabayev at least has the shared victory in the Chess960 Challengers Tournament. We're going to talk about it a bit later because he was leading the tournament. Good 4 points out of 6. Really great run for Rinat.
Yeah, he's actually for sure in the first place because Aram was earlier half a point behind him and he just scored a draw. So for that reason, it's surely first for Rinat. And we still have a game ongoing. By the way, look at the bottom left corner. Salih Salem against Daniel Darda. There is a huge attack on Emirati #1 Grandmaster by Daniel Darda. What an impressive position.
Yeah, Darda looks really great. So technically, winning position was the material balance. He has a extra lot. Yeah, so he has a queen for the rook and knight, as far as we can see. So pretty sure he's going to win it. And also, Aravind is struggling, and Vladimir Fedoseev has this pretty equalish endgame.
But I think Nicolas Teodoro is pushing because he has up a pawn. So I think the black is the one who is still trying for the win.
Yeah, maybe let's keep following this game. Aravind is now trading the queens because he simply didn't have any choice. And now the question is, can he still get the knight on a better square, which is easier said than done. And also 35 seconds don't really help his cause at all.
Yeah, definitely not. And yeah, too much pressure right now on white. There are many issues which white has to solve. And meanwhile, Black is having a great pawn structure, active rook on e2. The other rook also is ready to join the action. Rook on e2 is pretty passive. I mean, it's defending, but it's not the most active. Bishop h3, trying to bring the bishop all the way to e6.
Doesn't really solve the problem of the knight on f3, but at least white activates his bishop. Probably this is somehow pretty close to, I want to say technically winning because black has an extra exchange, but still the bishop at f6 is feeling pretty useless. King g2, I think here what white wants to do, maybe activate the king, take care of the pawn, so that finally he gets to play knight e2 and knight c4. With the knight on c4 or e4, things could look completely different. Because here the knight would be targeting the pawn on d6 and also controlling most of the surrounding squares. So this is exactly what Arvind is doing. He is improving the king and marching to the queen side. So here the question is what David can do to stop it.
Yeah, can he actually give a check, rook a1? And the idea could be actually if knight is coming to e1, there could be at some moment some e4 break and bishop c3. I mean, I don't know. I'm just trying to guess here.
Maybe rook a8, rook b2, rook a2 looks, or rook a1 check. But you need to watch out for knight e2. And here Arvind already says, okay, I'm okay to trade the rooks as long as I get my knight on d2.
And then probably after rook trade, there could be bishop g5 stop. Bishop g5 is not possible, of course. That would just hang. I was just trying to find a way to stop that knight e2.
Yeah, but by the way, here in this position, I'm not really sure if the knight is going to get to c4, even if that matters. Because, for example, you trade the rooks, you bring the king on e7, and the pawn on d6 is just protected. So that's it. You play knight e2, knight c4. I'm going to play h4 and trade off this pawn, and black is simply up on exchange. So here we are strictly talking about Arvind trying to survive.
Yeah, knight e2 is on the board, trying to go for that d6 pawn, but again, can be easily protected by the bishop.
Take on e1 or start with king f7 or maybe king f8, just in case, not to miss any checks. The king is most likely going to e7.
Yeah, the king is going to hold the pawn on d6, and meanwhile it's going to be really tough for white to try to hold the position.
We have a result. Daniel Darda takes down Salem Saleh.
Oh, incredible. So we have already one victory for the challengers in the final round, and we might see another one here on this board, David Navarre against Aravind.
Challengers are winning this round at the moment.
Yeah, at the moment, that's true. Because we have 3 other draws. King e2 has been played.
Yeah, and the rooks are off the board, and David did not play with the king on a7.
Yeah,
All players approaching time scramble. 15 seconds for white, 40 seconds for David Navarre. Rook c1. I really like this move.
Rook c1, how do you defend the pawn on c2? There is actually no way besides pushing it to c4, right?
Maybe knight c4, but knight c4
You have to
drops
calculate, because you take with a check.
I mean, this has got to be very close to winning. Like, you protect the pawn, put the king on e7, somehow activate the darks for bishop on a5. I see the bar says it's somehow holdable, but I don't believe it, to be honest.
Yeah, rook on c1 is a very active one. It's cutting the king. It's also stopping knight from jumping anywhere. It looks like a very sad position for white. And yeah, I don't think that Arvind's defense is going to be enough. And h4 is on the board, the move which we were discussing earlier, trying to trade the pawn and create a passer on the h-file. Apparently, for some reason, not the...
Oh, wait, Angelique, did he miss it?
trick.
H takes on g3, white can actually take on d6. So white doesn't really have to respond with the automatic capture on g3. And now if you play bishop e7, I'm going to take on h4. Why do you need this? I mean, he could have played like king e7 basically at any given moment, and of course, immediately Arvind used the opportunity.
Knight d6.
This is not what Navarro wanted.
Oh, this is an intermezzo move, knight d6. Now he takes on f2 with a pawn. The pawn is very close to promotion square, but there is knight e5, very nasty move. And now d6 is a big threat. The pawn is coming.
d6, knight c5, knight a6. This is completely out of control. And all of these things happen at the end of a very long game, a very long day, a very long game, of course. And Navarre has been struggling past couple of rounds. He was really expecting that he's going to have a clean victory here. Yet this happened. This is still anybody's game here. Knight takes on c5. Watch out for these disconnected pawns that white has here at the center.
Yeah, bishop goes back to e7, attacking the knight. Now d6 is another threat. c5, d6. The pawns are very, very strong. How are you stopping them as black?
Aravind is playing for the win.
Aravind is now actually having some big chances because of this very strong moves. And bishop h4 allowing the pawn push.
Yeah, the pawns are just going to march forward. I have a feeling here Navarro already had to escape with a draw. Like take on c5, play rook b5. Maybe it was not tactically working. These pawns are looking really monstrous. The pawn on f2, it looks really nice. 5 minutes before becoming a queen. It's just not going anywhere.
How are you stopping this? The pawns are marching just forward. Rook c1, rook c8. Now c7 happened. d7 is going to be played in the next move. King comes all the way to
d7 is impossible. There's rook takes on c7. This d8 square is protected by the bishop, so you cannot win outright. But yet these pawns look so strong. It's got to be some d4 idea. C takes on d4 and something. No, king h3, rook takes on f1. What's happening here?
Oh my god, what is happening? Queen comes to the board. Rook h1 check. The queen is promoting. What
h5? Did they miss h5? h5 check. Where's the mate? h5. King takes on h5. Where's the win?
There is a bishop step away, and then probably at some moment king has to stop to the f file.
And rook h4 check. He missed it. King h5, any bishop move. Rook h4 check. The king goes to the file. You promoted the queen, and Navarro is still going to win this.
Incredible. King g4 is the only move.
Unbelievable.
Rook h4. And what happens if king g3?
Oh, wait, there's king g3 still.
King g3.
But then you just promote. Then you just promote. It's going to be a mate.
Oh, yeah, the problem there is no check from white which can be played. What an incredible finish of the game.
And how did Aravind blew this? But okay, this is really time scramble. The players are exhausted. And he's still going to win it.
Oh
Unbelievable.
My God. There is no check right now for white. No, queen comes to c4. The only check.
Navarro wins.
And Navarro wins.
Yeah, and you can see the emotions in the expression of Aravind. He knows. He almost made it impossible. Almost won the game, but it is what it is. And Navarro is happy. Finish tournament on a positive note.
What an absolutely tough match and crazy game we just had. It's, of course, heartbreaking for Aravind, but I think it's also very nice to see David Navarro winning the last game after all the upsets of today. So, yeah, I think it was a good finish for David, definitely. For Aravind, he has to get in the better shape for tomorrow's rapid tournament for sure.
Let's check the results of the final round of today's Chess960. Here we go. Salem Selek loses the final round game in a stunning fashion against Daniel Darda. Chitram Aravind we just saw him losing crazy up and down game against David Navarro. Murzin and Hakobian shared points. I think it was happening pretty early. Also Fredrik Svane, Rinat Jubabayev, and also the other games. Fedoseev against Theodorov, Wojtaszek against Makun, finished with peaceful outcomes.
Absolutely exciting games we had in this final round, and yeah, absolutely. I cannot even choose what was the best game, but probably the final, which we're looking at. Yeah, the David Navarro's win over Aravind, which was a very exciting. First, he was better, then suddenly Aravind is winning, and here we have the victory for the Czech Grandmaster.
Lots of action indeed, and even though the tournament is finished, we are not done with the coverage of this tournament because we're still going to follow the winner ceremony, which is going to happen right after the break. So the viewers, hope you're enjoying the coverage so far and don't go anywhere. We still have some stuff to show to you. In the meantime, this is the 58th International Biel Chess Festival. Day one is approaching the finish line here of the Chess960 tournament. We'll be right back after the break. The first day of the 58th International Biel Chess Festival is approaching the very, very finish line here because the Chess960 tournament of the GMT Masters and Challengers sections is officially over. And now we just saw in the background during the break, this is the award ceremony, also congratulating the winners of the Open Chess960 tournament, and also the round-robin tournament players were invited on the stage. And I think, Angelika, it's time for us also to wrap up things and see what are the final results of this long but exciting day.
Yeah, absolutely. We have such an incredible day today. We see in the Masters, Radoslav Wojtaszek is leading with 4.5 points, scoring the first place. In the second place, sharing Saleh Salem and Vladimir for the same with 4 points. 3.5 points for Voldar Murzin on the fourth place. We have Frederick Swan on the third place. And the final last place is for Ara Wind after that loss against David Navarre. In the challengers, we have Rinat Jumabayev leading with 4.5 points, the same as Aram Hakobian, just half a point behind with 4 points. Daniel Dartas 3.5 together with Makun, and Daniel Navarre with 3 points, followed by Nicolas Teodoro with 2 points. We see actually in challengers, Rinat Jumabayev, who is the lowest rated player, is getting the first place in the Chess960. How incredible is it?
Very, very impressive indeed, the performance of the winner of the last year's MTO Open tournament winner. Also, I think it's a good idea to remind you that this Chess960 tournament is not going to be part of the triathlon, meaning it doesn't really give you any points, but it's going to serve the players as the tiebreaker in case there's going to be an equal tie after 3 tournaments, which is Rapid, Classical, and Blitz. And right now we are following the action of the award ceremony of the Chess960 tournament. Here we can see Rinat Jumabayev is about to receive his award.
Yeah, definitely getting the first place. And when I asked him if he's looking forward for Chess960, he said yes, definitely, because he has been playing in quite so many tournaments, such as a qualifier for one of the freestyle chess events. And yeah, he was doing always pretty well. And he told actually first over the board event was last year's MTO, so Open Chess960 tournament here in Biel. So he had his preparation from last year. And actually, I remember I asked him, so last year it was a second place. So it means this year you will get the first? And he was like, yeah, I hope so. And actually, he got the first place.
He got it. And can you explain, Angelique, what are they doing on the wall? Are they selecting their ranking or the places for the next tournament?
Yes, absolutely. So now each player who is coming now at the board is going to select the number with which he's going to start the next tournament, which means tomorrow's Rapid, and under the number which you select, your signing your signature. It's kind of a tradition which was also happening as well last year, players leaving their mark, so to say, the signature on the board, and we can see that there is now a third place coming there and also signing. So yeah, pretty impressive.
Yeah, absolutely impressive stuff on this year. We have this amazing footage immediately showcasing the entirety of the venue. We're able to zoom in and see the award ceremony. Very, very happy to see that. So the action is only starting their viewers once again. This is the 58th Biel Chess Festival since 1968, one of the longest tradition tournaments in Europe, definitely. The action is going to continue tomorrow as well, so we are in for a long festival because this is only day 1, and tomorrow we are going to get a Rapid tournament.
Yeah, tomorrow the Rapid stage of the Grandmaster Triathlon, where every point already counts for the overall rankings. We're going to see masters and challengers battling it out in a round-robin tournament with the 6 players. Time control is going to be the same like today, 15 minutes plus 5 seconds per each move. And for each victory, players are going to get 2 points, for the draw 1 point, and for the loss 0 points. All these points are coming later for the Grandmaster Triathlon overall rankings, which of course is very important, so every game and every point counts.
Absolutely. The only maybe difference is compared with the Chess960 tournament, at this time the challengers won't be challenging the Masters, so it's strictly two separate tournaments. Masters play with Masters, challengers play with challengers, and the triathlon is officially starting. So I would like to congratulate everyone who made it this far, but we are slowly but clearly going to wrap up today. Angelika, maybe some final words from you?
Yeah, absolutely exciting game. We had exciting day. We had today so many games, so many comebacks, bailing out. I mean, I absolutely enjoyed it. I'm looking forward for tomorrow because tomorrow is going to be rapid. We'll see classical chess for a change, and then we will have a rest day. So, yeah, going to be a great start of the Grandmaster Triathlon. Very long event, so players have to get energy for tomorrow's rapid stage.
So with this, we are saying goodbye to you. And of course, you can follow still the award ceremony that's going on in the background. Thank you for watching today. This was the very first day of 2025 Biel Chess Festival. Be back tomorrow at 2 p.m. Central European Time for the Rapid Tournament, the very first segment of the Grandmaster Triathlon. We are thankful for you for watching this long event for today. We're saying you to goodbye and see you tomorrow.